When Ye Chen descended from Qinglong Mountain, he thought it was just a simple journey to break off an engagement, but he unexpectedly found himself entangled in a web of family conspiracies and romantic entanglements. A prodigious talent with ancient martial arts and mysterious inheritances, Ye Chen could have lived a carefree life searching for his 7 senior sisters, yet his master arranged for him to become a live-in son-in-law instead. But what of it? Armed with unparalleled medical skills, Ye Chen heals the sick and slaps the faces of arrogant elites. His stunning fiancée hides earth-shattering secrets. Watch as he defies fate, dominating the city. In this battle of power and love, can Ye Chen protect his true love and rise to the top? Chapter 1, I Don't Want to Be a Son-in-Law. The sky in July is as hot as the sun. On Qinglong Mountain, the trees are green and lush, and a dead leaf falls into the clear stream. It flows down the stream and gets stuck between 2 pieces of moss-covered gravel halfway up the mountain. Little rascal, you're hurting me so hard. Sister Yu, is it comfortable? Even if it is, you should be gentle. Do you know what it means to cherish a woman? Ye Chen was at a loss for what to do when he heard the woman's request. He laughed and said, Sister Yu, your ankle is sprained. If you want to knead out the bruise, you have to use force. Then you can use more force. Ye Chen was speechless and thought to himself, these women want to be gentle one moment and forceful the next. I really don't understand what they want. However, Zhou Yu is still very pretty, with big eyes and a round face, tan skin with a healthy glow, and a thick ponytail hanging down her full chest, making her unforgettable. Rascal, where are you looking? Zhou Yu noticed Ye Chen staring at her chest, not blinking his eyes, and immediately blushed and glared at Ye Chen in embarrassment. Sister Moon, this is a cornfield. No one should know if you do something bad, right? Ye Chen smiled wickedly. You're scaring me. I don't care if you do something bad, but I'm afraid you don't dare. After saying this, Zhou Yu undid the first button on her chest, revealing a hint of tempting Snow White. Sister Moon is awesome. I'm leaving. Ye Chen was scared when he saw this, and ran out of the cornfield in a dejected manner. You little rascal, you've got the heart of a thief but not the guts. Zhou Yu saw Ye Chen's disheveled appearance as he fled, and she laughed hysterically as she crouched in the cornfield. Ye Chen let out a sigh of relief as he finally made it out. He wiped the sweat from his brow. It was a close call. He almost got eaten alive by Sister Yu. He's still a virgin, and Zhou Yu has already been married once. If something really happened, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? Also, when he was 5 years old, he made a promise to his 7 senior sisters. Senior sisters, when I grow up, I will marry you. Xiao Chun, we are not children anymore, you can't lie to us, when we grow up, we will all be your wives. At that time, the second senior sister was only 6 years old, so cute. Great, senior sisters, let's pinky swear. That's right. I even pinky swore with each of the 7 senior sisters. Looking back, Ye Chen's mouth curled up. He wondered when he would be able to go down the mountain to see his sisters. Are they still okay? It's all the old man's fault. Since he was 5 years old, the old man had taken him to the mountain. In addition to practicing ancient martial arts with him, he also had to serve the old man's food and drink. The most hateful thing was that when he was 18 years old, the old man sent the 7 sisters down the mountain. From then on, Ye Chen was separated from the several beautiful sisters. The old man is really bad. Soon, Ye Chen returned to the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain stood a seemingly ordinary wooden house, a slightly dilapidated house with dried corn, red peppers, and garlic hanging outside, just like an ordinary farmhouse. But if someone who knows what they're looking at sees the wooden house, they will be shocked. Because the entire wooden house is made of golden Nanmu wood, worth over 100 million. Creak. Ye Chen pushed open the door. The armchair in the room was gently rocking, and on it lay a silver-haired old man, Ye Chen's master. You're back? Sit down, I have something to tell you. Without even raising his eyelids, the old man told Ye Chen to sit across from him, and took a red envelope from his bosom and handed it to him. Ye Chen, it's time for you to go down the mountain. Go down the mountain? Old man, are you teasing me? Ye Chen has been wanting to go down the mountain to find his senior sisters for several years. He has also tried to run away a few times, but every time he was caught and beaten senseless by the old man. Moreover, the old man's kung fu is unfathomable. Every time Ye Chen sought to learn from the old man after a breakthrough, it turned into a search for abuse. I don't have time to tease you. The old man stretched lazily and yawned, saying, I arranged a marriage for you in Ningzhou. You should go down the mountain and get married first. No way. You want me to be a son-in-law? Hey, what's wrong with being a son-in-law? I'm going to find you a rich family, and you'll be able to get money and women. The old man smiled and showed his teeth. No. Ye Chen refused decisively, saying sternly, if I get married, what will happen to my sisters? You have 7 sisters, and can you handle them all? I'm not going to be a son-in-law. If you really don't want to, then go down the mountain and withdraw from the marriage yourself. I don't want to wipe your ass. The old man said angrily. Ye Chen was overjoyed at the thought of being able to go down the mountain to find his senior sister. He quickly went back to his room to pack a few change of clothes, then said goodbye to the old man and left. Old man, I will miss you. Before leaving, Ye Chen looked at the other person with red eyes and said reluctantly, well, what a good boy. A layer of mist rose in the old man's cloudy old eyes. It seems that this kid still has a lot of feelings for him. Finally liberated. My senior sisters are waiting for me, and I will be able to marry you soon. Ye Chen changed his tone and ran down the mountain. You little brat. Looking at Ye Chen's departing back, the old man's face suddenly became serious, muttering. A dragon is not a fish in a pond, it becomes a dragon when it meets the wind and clouds. It's time for this dragon to take off. Ningzhou, the train station. Ye Chen was wearing a pair of washed-out jeans, a white shirt, and a military travel bag, looking like a migrant worker who had just arrived in the city. Looking at the bustling scene in front of him, Ye Chen took out the letter from his body and looked at it, sighing. I'm sorry to Su Shui. For the happiness of the 7 sisters, I can only withdraw from the marriage. As the saying goes, beautiful women don't live in rich families. The old man said that it was a wealthy family, so he must have found a pigsy for his daughter-in-law. Ye Chen shuddered at the thought, quickly put away the marriage certificate, and hailed a taxi. He told the driver the address and asked him to take him there quickly. Buddy, are you kidding? The driver looked back at Ye Chen with a suspicious look. Do I know you well enough to be joking? The place you want to go is the rich district of Ningzhou. Really? It seems that the old man didn't lie to me, he really found me a rich woman. Ye Chen smiled. The driver almost vomited blood when he heard this. Young people nowadays are really awesome, they don't even blush when they eat soft food. Soon, Ye Chen was sent to the Su family villa. This is a European-style villa, and the overall luxurious decorations also show the wealth of the owner's family. Stop, what are you doing? Ye Chen was stopped by the Su family bodyguard as soon as he reached the door. I'm here to see Su Shui. Looking for Miss Su? The bodyguard looked at Ye Chen up and down and said with a sneer, Kid, who are you? Chapter 2, Golden Fire 9 Needles. I'm her fiancée. Ye Chen thought for a moment and said. What? The bodyguard was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Buddy, you're too full of shit. You actually said you were Miss Su's fiancée. If you were the Su family's son-in-law, then I would be the president of the United States. I really am her fiancée, but I've come to break off the engagement. Ye Chen said very seriously. The bodyguard laughed enough and thought of getting rid of Ye Chen. He suspected that the kid was a lunatic, but when he got closer, he smelled a faint herbal fragrance on Ye Chen. Are you here to treat the young lady? Treat the disease? Yes. The master said that whoever can cure the young lady's disease will marry her. Many doctors have come in the past few days, but they couldn't cure her illness. You, a barefoot doctor, want to try your luck? The bodyguard thought Ye Chen was a barefoot doctor. Well, I'm here to cure her illness. Ye Chen thought for a moment and said. Then go in. The master said that as long as you are a doctor, you can go in. But I don't think you have a chance. The bodyguard was very sure. You're really smart. Ye Chen smiled and walked straight in. The Su family villa was bustling with activity. After analyzing Su Shui's condition, several doctors said that they were powerless. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, we can't cure Miss Su's illness. Mr. Sun, we can only rely on you. Mr. Sun must have a way, he is the great doctor of our Ningzhou. Everyone turned their attention to an old man in a long robe with white hair and beard. Old Sun, please save my granddaughter. Su Lianshan was dressed in a smart tang suit. Although he was old, he was full of energy. As the head of the Su family, his favorite younger relative was Su Shui. I'll try my best. Sun Changsheng nodded and personally diagnosed Su Shui, preparing to give her acupuncture. At first, Sun Changsheng was quick and accurate in his acupuncture, but when he was about to insert the last needle, he hesitated. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but wonder, why did the great Dr. Sun stop? At that moment, a cold voice came into the crowd's ears. If this needle is inserted, the patient will not live past tonight. What? The crowd looked back and saw a young man leaning against the doorframe outside, looking at Sun Changsheng with a playful look. Who are you? Who let you in? Su Lianshan frowned. You don't need to know who I am. I can save her. Ye Chen pointed to Su Shui on the bed. You? Kid, you look like a scavenger, you must be a scavenger, right? Get out of here. Su Shui's cousin, Su Jia, glared at Ye Chen and shouted. This guy is dressed like a migrant worker, and he actually dared to come to the Su family and pretend to be a doctor. He is so bold. Wait. Sun Changsheng put down the silver needle and looked at Ye Chen carefully. My friend, you said that if I drop that needle, Miss Su will not live past tonight? Isn't that right? Ye Chen shrugged. Why did you hesitate just now? Why not just stick the needle in? This. Sun Changsheng's face turned red because Ye Chen was right. He was also worried that if the last needle fell, there would be no turning back. How dare you? Do you know that Sun is the famous doctor of Ningzhou, and you, a country bumpkin, are not allowed to criticize him here? Su Jia angrily said. You'd better not scold me, or I'll beat you up. Ye Chen coldly glared at Su Jia, and a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. Su Jia was startled. Lin Chen's eyes were like those of a beast aiming at its prey, full of the breath of death. You just used the golden fire 9 needles, right? Ye Chen saw that Su Jia had shut up, and then asked lightly. You know the golden fire 9 needles? Sun Changsheng was shocked, because this was an ancient lost acupuncture method. In the early years, he had finally obtained a half-broken scroll from the folk, and it was with this half-broken scroll that he became the divine doctor of Ningzhou. This young man dressed as a migrant worker actually recognized it at a glance? The golden fire 9 needles take 9 acupuncture points and open 9 orifices. You got the first 4 needles right, but the last 5 were all wrong. And most importantly, the golden fire 9 needles must be used with qi. I don't think you're a person who entered the Tao through medicine, right? Ye Chen said unceremoniously. The so-called entering the Tao through medicine refers to understanding martial arts through medicine. An ordinary doctor would never be able to understand the mysteries of it in a lifetime. You are a true master, please forgive me for not recognizing you before. Sun Changsheng was not angry after hearing this, but instead, he was full of excitement. Master, you can use the golden fire 9 needles? It's just the golden fire 9 needles, is it that difficult? Ye Chen snorted in disdain. The old man has a house dedicated to ancient medical books, and there are countless lost Chinese medical skills, and the golden fire 9 needles is just one of them. Sun Changsheng was embarrassed. He had spent half his life studying acupuncture, but when Ye Chen mentioned it, it sounded like a piece of cake. Mr. Su, this master's acupuncture is better than mine. I'll vouch for him. Why don't you let him give Miss Su the acupuncture? Sun Changsheng no longer hesitated and quickly turned to Su Lianshan and said. This. Su Lianshan frowned slightly when he heard this. Dad, don't be impulsive. This kid might be a liar. Dad, we can't take Su Shui's life for a joke. The others all tried to dissuade him. Shut up. Those quacks out there all call themselves experts, but who has cured my granddaughter? There have been many doctors who have come to the Su family to cheat for food and drink these days, but none of them have been able to save Su Shui. Su Lianshan has long lost faith in these people. Everyone was silent, for fear of angering the old man. Young friend, please treat my granddaughter. If you can cure her, I will reward you generously. Su Lianshan made up his mind and decided to try anything. You don't have to pay me, just agree to break off the engagement. Ye Chen mumbled. What? Nothing, I'd better take a look at the patient first. Ye Chen walked into the bedroom. When he saw Su Shui's appearance, he couldn't help but be stunned. Although Su Shui was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, her delicate facial features, her fair skin, and the faint fragrance of a virgin emanating from her body were truly mesmerizing. The old man has good taste. He really found a beautiful woman for me to marry. Ye Chen was secretly pleased. Do you still want to cancel the marriage? Master, can we start now? Sun Changsheng kindly reminded Lin Yang, who was motionless.
Oh, Miss Su's illness is nothing. A few needles will do. Everyone looked at Ye Chen with contempt.
So many doctors couldn't cure her, but this kid said it was nothing.
Does he think he's Hua Tua? Chapter 3, Little Brother?
Ye Chen didn't bother to explain, and directly took out a leather box from his bosom, and took out 9 gold needles of different lengths. His hands were like a gust of wind, and he inserted the gold needles into Su Shui's 9 acupuncture points in turn, and then lightly twisted a circle at the top of each gold needle, and flicked his fingers. The gold needles actually trembled slightly.
Oh my god! It is using qi to control the needles. Sun Changsheng was thrilled to see this. This is the highest level of acupuncture in legend.
At this moment, Su's phone rang. He glanced at it and hurriedly said to Su Lianshan, "Grandpa, Professor Ye Chen has been invited by Lu Xiao and is already at our doorstep."
Is it Professor Yen from the Provincial Chinese Medicine Association?
That's right. Some time ago, Professor Yen also treated the head of state of a certain country. Su's mouth curled up, and he deliberately shouted at Ye Chen, "I think Professor Yen must be better than some barefoot doctors, right?
Please come in. We mustn't neglect Professor Yen."
Su Lianshan hurriedly led the way to greet the guests. It was difficult for the Su family to invite a master of traditional Chinese medicine like Ye Chen.
Only Sun Changsheng was left in the room.
The old man watched Ye Chen's movements intently, like a schoolboy, afraid of missing a single detail.
Soon, footsteps could be heard approaching. "Professor Yen, Shui is a good friend of mine.
Please take good care of her." The person speaking was Bai Yuchen, the only son of Ningzhou real estate developer Bai Lauda, and a well-known figure in the local area. He had gone to great lengths to invite Yan Qing to Ningzhou.
"Grandpa, look how good Bai Xiao is to my sister."
Suja turned his eyes and took the opportunity to say, "There are not many good men like Bai Xiao who love women." Bai Yuchen had promised to give Suja a Ferrari worth 6 million yuan if he helped him win Su Shui. Not to mention that Grandpa valued Su Shui and gave her the responsibility of the family's main industry, so this woman had better get married quickly so that she would have a chance to replace him.
Su Lianshan frowned and looked at Su Zhe, his face a bit gloomy. Does this kid think he's an old fool and can't see that he's playing mind games?
If it weren't for Professor Yen being there, Su Lianshan would have wanted to scold him.
Ye Chen was wearing a white floral cheongsam, with a delicate face, smooth skin, and a curvaceous figure.
As soon as she walked into the room, she saw the familiar back and gradually misty eyes.
"Yes, it's him, it really is him.
Kid, get out of here."
Suja thought Ye Chen was angry and quickly scolded him, "Kid, Professor Yen is here. Do you still want to show off in front of her?" "Mr. Su, wait a minute. This expert."
Sun Changsheng wanted to say that Ye Chen's medical skills were superb and 100 times better than his, but he was interrupted before he could finish.
"Suja, I think this person is a swindler. Why don't you tell your bodyguard to throw him out?"
Bai Yu Chen's face immediately turned gloomy when he saw someone trying to take credit from him.
"Who are you calling a liar?"
Surprisingly, Yan Qing suddenly spoke up, turning around and looking at Bai Yu Chen coldly.
"Yen, Professor Yen, don't misunderstand me. I said that kid was a liar, not you."
Bai Yu Chen was shocked and hurriedly explained that she thought Yan Qing had misunderstood.
"Shut up."
Yan Qing's face was cold as ice, and she said angrily, "If I can't cure a disease that even my junior brother can't cure, then I naturally can't cure it either. If you dare to speak rudely again, you will be responsible for the consequences."
"Junior brother?" Everyone was stunned. This country bumpkin is actually Yan Qing's junior brother? "Impossible, Professor Yen, you've mistaken someone else, haven't you?"
Suja pointed at Ye Chen, his expression exaggerated. "This guy is disheveled and sloppy. To say he's a veterinarian is an honor."
Pop!
A crisp sound echoed in the bedroom, and Yan Qing slapped Suja's face without any courtesy.
"Professor Yen, how can you hit someone?" Suja was very angry, but he didn't dare to offend Yan Chang. This newcomer in the field of traditional Chinese medicine was someone he couldn't afford to offend.
The others also widened their eyes. They didn't expect Yan Qing, who looked so graceful, to suddenly strike out without warning.
"Humph. You said bad things about my junior brother, you deserve a beating." Yan Qing's voice was cold and unyielding.
Ye Chen turned around and looked at the beautiful and charming Yan Qing in front of him, and smirked.
"Senior sister, I remember you don't like to fight. You little brat, it's all because of you." Yan Qing looked at Ye Chen's handsome face and couldn't help but be moved.
She took the initiative to hug him tightly. She hadn't seen Ye Chen for many years, and she had missed her little brother every moment since she came down the mountain. The reason she was still in Ningzhou was because it was the closest to Qinglong Mountain. Otherwise, with her medical skills, she would have long ago gone to the big hospital in the capital to be a professor. Ahem, sister, so many people are watching, why don't you find a place where there are no people and let me hug you enough? Ye Chen teased. Nasty, just like when I was a child, you're so smooth-talking. Ye Chen glared at him. Seeing this, everyone's jaws dropped. They didn't expect Ye Chen to really be Professor Yan's junior brother. What's most incredible is that Professor Yan actually coquettishly pouts in front of Ye Chen. At this moment, Su Lianxue on the bed let out a series of moans, and then slowly opened her eyes. Miss Su, you're awake? Ye Chen released Yen Qing and smiled. Did you save me? Su Lianxue looked at Ye Chen, and her pretty face with a slight hint of illness was slightly suspicious. Ye Chen nodded happily, and Su Xue's appearance was not at all inferior to the seven sisters. It would be pretty good to have a wife like this. Bai Yuchen snorted in response, and then turned to Su Lianshan and said, Su Lao, I think you should have someone check you out, just in case something goes wrong. This old man, please check him out? Su Lianshan nodded, and to be honest, he didn't trust Ye Chen 100%. Miss Su, let me help you check your pulse. Sun Changsheng smiled wryly. In fact, he didn't think it was necessary to check her. With Ye Chen's superb acupuncture skills, what could possibly go wrong? Thank you, son. Su Shui was still weak from her illness and her voice was still weak. Sun Changsheng placed 3 fingers on Su Shui's wrist and the room fell silent. Soon, Sun Changsheng finished his examination and walked to Ye Chen in front of everyone, bowed to him respectfully, and said with excitement, Yi, please accept my humble bow. Sun Xingji, are you crazy? Why are you bowing to this kid? Bai Yu Chen and the others all had the same expression on their faces full of surprise. Lao Sun, how is Xue's illness? Su Lianshan was always suspicious. Those so-called experts outside couldn't cure his precious granddaughter, and Ye Chen could cure her with a few needles? Chapter 4 I'm willing to marry him. Well, Miss Su is in very good health now. Sun Changsheng nodded. Everyone was shocked again. Mr. Su, I heard that whoever cured Miss Su could marry her. Ye Chen smiled faintly. Yes, I did say that, but Su Lianshan hesitated, and it was obvious to anyone with a discerning eye that the old man wanted to back out. Mr. Su, do you mean what you say? Ye Chen looked at the other party with a mocking expression. This. Su Lianshan blushed. He was also a person of status in Ningzhou, and it was naturally not good to go back on his word in front of everyone. But Ye Chen looks too shabby. If you marry your granddaughter to such a person, wouldn't you be cheating your granddaughter? Old Su, do you have any questions? Ye Chen asked. Cough cough, to be honest, in fact, Xue already has a marriage contract. Su Lianshan cleared his throat and said with a cheeky face, but Dr. Yi can rest assured that I will never treat you unfairly. If you cure Xue, I am willing to pay 5 million yuan in consultation fees, okay? Old Su is quite trustworthy. Of course, the Su family can only survive in Ningzhou if we are trustworthy. Su Lianshan was relieved to hear this. It seems that this kid has never seen the world, and 5 million is enough to get him off his back. That's right. When will I marry Miss Su? Ye Chen asked. Su Lianshan was stunned. Had he not made himself clear just now, or was the boy deliberately pretending to be confused? But then Ye Chen took out a marriage contract in front of everyone and handed it to Su Lianshan, smiling, Old man, the person you said you were engaged to should be me. What? As soon as he said this, even Su Shui was stunned. Su Lianshan took the marriage contract and glanced at it, and instantly the whole person was stunned. Yi Xiaoyu, you are the grandson of the old immortal? Old immortal? Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Does this old man have such a nickname? Well, he doesn't have any relatives anyway. He raised me and my 7 sisters from a young age. Ye Chen nodded. Back then, when Su Lianshan was seriously ill, it was the old immortal who cured him. In order to show his gratitude, he took the initiative to propose this marriage of dolls. Now it seems that I was too impulsive. Grandpa, is the marriage certificate real? Suzha, who had just been slapped by Yen Shang, laughed wildly in his heart. If Su Shui married a poor guy like Ye Chen, she would definitely become a family laughingstock, and it would be interesting at that time. Su Lianshan was speechless.
He had just said that one should be honest and trustworthy. If he denied Ye Chen again, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? Ye Chen saw the situation was not good and hurriedly said, "Old Su, this person is not good enough for Shui. You must not marry her to him." "Shut up." Ye Chen glared at Ye Chen and scolded. "You don't get to tell me what to do. I declare that from today on, the Bai family is on my blacklist, and no TCM doctors in the province will treat the Bai family." "What?" Ye Chen was completely dumbfounded. He glared at Ye Chen angrily and said angrily, "Kid, I'll give you another 5 million, and you'll leave the Su family immediately." "Idiot, can my wife Ye Chen be bought with money?" "You." Ye Chen was so angry that he wanted to slap Ye Chen in the face, but he was afraid of Yin Cheng being there. The atmosphere was getting more and more tense, and just then Su Shui spoke up. "Grandpa, I have a marriage contract with Mr. Yi, and he saved my life, so I am willing to fulfill the marriage contract." "Good granddaughter, you have to think clearly." "Yes, I am willing to marry him." After Su Shui finished speaking, her face turned red and she lowered her head shyly. She thought to herself that although the man in front of her was dressed in ordinary clothes, he was a skilled doctor with a bright future. Ye Chen was inexplicably moved when he heard this. Su Shui knew how to protect her food even before she got married. Su Lianshan sighed helplessly when he heard this, but before he could speak, a woman's angry voice suddenly came from the room. "I don't agree." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman in fashionable clothes with big curly hair storming into the room. "Mom?" Su Shui shouted when she saw the woman. "You still know I'm your mother." Li Shangqin said angrily, "If I had come a little later, you would have married this poor boy." "This lady, you'd better be careful what you say. My junior brother is not some poor boy." Yan Sheng frowned and warned, "Humph." Li Shangqin glanced at Yan Chang and then looked up and down at Ye Chen, her face full of contempt, saying, "Kid, if you want to marry my daughter, can you afford the 10 million yuan in dowry?" Everyone was shocked when she said this. No one expected Li Shangqin to ask for such a high price. "Hey, I shall, you can rest assured. This kid definitely won't be able to come up with 10 million. If he can, I'll eat shit on live TV." Suju whispered in Ye Chen's ear and smiled. "Don't worry, after I marry your sister, I'll naturally give you some benefits." Ye Chen smiled proudly. He couldn't afford 10 million, but it wasn't much for him. "Wow! Is the bride price in Ningzhou that high?" Ye Chen scratched his head when he heard this. "On Qinglong Mountain, the bride price for a wife is a pig, and 200 caddies of corn is enough." "You little brat, what are you saying, calling my daughter a pig?" Li Shangqin was so angry that her face turned green. "It's only 10 million, right?" Yan Xing snorted, then took out a check and wrote a check for 10 million yuan, handing it to Li Shangqin. Li Shangqin took the check and looked at it, then said in a strange tone, "Oh, you just wrote a check for 10 million yuan, how do I know if it's real?" "If you're worried it's fake, you can call the bank to verify it." "Right now," Yan Cheng said indifferently. Li Shangqin was about to make a phone call when a middle-aged man came over and whispered something in her ear. "It turned out to be Professor Yan, so I don't need to verify it." Li Shangqin was surprised, but she pretended to be unconcerned. "Since you've accepted the money, can my junior brother marry your daughter?" "No." Who knew that Li Shangqin would regret it after accepting the money? "What else do you want?" "During the time my daughter was sick, many of the Su family's businesses were taken over by other companies. If you can take back all the businesses within a week, I will let you marry my daughter." "Mom, aren't you asking too much?" Su Shui couldn't stand it anymore. Just looking at Ye Chen's attire, he had just arrived in the city. How could he take back those businesses? "I've already made the offer. Kid, I advise you to back down." Li Shangqin looked at Ye Chen proudly and threw him a big problem. Chapter 5. You found a treasure. "No problem, a piece of cake." To everyone's surprise, Ye Chen agreed with a smile. Did you not hear what I said clearly?" Li Shangqin widened her eyes. "I heard it clearly, isn't it to take back the Su family's business?" Ye Chen shrugged his shoulders and looked indifferent. "Damn it! You're so full of it, you're going to get yourself in trouble." Ye Chen couldn't help but say, even if he were to step in, he might not be able to get back the Su family's business. Not to mention Ye Chen, a country bumpkin, who probably wouldn't even be able to get into the company's door. "I have 7 senior sisters. Do you have a house?" My senior sisters do. Do you have a car? My senior sisters do. From what Ye Chen said, he wanted to lie down with women. Shameless. Ye Chen was so angry that he felt his balls ache. He never thought that he would be driven to a point where he had nothing to say by a guy who lived off his wife. Madam, can I take your daughter now? Ye Chen looked at Li Xiangqin with a smile that was half smirking. If you don't get the business back in a week, I won't give you back the 10 million, and you'll never get to lay a hand on my daughter in your life. Li Xiangqin rolled her eyes and said something fierce. Anyway, she had no intention of returning the 10 million. When they heard Li Xiangqin's words, they couldn't help but be shocked. Whoever has a mother-in-law like this is absolutely unlucky. Mom, you're being too harsh. I'm your daughter, not a tool for you to make money. Su Shuai saw the expressions on everyone's faces, and a sense of humiliation welled up in her. Silly girl, Mom is doing this for your own good. Like many parents, Li Xiangqin thought that saying for your own good meant that she could do whatever she wanted. Ye Chen, come with me. Su Shuai bit her lip and jumped out of bed, grabbing Ye Chen's hand and ignoring the crowd's attempts to stop her. Is this girl in a hurry to get married? But Su Shuai's hands were soft and smooth, and it was quite comfortable to hold them. Ye Chen let her lead the way, following her obediently. It's her good fortune that she can marry my junior brother, Yan Sheng said, and then turned and left. Old Su, you mustn't miss out on such a good son-in-law. Sun Changsheng sighed lightly, and then also hurriedly left the bedroom. He had important business to discuss with Ye Chen. Humph. Su Shuai actually got involved with a strange man, completely disgracing the Su family. Li Xiangqin, how did you raise your daughter? That's right. A person like her is not worthy of controlling my family's business. Grandpa, I suggest we replace her immediately. Su Zhi took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Su Lianshan's face darkened at the news, and he silently looked at Li Xiangqin and her husband. Su Shuai's father, Su Wanda, was an introverted man who was not good at speaking, but Li Xiangqin was furious when she heard everyone say that she had not taught her daughter well, and said angrily, as long as I am still alive, that kid will never marry Shuai. Mr. Bai, you can't lose to that country bumpkin. Su Zhi lowered his voice and took the opportunity to provoke Bai Yuchen in her ear. Humph, a toad eating swan meat. Bai Yuchen gritted her teeth and said in a sinister tone, don't worry, I won't let Shuai marry this country bumpkin. So what are you going to do about that guy? Su Zhi hated Ye Chen to the bone. If it weren't for that guy, how would he have been beaten by Yan Chang? Just wait and see. Isn't it because Professor Yan is backing him up? I don't believe I won't be able to find that guy when he's alone. Bai Yuchen snorted. Bai Xiao is so mighty. Su Zhi's face broke into a wicked smile. Who doesn't know that the Bai family made its fortune through the underworld? It's too easy to deal with a country bumpkin from out of town. At the entrance of the villa, the bodyguard was talking to his colleague about what had just happened. Alas, young people nowadays are all daydreamers. After listening to him, his colleague also sighed deeply. Yes, that kid is not as handsome as me. The bodyguard was just about to show off when he saw Su Shuai holding the hand of a man and walking out of the villa. What the hell? The bodyguard widened his eyes and saw Su Shuai drag Ye Chen directly into a Maserati parked outside. That kid. What kid? The kid that Miss Su dragged into the car, he is the person I just mentioned. The bodyguard explained with a bitter face. Then you're done, daring to offend the future son-in-law. The colleague smiled wickedly. The bodyguard wanted to cry without tears. How could he have thought that the appetite of the Su family's eldest daughter was so unique? Ye Chen was pulled into the car by Su Shuai, and a faint scent of a woman's perfume wafted over him. It smells good. Ye Chen sniffed. Your name is Ye Chen? Su Shuai sat in the driver's seat and looked at Ye Chen with a blushing face. Yes, you remembered my name so quickly? Ye Chen nodded and smiled. Looking at the young man in front of him, who was dressed plainly and handsome, Su Shuai gritted her teeth and said, I can marry you, no matter how poor you are, but you have to be prepared. The Su family door is not so easy to enter. Daughter-in-law, congratulations on finding a treasure. I promise you won't regret marrying me. Ye Chen smiled and showed 2 rows of white teeth. He wanted to return the goods, but Su Shuai's beauty made him change his mind. It's just another wife, right? Just put a few more goji berries in the thermos in the future. It's no big deal. Su Shui almost vomited blood when she heard Ye Chen call her daughter-in-law. This guy is too good at climbing the ladder, isn't he? But since I've decided to marry him, there are some things that need to be made clear. We'll go get the certificate tomorrow, so even if you can't get the Su family business back, my mother won't be able to say anything anymore.
Su Shui bit her lips lightly and summoned up the courage to say to Ye Chen.
Cook the rice?
Ye Chen was stunned, and then he laughed. Daughter-in-law, I can't tell that you are still a hot-tempered person.
Since you want to go to the company to get the business, you can just leave it to me. Who wants to cook the rice with you?
Su Shui's face turned red, and she couldn't help but give Ye Chen a look and sighed. Forget it, wait for my call. As for the business with the Qiao group, let me talk to them myself.
Qiao group?
Ye Chen was stunned, and he thought to himself, isn't this the group of the eldest sister?
Joanna, 3 years older than Ye Chen. The female president of the Ningzhou Qiao group, worth tens of billions, is like a queen in Ningzhou. Wife, is it the Ningzhou Qiao group?
Yes, you know.
In fact, the president of the Qiao group is also my senior sister.
Ye Chen said frankly.
Qiao is your senior sister?
Su Shui heard this and her beautiful eyes lit up, but then they dimmed again.
Ye Chen, being poor is not terrible, but you can't lie, do you understand? Chapter 6, Sun Changsheng becomes a disciple. Knock, knock, knock.
Outside the car, Yin Chang leaned over and knocked on Ye Chen's side of the window.
Senior sister, do you want to come in and sit for a while? Ye Chen lowered the window and smiled as he stuck his head out.
Sit your big head, ghost. Yin Chang found that Ye Chen and Su Shui were sitting in the car, and her tone was a bit sour. Ye Chen, now that you have a wife, I'm afraid you'll forget about me, your senior.
How could that be? Even if I forget my own surname, I won't forget about my second senior.
Ye Chen protested.
You're not a bad guy.
Yin Xing smiled and said, I'm not joking with you.
I have to see a patient. Give me your phone number.
Ye Chen hurriedly gave his phone number.
I'll visit you when I have time. I'll treat you to dinner tonight.
Yin Sheng smiled at Su Shui and left the villa.
Ye Chen, you and Professor Yan have a good relationship. Are you jealous?
Su Shui almost vomited blood when she heard this.
Ye Chen is so arrogant.
You just came to Ningzhou and don't have a place to stay yet, right?
Yes.
Ye Chen smiled bitterly. He had planned to cancel the wedding and find a hotel to stay in, but then the situation changed again. You can come home with me, but I have to make 3 rules with you. Su Shui looked at Ye Chen very seriously and said.
3 rules?
You can live with me, but you are not allowed to sleep with me. You can only sleep on the floor.
Can you promise?
Sleep on the floor?
Ye Chen thought about it carefully and agreed, okay, anyway, one day you will change your mind.
Su Shui's pretty face flushed.
Ye Chen couldn't help but grin when he saw Su Shui's shy look. What are you laughing at? My wife is quite cute when she's shy.
Ye Chen said shamelessly.
Who's your wife?
Me?
We haven't even gotten married yet.
Su Shui was embarrassed and annoyed, but Ye Chen was acting like a pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, so she really didn't know what to do. Wife, I have to go to the eldest sister's place first, can I go home with you later?
Whatever you want.
Then I'll leave first. Ye Chen opened the car door and got out, but was stopped by Sun Changsheng.
Yi Gaoran, please stop.
Sun Changsheng hurried over and, without waiting for Ye Chen to speak, fell to his knees in front of him.
What are you doing? Get up.
Ye Chen was shocked.
In broad daylight, this old man wanted to touch porcelain?
Su Shui, who was sitting in the car, saw this scene and was petrified.
Sun is a famous doctor in Ningzhou.
Usually, the rich and powerful have to give him a little face, but now he is kneeling before Ye Chen? Yi Gaoran, please take me as your disciple.
Sun Changsheng looked at Ye Chen sincerely.
I never thought of taking a disciple. Besides, you are already quite old, so it is not appropriate for you to be my disciple.
Ye Chen was unable to laugh or cry.
This old man was really willing to go all out, and he actually knelt down before a junior. Coincidentally, the Su family also happened to be out and were all stunned when they saw this scene. What happened? Why is Sun the doctor kneeling in front of Ye Chen? But despite the strange looks from the crowd, he said bluntly, there is no difference between learning before and after. Yi Gaoran, if you don't take me as your disciple today, I will kneel here and not get up.
Wow. That's too harsh, isn't it? Ye Chen was speechless. He was also anxious to meet the eldest sister, so he had no choice but to nod and say, "Then I'll take you as a registered disciple for now." "Thank you. Master, please accept your disciple's bow."
Sun Changsheng was overjoyed at hearing this, and was really about to bow to Ye Chen.
No, if you do that, my life expectancy will be reduced by at least 10 years.
Get up quickly, or I'll regret it.
Ye Chen frowned. "I will obey my master's orders."
Sun Changsheng was afraid that Ye Chen would regret it, so he quickly got up.
"Sun Doctor, you're crazy, you're actually taking this kid as your master, who the hell is he?"
Bai Yuchen saw this scene and for some reason, a fire of unknown origin rose in her heart, and she rushed over and angrily asked,
"How dare you be rude to my master? I declare that from now on, the Bai family will not be allowed to come to my clinic for treatment."
Sun Changsheng spoke loudly in the face of the unreasonable Bai Yuchen. Bai Yuchen was dumbfounded.
"Didn't you check the almanac before going out today? How could you blacklist him just because he's a TCM doctor? Forget it, I have things to do. You guys chat. Master, where are you going? I'll have the car take you, okay?"
Sun Changsheng said in a flattering tone.
"No need." Ye Chen said and turned around and left the villa.
When he reached the door, he smiled faintly at the security guard.
The security guard was about to cry, and it seemed that he would have to go to the job market tomorrow to find a job. "Old son, were you just joking with me?" Bai Yuchen asked with a sense of grievance. "Who has the time to joke with you? The Bai family had better watch out."
After saying that, Sun Changsheng walked away, leaving Bai Yuchen standing there with clenched teeth.
Ningzhou, Xiao's mansion.
Ye Chen got out of the car and looked up at the landmark building of Ningzhou, feeling a sense of emotion.
Big sister is really capable, whoever marries her will be happy. After feeling, Ye Chen walked into the office building and went straight to the front desk. "Sir, who are you looking for?"
The receptionist was a young woman with a sophisticated appearance. She saw Ye Chen dressed like a country bumpkin and immediately showed contempt on her face.
"I'm looking for your boss, Joanna." Ye Chen smiled. "What?" The receptionist widened her eyes and sneered, "Sir, are you mistaken? Do you think you can meet our boss just like that? My name is Ye Chen, I'm your boss's junior.
You call your boss now and tell her to come down and pick me up." Ye Chen's tone turned cold, and he also felt the receptionist's disdain for him.
"Are you kidding me?" The receptionist frowned slightly and said impatiently, "Go away. Country bumpkin, don't make a fuss here. Go away quickly, or I'll call security." How did the senior sister hire such a snobbish receptionist? Ye Chen frowned. "Oh, you dare to scold me?"
The receptionist's face turned green with anger and shouted, "Security, security, come quickly and get this country bumpkin out of here." Several burly security guards quickly arrived at the scene and surrounded Ye Chen.
"Kid, if you know what's good for you, get out of here." The leader of the security guards glared at Ye Chen and said in a bad mood, "Which eye of yours saw me causing trouble?" Ye Chen glanced at the security guard.
If it weren't for the big sister's face, he would have taught the security guard a lesson.
"How dare you talk back? I think you're going to be punished." The security chief was furious and pulled out a rubber bat from his waist, ready to strike.
At that moment, a man's voice came from behind the crowd.
"What's going on? You're even fighting?"
Chapter 7, Jean Deschao gets beaten up. Lin Yang looked back and saw a young man wearing designer clothes and a proud look on his face walking towards them.
"Jean Xiao, you're here?"
The security chief immediately bowed down to him with a very respectful attitude.
"Jean Xiao, you're here to see Mr. Xiao, I'll let him know right away." The receptionist even smiled and looked flattering.
The man in front of him was the biggest partner of the Qiao group, the young master of the Jin family. Everyone in the group knew that Jin Xiao was pursuing Qiaozone, and maybe the Qiao group would change its surname to Jin in the future.
"No, I'll go up personally to surprise Anna." Jin Yayu glanced at Ye Chen and frowned. "Xiaomei, who is this person?" "He said he was Qiaozone's younger brother and wanted to see Qiaozone. I don't think he's a good person. I was about to ask Captain Lu to get rid of him."
The receptionist said flattering.
"Why waste time talking to a junk collector like this? Get him out of here right now."
Jin Yayu scolded him harshly.
"As the young master said, I'll get rid of him right now."
The security captain nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking rice. He also wanted to perform well in front of Jin Yayu. After saying that, he reached out to pinch Ye Chen's neck and was ready to use force to drive him away.
You want to die.
Ye Chen's voice was cold, and before the security chief could react, he kicked the other person in the stomach with lightning speed.
Ow. The security chief, who was caught off guard, let out a scream, and then his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and then he fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this, and they didn't expect Ye Chen to have so much strength. Why are you still looking stupid? Get up together.
The security chief sat on the ground and roared at his subordinates. Several guards finally reacted, and they all took out their rubber batons and smashed them at Ye Chen.
You fools! Today I must teach you a lesson on behalf of my sister.
Ye Chen shrugged, and then his body flashed like a tiger into the herd. In the blink of an eye, the remaining guards also fell to the ground, moaning in pain.
Kid, you're very arrogant. Do you know where you are?
Jin Yayu was furious. He had long since regarded the Qiao group as his own, so how could he tolerate Ye Chen causing trouble here?
This is my sister's group. Who the hell are you?
Ye Chen said coldly.
You country bumpkin dare talk to me like that? You must be itching for a beating.
Jin Yayu said, clenching his teeth and waving his hand.
Not far away, a middle-aged man in sunglasses walked quickly over.
He had a light step and sharp eyes, and his inverted triangle body showed that he was a martial artist.
Jin Xiao. The man walked up to Jin Yiyu and was very respectful. Lao Hei, give this kid a good beating. If he dies, it's on me.
Jin Yiyu pointed at Ye Chen's face with a ferocious look.
Understood. Lao Hei is Jin Yiyu's personal bodyguard, who was hired at a high price.
He is said to be the king of the two worlds of Ningzhou. Kid, kneel down and apologize to Jin Xiao. I'll only cripple one of your hands, otherwise you won't be able to keep all four limbs today.
Lao Hei looked at Ye Chen with cold eyes. Idiot.
Ye Chen snorted, and said indifferently, before I get started, quickly take your master and disappear from my sight.
I'll let you be crazy.
Old Black was enraged at hearing this, and swung his fist, accompanied by the sound of the wind, towards Ye Chen's face. Jin Yayu couldn't help but sneer at this sight. Old Black's fist could kill a cow, and even if this kid Ye Chen was lucky enough to survive, he would have to go to the hospital for a year or two.
But the next second, Jin Yayu couldn't help laughing. He saw Ye Chen easily grab Lao Hei's fist. Your kung fu is so bad, it's not even as good as Li Ernio's.
Ye Chen said with disgust.
What Li Ernio? You let go of me. Lao Hei was shocked.
Ye Chen's hand was like iron tongs, and he was about to break his hand bones.
Let you go?
Ye Chen shrugged, then slightly increased the pressure on his hand, and everyone immediately heard the miserable screams coming from Lao Hei's mouth. After Ye Chen let go, Jin Yayu discovered that Lao Hei's hand was as soft as dough, and his hand bones had been crushed by Ye Chen.
Country bumpkin, you dare to touch my people, do you know who I am?
Jin Yayu was shocked and angry. He didn't expect the man in front of him to be so strong, and he had disabled Lao Hei in one fell swoop. Pop! A crisp sound came from the lobby, and Ye Chen slapped Jin Yayu's face hard. Your mouth stinks, and this slap is to teach you a lesson. Don't call a country bumpkin, or a country bumpkin who eats your food, or a country bumpkin who doesn't pay you back.
Ye Chen stared at Jin Yayu and asked. You dare to hit me?
Jin Yayu covered his cheeks and looked at Ye Chen in surprise.
Do you have to write a report to hit you? Wow! In a moment of anger, Jin Yayu couldn't hold back any longer, opened his mouth and spat out two bloody white teeth.
Everyone was stunned, especially the receptionist, who quickly dialed the president's office.
President's office. Joanna, known as the iceberg goddess within the group, was looking down at the company's financial statements.
Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. She picked up the phone and an anxious voice from the receptionist came through the other end.
Ms. Qiao, Mr. Jin. Jin Yayu? Ms. Qiao frowned at the name. Didn't I tell you to tell him I'm not here when he comes?
No, Ms. Qiao, Mr. Jin was beaten up downstairs.
What? Who did it? Ms. Qiao was shocked. The Jin family is a big family in Ningzhou. Who would dare to touch the young master of the Jin family? I don't know either. He's a country bumpkin.
Oh, he also said that he was your junior brother. On hearing the words younger brother, Joanna was first stunned, then she stood up from behind her desk and said in a trembling voice.
Wait, I'll be right down.
After that, Joanna hung up the phone and hurried out, but when she reached the door, she bumped into the female secretary who had come to report on her work. "Ms. Xiao, our contract with Shanghai Group has been finalized.
Move aside."
Joanna didn't listen at all, pushed the secretary aside and rushed out of the office in a hurry.
The secretary was stunned.
Even if the mayor of Ningzhou City came, he had never seen Ms. Xiao so excited.
Could something be wrong?
Without thinking, the secretary hurriedly followed her downstairs.
At this time, there were many people in the lobby on the first floor.
After learning that Ye Chen had beaten Jin Yayu, they were all waiting to see the show. "Son of a bitch, I'll fight you." Jin Yayu had never been so humiliated.
He rushed up in a daze and wanted to fight Ye Chen. "Get out!"
Ye Chen shook his hand and slapped Jin Yayu again.
Chapter 8: The Jin Family's Threat.
Jin Yayu, who had been beaten, felt stars in his eyes and his head felt heavy and light.
"If you don't believe it, you can try again." Ye Chen looked at Jin Yayu with a playful expression on his face. "Stop."
At that moment, a voice came from the lobby.
Ye Chen turned around and immediately smiled, shouting,
"Senior sister.
Little brother, is it really you?"
When Joanna saw Ye Chen, she was stunned at first, and then a thin layer of water mist appeared in her beautiful eyes.
"Anna, you've come just in time. This guy hit me, I want him dead."
Jin Yayu gritted his teeth in hatred, pointing at Ye Chen and saying viciously.
Joanna then came back to her senses from her memories. She glanced at Jin Yayu coldly and said lightly, "You must have offended my junior brother, and you deserve to be beaten." "Joanna, what are you saying?"
Jin Yayu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode.
He angrily said, "Don't forget that my family is your biggest partner in the Chow Group." "Well, I announce that from now on, the Chow Group will terminate all business dealings with the Jin family." Joanna's words were shocking.
"Are you crazy?"
Jin Yayu looked at Joanna in disbelief.
"In Ningzhou, the Jin family is very powerful.
Is this woman going to ruin her own future?"
"Junior brother, come upstairs with me."
"Don't worry about him." Joanna didn't bother to explain, and took Ye Chen's arm and turned to leave. "Joanna, I'm warning you, if you don't give me an explanation today, I promise you'll regret it."
Jin Yayu saw this scene and couldn't help but be jealous, and roared hysterically.
"Dare to threaten my senior sister, are you itching again?"
Ye Chen's voice was cold.
"Forget it, little brother, let him be." After saying that, Joanna directly dragged Ye Chen into the elevator and left. "Bastard, you pair of dogs and women, wait for me."
Jin Yayu watched the two of them walk into the elevator and trembled with anger.
"Mr. Jin, please calm down, shall I pour you a cup of tea?"
The receptionist said, flattering.
"Fuck you and your tea. Get the hell out of here,"
Jin Yayu said, and left the office building with Lao He in a rage. The receptionist was shocked. She didn't expect her flattery to backfire.
Ye Chen followed Joanna to the CEO's office. "You little shit, why did you suddenly come down the mountain without saying hello in advance?" Joanna locked the door after entering, and stood in front of Ye Chen.
The two were less than a meter apart, and they could smell each other's scent.
"You've got me all wrong." Ye Chen smiled bitterly. "The old man gave me a marriage certificate. In the end, I couldn't bear to break off the engagement because she was so pretty, right?" Joanna looked at Ye Chen with a sad expression in her eyes.
"Senior sister, you really understand me."
"Humph. You little rascal, have you forgotten the promise you made when you were little?"
"Of course not." Ye Chen hurriedly said, "Senior sister, didn't we make a pinky swear?"
Upon hearing this, Joanna blushed and said coquettishly, "I remember.
Hee, for the happiness of my sisters, I am willing to sacrifice my kidney." Ye Chen grinned mischievously.
"Naughty."
After Joanna finished speaking, she couldn't help but throw herself into Ye Chen's arms, completely forgetting her cold demeanor as a female CEO.
"Xiao Chen, I miss you so much." "Do you miss me too?" Joanna muttered.
"Of course I do, but that old bastard won't let me go down the mountain."
Ye Chen gently stroked Joanna's soft hair, and a pleasant fragrance wafted into his nostrils.
He hadn't seen the eldest sister for many years, and she had really grown up a lot. The two soft, bulging mounds against his chest made Ye Chen feel a little bit excited. Perhaps she sensed a change in Ye Chen's body, and Joanna quickly pushed him away, blushing and saying,
"Little rascal, come to my house tonight." "Wow. Sister, are you in such a hurry?"
Ye Chen widened his eyes.
"What are you thinking?"
I mean, I want to invite the second senior sister to my home for dinner."
Joanna couldn't help but give Ye Chen a look. Oh, that's fine. Ye Chen's face showed disappointment when he heard this. Puff. Joanna couldn't help but smile when she saw Ye Chen like this.
The little junior brother is still the same as before, and he likes to write his thoughts on his face.
Right, senior sister, what's the background of that idiot I just beat? Ye Chen asked.
His name is Jin Yayu, the eldest son of the Jin family in Ningzhou. He's a playboy who doesn't study and harasses me every now and then.
I'm so annoyed. Joanna frowned.
Sister, if this guy dares to harass you again, I'll slap him to death.
Well, you can do whatever you want. However, don't underestimate Jin Yayu.
The Jin family behind him still has some strength.
Joanna said. I don't care. He's got a lot of nerve to steal my woman.
Ye Chen's voice was cold, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes.
Joanna smiled and said softly, little brother has finally grown up and can protect his sister. Little brother? Sister, I suspect you're driving. Ye Chen looked down at himself and then looked at Joanna with a mischievous smile. Little rascal. Joanna's pretty face flushed.
She was just about to lecture Ye Chen a few words, but her phone rang first. She took out her phone and frowned slightly.
Senior sister, whose phone is it? Ye Chen asked curiously when he saw Joanna's face was not right. It's the Jin family. These bastards, do they still want to threaten you? Joanna frowned slightly and connected the call.
Soon, an angry and hoarse old man's voice came from the other end of the phone.
Miss Xiao, my grandson was beaten up. What happened? Mr. Jin, here's the situation. I don't care what happened. My grandson said that the person who beat him up was your junior. Is that right? Yes. That's good.
Jin Shinian snorted and said frankly, hand over your junior. I don't want his life, just break his limbs. In the future, our two families can continue to cooperate.
Mr. Jin, what if I don't agree? Joanna heard the other party's offer and her voice suddenly turned cold.
Miss Qiao, if you don't hand him over, I guarantee that the Qiao group will suffer a great misfortune.
You have to think about it carefully. Jin Shinian threatened. In that case, there's nothing more to say. Joanna thought for a moment and then hung up the phone.
Jin Shinian on the other end of the phone was stunned at first, then he became furious and slammed the phone on the ground.
Xiaoyu, do whatever you want, I will fully support you. Thank you, Grandpa. I will definitely sink the guy to the bottom of the river.
And that bitch named Xiao, I won't let her go either.
We'll see. Jin Yiyu's face was grim, and a vicious revenge plan gradually took shape in his mind. Chapter 9, Snobbish Li Shangqin. After hanging up the phone, Joanna's pretty face was full of unhappiness.
Senior sister, the Jin family dared to threaten you.
Why don't I go to the Jin family? Ye Chen frowned. Forget it, you just arrived in Ningzhou. Let's celebrate. I'll call Xiao Qing. Joanna adjusted her mood and directly dialed Yan Qing's phone. Big sister, did the little brother come to see you? Yan Qing laughed on the phone. Yes, as soon as he arrived, he beat Jin Yayu. Giggle.
Yan Qing immediately laughed and said, Big sister, I envy you so much, you have a protector. Stupid girl, who insisted on marrying Ye Chen when we were little.
Joanna counterattacked. No, it wasn't me.
Yan Qing's face turned red, she knew that big sister was talking about herself.
Come to my house for dinner tonight.
I'm taking Ye Chen to buy some clothes now, so you remember to come early.
Okay, I know.
After the two of them finished talking on the phone, Ye Chen shrugged and said, Big sister, forget about buying clothes. It's still early until dinner time, so I'll go back to my wife's house first and talk to her.
Oh, you haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already calling her your wife? Joanna gave Ye Chen a cold look and said in a somewhat sour tone. Hey, don't be angry, everyone is entitled. Ye Chen smiled. I'll hit you. Johanna was angry and pretended to hit Ye Chen.
Ye Chen slipped away and said with a smile, Sister, wait for me, I'll be back soon.
After leaving the office, Ye Chen quickly arrived at the lobby on the first floor.
This time, the receptionist was much more respectful when she saw him, and sweetly called out.
Hello, Mr. Yi. I almost forgot about you.
Ye Chen walked over and looked coldly at the receptionist, warning, next time you dare to look down on people, I will definitely let my sister fire you. The receptionist was so scared that she could not speak, and she looked completely different from her arrogant self.
After leaving the Chow group, Ye Chen's phone rang. He picked it up and immediately answered the call. Dragon King, I'm in Ningzhou. What should I do next?
A man's voice came from the other end of the phone.
You only need to find out one thing. Who killed my parents 20 years ago? And, are there any other relatives in my parents' home?
Ye Chen's voice was cold, and his entire demeanor suddenly changed, as if he were a Shura from hell.
Yes, sir.
After hanging up, Ye Chen looked up at the blue sky and his thoughts gradually returned to 20 years ago, a night of thunderstorms. At the time, Ye Chen was only 5 years old. One night, a group of black-clad men suddenly broke into his home and shot his parents dead without a word. The young Ye Chen was so scared that he shivered and curled up behind the door, but the black-clad men still found him. At the critical moment, the old man arrived and killed the black-clad man with a few moves, and then took Ye Chen to Qinglong Mountain.
No matter who you are, I won't let you go.
Ye Chen gritted his teeth. This time he came to Ningzhou not only to marry a wife, but also to find the mastermind behind the plot. The person he just talked to was the first killer of the Dragon Palace, Shadow. With him, he believed that he would soon be able to locate the murderer. And the Dragon Palace is a well-known killer organization. The founder is the old man, and the headquarters is in Europe. In addition to taking some assassination missions, it also helps the country solve some traitors who have fled to Europe.
Ye Chen became the new temple master at the age of 20.
He led the Dragon Palace to stir up the whole of Europe, and he was truly the king of killers. After calming down, Ye Chen was about to stop a car to go to the Su family, but his phone rang again.
This time it was a strange number. Hello, who is this? Ye Chen, where are you? Daughter-in-law? How do you have my phone number? Ye Chen thought again that there was something wrong. Shouldn't a daughter-in-law have her man's phone number? Don't shout, we're not married yet. Tell me where you are, I'll take you home. Su Shui's pretty face turned red, and she said angrily, I'm at the door of the Chow group. You really went to the Chow group? Wait for me, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, a Maserati Quattroporte roared up. Ye Chen recognized it as Su Shui's car. Get in. The window was lowered and Su Shui poked her head out and shouted at Ye Chen. Ye Chen was not polite and smiled as he got into the car, teasing, daughter-in-law, do we live in a villa or a residential area? Villa. That's great, I'm afraid I won't be used to living in a small house. Su Shui was speechless, and started the car and sped off towards her own community. On the way, Su Shui thought for a long time, and finally couldn't help but ask, Ye Chen, what are you doing at the Su group? I'm going to see my senior sister. Ye Chen scratched his head and said apologetically, but I forgot about the Su family. I'll talk to my senior sister later. Ye Chen, I don't like men who lie, do you understand what I mean? Su Shui looked serious. But my sister is really the president of the Chow group. Ye Chen was speechless. Did Su Shui think that he was a man who liked to brag? Su Shui glanced at him and didn't say anything, as if she was thinking about something. Soon, the two arrived at Jiayuan in the south of the city, one of the most luxurious real estate developments in Ningzhou in the early years. Su Shui parked the car in front of a two-story duplex villa. Get out, we're home. Su Shui unbuckled her seatbelt and turned to Ye Chen, reminding him, when you meet my parents, don't mention your sister-in-law. They don't like liars either. Ye Chen nodded helplessly. When he got out of the car, he saw that the duplex villa in front of him was a bit old, but it had a retro feel. Su Shui rang the doorbell. After a while, the door opened, and Li Shangqin came out and saw Ye Chen. She quickly blocked the door and shouted angrily. Daughter, who told you to bring this country boy back? You can't let him in. Mom, I've already agreed to marry Ye Chen, so we're family now. Su Shui patiently explained. Bah! I don't want to be family with this poor boy. Li Shangqin spat and yelled, if you want to be a son-in-law of the Su family, you can do it. If you're capable, you can help you take back your business. Otherwise, don't enter my family store. The Su family doesn't raise idle people. Mom, you're being too harsh. Su Shui was a little angry. Don't call me mom. If you find a good-for-nothing husband, we'll cut off our relationship. After saying that, Li Shangqin grabbed Su Shui's arm and dragged her into the villa, then slammed the door shut, leaving Ye Chen alone outside. Ye Chen frowned and thought to himself, this old woman is really powerful. Chapter 10, Living Off a Woman?
Soon after, the sound of the mother and daughter arguing could be heard from inside the villa.
Shui, I'd better leave first, Ye Chen said and turned to leave. Wait.
The sound of Su Shui came from inside the villa, and then the door opened. Su Shui looked at Ye Chen with tears in her eyes and asked,
You don't even have a place to stay, where are you going to go? My senior has a house. Humph. Did you hear that, my daughter? This guy is a deadbeat. How will you live after you marry him? Li Xiangqin said angrily. Madam, you'd better be polite.
Ye Chen frowned and warned, For the sake of Shui, I won't argue with you, but I hope you'll behave yourself.
You country bumpkin, you dare threaten me?
You're dreaming if you think you can marry my daughter. Li Xiangqin was so angry that her face turned red, and she pointed at Ye Chen's nose and scolded him.
I'm leaving. Ye Chen didn't bother to argue with Li Xiangqin.
This kind of snobbish woman is not worth mentioning.
Where are you going?
I'll send you. As soon as Su Shui finished speaking, Li Xiangqin grabbed her arm tightly and glared at her angrily, saying angrily, If you dare to send him, I'll die for you.
Mom. Su Shui's head was spinning.
She couldn't understand why her mother became like a shrew when she saw Ye Chen.
The daughter-in-law doesn't need to be sent. I'll call a taxi myself. Ye Chen glanced at Li Xiangqin and turned away with a mischievous smile on his face. You bastard. Who are you calling daughter-in-law?
Li Xiangqin was so angry that her lungs were about to explode when she heard Ye Chen call her daughter a daughter-in-law.
Ye Chen didn't care about her at all.
He left the community and was about to hail a taxi on the roadside when he received a call from Yan Chang.
Junior brother, where are you? I'm at the entrance of Jiayuan in the south of the city. I've just been kicked out. Ye Chen laughed at himself. Kicked out? I'll come over to pick you up right away. We'll go to the eldest sister's house together. I'll definitely cook you some good food today. Yanqing laughed. Second eldest sister, why don't we go out to eat?
When Ye Chen heard that Yan Chang was going to cook for him, he was scared stiff. When he was young, he was forced to eat a meal made by his second sister, and he almost lost his life.
What do you mean, you don't like your sister's cooking? Yan Chang said angrily on the phone.
No, you're mistaken.
Then don't say it, I can see you already. What?
Lin Yang hung up the phone and looked up. A black Audi Q8 roared up and then stopped in front of him with a sharp brake.
Get in the car, little brother.
The window was lowered and Yanqing sat in the driver's seat and waved cheerfully.
Do you like driving such a big car, sister? Ye Chen got in the car and took a look at the interior decoration.
He estimated that the car must cost 2 million.
I like bigger ones,
Yanqing said, staring at Ye Chen with a sly smile.
Ye Chen was speechless.
After so many years, his senior sister had become a female driver.
Right, second senior sister, how are the other senior sisters? On the way, Ye Chen suddenly asked.
They are very comfortable. Your third senior sister, Shang Guaning, has set up a martial arts alliance in the south with thousands of disciples. Yan Chang drove while briefly introducing Ye Chan's senior sisters. Fourth senior sister Lu Ruoshi works in the city next to Ningzhou and is the captain of the criminal police team. Fifth sister in Kursan, because of her outstanding looks, became a star after she came down the mountain and quickly became a national icon.
Sixth sister Feng Yuxuan is a flight attendant, and I don't see her more than a few times a year.
The weakest seventh sister Qin Moyao teaches at a medical school in a neighboring province and is already an associate professor. Gee, the sisters are all so successful, it seems I have to work hard.
Ye Chen felt a lot of pressure after listening.
You can lie down if you want, after all, the sisters can support you. Ye Chen was speechless, thinking to himself, Sister, can't you just encourage me to work hard, instead of letting me live off you? Soon, Yanqing drove to a high-end villa area in the suburbs and finally stopped in front of Villa 8. Ye Chen helped Yanqing carry a large bag of vegetables, and the two of them walked smoothly into the villa. You're here, come in and sit down. Joanna changed into a comfortable set of home clothes and invited Ye Chen and the others into the living room with a smile.
Xiaoqing, you've gotten prettier and prettier every day. Joanna gave Yanqing a hug as soon as she saw her. Big sister, don't make fun of me, but your skin is so soft and smooth.
I heard that you and Xiaodi locked the door in the office and stayed there for a long time this afternoon. Yanqing smiled and said. Yes, Xiaoqing, if you're jealous, why don't you come with me tomorrow? I don't care, as long as the little brother agrees. The two women laughed in front of Ye Chen, especially Ye Chen, who was wearing a cheongsam and had a curvy figure. When she laughed, her breasts shook violently, making Ye Chen swallow his saliva. "Senior sister, can we stop driving? After all, I am also a passionate young man." Ye Chen's head was spinning. After the two women had laughed enough, he asked weakly, "Can we cook first, sisters?" "Sure, today I'll show you a trick," Ye Chen said, then got up from the sofa and walked over to Ye Chen, teasing him, "Little rascal, you were quite fascinated by it, right? Who has a better figure, me or the eldest sister?" Phew. Joanna couldn't help but laugh at Ye Chen's embarrassed expression. "Ching, don't make it difficult for the little brother. What dish are you going to cook for me tonight?" "Young chicken. The car is going too fast, I want to get off." Ye Chen was going crazy. Did the two sisters really think he was invisible? Ye Chen walked into the kitchen with her waist twisting, and Joanna took the opportunity to pull Lin Yang onto the sofa, and the two of them started chatting about their daily lives. "Ye Chen, what do you think of the girl your master introduced to you?" "She's quite good, you probably know her, the Su family from Mingzhou, Su Shui." "Oh, so she's from the Su family." Joanna nodded, saying that she didn't know Su Shui, but she knew the Su family. "Right, sister, can the Chow group help me with something?" "Silly boy, what do you mean by help? You can take the entire group whenever you want, of course, I can too." Joanna's pretty face turned red, and her beautiful eyes stared straight at Ye Chen. "Sister, I can't take the business you've worked so hard to build." Ye Chen smiled wryly. If he accepted the kindness of the eldest sister, he would really become a soft-living man. In fact, the Su family and the Chow family have some cooperation, but it seems that someone has intercepted it. Shui wants to get those businesses back, Ye Chen said frankly. "Is that all?" "Don't worry, I'll have my secretary arrange it tomorrow." "Senior sister, you're so nice. Just knowing is enough. I'll have a few drinks with you tonight." Joanna smiled and laughed. Chapter 11, Senior Sister's Temptation. As soon as the voice fell, Ye Chen came out and said it was time to eat. Joanna took Ye Chen's arm and walked into the dining room. The table was set with 5 dishes and 1 soup, as well as 2 bottles of red wine and a bottle of Mao Tai. To celebrate the little brother's descent, let's drink the first glass. Joanna raised her glass. "Okay, drink up." The two sisters were very generous, raising their glasses and drinking them up. In the blink of an eye, 3 glasses of red wine were down. "Two sisters, you should drink slowly, or you will get drunk easily," Ye Chen kindly advised. "If we get drunk, you'll still be there, right?" Ye Chen's face flushed, and her beautiful, watery eyes looked at Ye Chen with affection. "Right, are you afraid that you'll eat me in Ye Chen?" Joanna smiled. "Sister, are you sure that little brother can handle it?" "Of course, Ye Chen is very energetic." "Big sister, how do you know that little brother is energetic? Has he already been eaten by you?" The two women laughed and joked back and forth. Ye Chen sat on the side with a dark face. Did the sisters treat him like honey, eating a bite whenever they felt like it? "Right, Ye Chen, you said you were kicked out. What happened?" Ye Chen put down her wine glass and asked. "Oh, forget it." Ye Chen smiled wryly and told her everything that happened in the afternoon at Su Shui's house. "How dare the Su family bully you like this? Don't be afraid, little brother. If the worst comes to the worst, you can stay here with me. I'm pretty bored living alone anyway." "Big sister, then I'll move in too." "You're moving in too? Afraid I'll monopolize little brother?" Joanna teased. "No, I'm afraid big sister won't be able to handle little brother." After Ye Chen finished speaking, she looked at Ye Chen with a playful expression. "Big sister, you guys can drive yourselves, but don't test my patience, okay? It's so hot, little sister, let's go take a bath." Joanna stood up and stretched, revealing her curvy figure. Ye Chen couldn't help but feel his heart racing, thinking to himself that big sister's figure was really something, much better than Sister Cho Yue from Qinglong Mountain. "Little brother, do you want to take a bath with us?" Ye Chen got up and looked back at Ye Chen, smiling and asking. I'd rather not. You guys go ahead." Ye Chen was stunned. He never thought that the second senior sister would invite him to take a duck and duck bath. Soon, the sound of splashing water and the laughter of 2 women could be heard in the bathroom. Lin Yang was sitting in the living room, drinking cold water. He felt his blood boiling inside him, and the image of the two senior sisters taking a bath kept flashing in his mind. Suddenly, the first senior sister's voice came from the bathroom. "Ye Chen, I didn't bring a towel, please go to my room and get one from the closet." "Little brother, bring an extra one." After Ye Chen finished speaking, the two women's laughter could be heard again in the bathroom. What a sin! Ye Chen had no choice but to get up and go to the master bedroom to get two towels. He walked to the bathroom door and slipped the towels through the crack. "Senior sister, here are your towels. You can come in and give them to us. What are you afraid of? We all took baths together when we were little." Joanna laughed. "I remember that little brother Yi had a birthmark of a black ace of spades on his butt." Ye Chen added. Ye Chen almost vomited blood when he heard this. It was true that the older sisters helped him bathe when he was young, but how did the birthmark on his butt become the ace of spades? Playing poker? After a few minutes, Ye Chen was still reflecting in the living room. He should have just gone with the flow. What's so embarrassing about giving a towel? Just as he was feeling annoyed, Joanna and Ye Chen walked into the living room laughing. Ye Chen froze when he saw them. The two senior sisters were wearing white nightgowns, with their wet hair hanging lazily over their shoulders. The slightly loose nightgowns were open in front, revealing a small patch of tempting snow-white skin to Ye Chen's full view. The Empress's bath shadow is hazy, and the thin gauze half covers her chest. "Little rascal, have you seen enough?" Joanna glared at Ye Chen. "Enough, enough." Ye Chen blushed and quickly looked away, smiling awkwardly. "Senior sister, it's mainly because you are too beautiful that I couldn't help but look at you twice." Puff. Ye Chen couldn't help but smile and said, "You're quite sweet. So tell me, are we beautiful, or is your fiancé beautiful?" Upon hearing this, Joanna also stared at Ye Chen, waiting for his answer. "Of course, both of you are beautiful." Ye Chen was serious, but he didn't expect that the second sister would give him a problematic proposition. While Su Shui was not there, he would first save his own life. "You have good taste." Joanna was very happy to hear Lin Yang say this, and she deliberately puffed out her high breasts. "No, if you keep this up, I won't be polite." Ye Chen made up his mind, but when it came to bedtime, the two sisters slept together and didn't play with him. The next morning, Ye Chen got up and went to the living room. He found that the two sisters were already up and the milk bread was ready in the dining room. "Good morning, sisters." Ye Chen walked to the dining table and sat down with a smile. "What are you going to do today, little brother?" Joanna handed Ye Chen a glass of milk. Ye Chen took the milk cup and said casually, "Su Shui said she would take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate in the morning." "So soon?" When Joanna and Ye Chen heard this, they widened their eyes. Ye Chen even said in a somewhat sour tone, "Little brother, don't be fooled. These trashy girls are now trying to trick innocent young men like you. No way, in their eyes I'm just a bumpkin, what's there to be fooled about?" Ye Chen lifted the milk cup and took a sip. "She's just trying to trick you into getting sick," Joanna teased. Puff. The milk Ye Chen had just drunk came out in a spray. Fortunately, the two sisters were sitting next to him. "Sister, I'm not like you. You're saying that trashy girls will trick me into getting sick in the morning. Am I the monk Tang?" Ye Chen wiped his mouth and smiled bitterly. "If you were the monk Tang, the seven of us would eat you first." Ye Chen threatened Ye Chen. "Seven sisters? Tang monk?" Ye Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Did the second sister want to become a spirit? At this moment, his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Su Shui. "Daughter-in-law, is there anything wrong?" Ye Chen laughed when he answered the phone, but this attracted a lot of dirty looks from Joanna and Ye Chen. "This kid just found a girlfriend, what's so funny about it?" Chapter 12, Getting Married. "Ye Chen, where are you? Have you forgotten that we are going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register?" Su Shui said in a low voice. "I am at my senior sister's house." "Daughter-in-law, why don't you go to the Civil Affairs Bureau first, I will come over later." Ye Chen smiled and said, "Okay, hurry up." The two did not say much, and Ye Chen only realized after hanging up the phone that the two senior sisters were looking at him with a look of resentment. "Two senior sisters, today is the day my junior brother gets his license, don't you have to look at me like this?" Ye Chen was a little embarrassed. "You little brat, you really forgot about your senior sisters after you got a wife."
Ye Chen glared at Ye Chen angrily. It's a false accusation.
Ye Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. Second senior sister, why don't we go get our certificates together?
Poof. Upon hearing this, Joanna couldn't help but smile. Junior brother, do you want to commit bigamy?
Hurry up and don't keep the girl waiting.
It's still the eldest sister who cares about me. Ye Chen smiled. I'm going to get beaten. Don't I care about you?
Ye Chen stretched out her delicate fingers and grabbed Ye Chen's ear. Second senior sister cares about me the most, and it hurts me to death. Ye Chen saw Ye Chen's grinning face and found it funny, so she let go of his ear. After breakfast, Joanna went to the company, and Ye Chen drove Ye Chen to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The sun was just rising, and the golden sunlight was shining on the grass in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The dewdrops were hanging on the tips of the leaves, shining like dazzling diamonds. An Audi Q8 was speeding up and stopped right in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Senior sister, I'll go with my wife to get the certificate first. Ye Chen laughed, and he saw Su Shui outside the car window. Go! Ye Chen said with a sigh, reminding him, if third sister knows you've got the certificate, she'll definitely come and beat you up. That's not going to happen, is it? Ye Chen was dumbfounded when he heard this. Third sister Shang Guaning is the most highly cultivated of the 7 sisters, and she has the most fiery personality. Although she is the third sister, she is actually 1 year younger than Ye Chen. When Ye Chen was little, she often beat him up. One time, Ye Chen was so angry that he grabbed the third sister and kissed her little face, and threatened her, third sister, if I kiss you, you will be my husband. Third sister, if I kiss you, you'll be my husband. If you dare to hit your husband, I'll tell master. Wow. At the time, the third sister, who was only 7 years old and still a cute little baby, was scared to death when she heard that she had a new husband, and she cried out loud. But since then, she really hasn't hit Ye Chen again. Looking back on the past, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile. You're still laughing? I'll tell the third sister in a minute. Ye Chen couldn't help but roll her eyes at the sight. Hey, third sister would never hit me. After saying that, Ye Chen unbuckled his seatbelt, jumped out of the car and waved to Su Shui. Daughter-in-law, I'm here. Su Shui couldn't help but ask curiously when she saw Ye Chen get out of the Audi. Ye Chen, whose car is this? My second sister's. As soon as she finished speaking, Ye Chen honked a few times and drove away without even saying goodbye. Is second sister angry? Ye Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he heard Su Shui whisper in his ear. Did you bring your ID? Let's go in. Okay. Ye Chen smiled and said, from today on, I'm a married man. 20 minutes later, Ye Chen walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau with a small red book in his hand. The small red book had 3 gold-stamped characters, marriage certificate. Wife, we're married now, so why don't we go to a hotel to celebrate? Ye Chen smiled. What are you talking about? Su Shui blushed at the mention of it, and said in a sweet voice, you should come home with me first. After all, you are my legal husband from now on, and I still need to let my parents know. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Ye Chen shrugged his shoulders. He was only suggesting a nice celebration at a hotel. He didn't understand why Su Shui was blushing. Daughter-in-law, why don't I drive for you in the future? Ye Chen suggested from the passenger seat. Can you drive? Su Shui looked at Ye Chen with some suspicion. Of course, I can drive airplanes and tanks, let alone cars. Ye Chen nodded. In some high-end assassinations in Europe, these vehicles are still needed for assistance. He was forced to learn them. Forget it, I'll do it. Su Shui sighed. Ye Chen is good-looking and has excellent medical skills, but he is a braggart. Soon, the two returned to the villa. After getting out of the car, Su Shui summoned up the courage to take the initiative to hold Ye Chen's hand. Ye Chen was stunned, and then he revealed a smile of a pig brother. The daughter-in-law's hands are tender and smooth, and it is extremely comfortable to hold them in your hands. Ye Chen, come in with me. The door was not closed, and Su Shui took Ye Chen's hand and walked into the villa. Li Shangqin and her husband were watching TV in the living room. When they heard footsteps outside, Li Shangqin got up and turned around and smiled. My daughter is back, and I made your favorite braised. Before she could finish the words sea cucumber, she saw Su Shui and Ye Chen together, and the two of them were holding hands. She was so angry that she pointed at Ye Chen and yelled at him. Rascal, what do you want?
Let go of my daughter's hand. Mom, please watch your language.
Su Shui took out her marriage certificate from her bag and shook it, saying lightly, I married Ye Chen. From today on, he is my husband and your son-in-law, not a rascal.
What?
Li Shangqin rushed over as soon as she heard this, and when she took the marriage certificate from Su Shui and looked at it, she was shocked.
Her daughter had actually married a poor boy behind her back? This is no way to live.
Li Shangqin exploded, and she slammed the marriage certificate down on her husband, yelling angrily.
Su Wanda, are you still a man? Your daughter has gone through such a big thing, and you can still sit there? Honey, don't get angry. Let's talk about this slowly. Su Wanda came over with a smile on his face.
He was a man of few words and had no interest in worldly affairs. He was content to let things take their course and had little presence in the family, which was why Li Shangqin despised him.
Slow my ass.
Your daughter has gone through such a big ordeal, and you still don't care. Li Shangqin was furious. After scolding her husband, she turned and glared at Ye Chen, gritting her teeth and saying, You little brat, you must have drugged my
daughter. If you know what's good for you, get out of here right now, or I'll call the police. Sister, you can't say that. I'm from a good family, why would I use drugs?
Ye Chen rolled his eyes. If the old man knew he used drugs, he would break his legs.
Who are you calling sister? You're killing me.
Li Shangqin was so angry that she was about to call the police.
Ye Chen, you come with me. Su Shui simply dragged Ye Chen into her room. Stop right there.
Li Shangqin tried to stop them, but her blood pressure suddenly spiked. As soon as she moved her feet, she felt dizzy and disoriented. If Su Wanda hadn't been quick on her feet to hold her up, the old woman would have fallen to the ground.
Chapter 13, Conspiracy. Bang! Su Shui slammed the door shut, not giving a damn about Li Shangqin. How dare you? You little brat, open the door this instant, you hear me?
Li Shangqin was furious, kicking the door hard, but it didn't budge. Wife, be careful not to get angry and harm your health.
Su Wanda kindly advised. Shut up.
Li Shangqin turned around and glared at Su Wanda angrily, saying, Do you want to see your daughter marry this poor man?
In fact, I think Ye Chen is a very nice young man. He is also very smart and knows medicine.
He is much better than many spoiled young masters.
Su Wanda plucked up the courage to speak his mind. You know nothing. That kid is poor and has nothing. Are you out of your mind? Can't you be a little more promising?
Li Shangqin scolded her husband without mercy.
Mom, don't scold Dad anymore. I decided to marry Ye Chen, and no one can stop me.
Su Shui's voice came from the room. Anyway, Ye Chen is my husband, and he will live in our house from now on.
You. Hearing Su Shui's words, Li Shangqin almost burst with anger.
But she knew her daughter's temper very well, and after a moment she calmed down and snorted.
Ye Chen, don't forget our agreement. If you haven't helped the Su family get their business back, do you still have the face to be with my daughter? Daughter-in-law, your mother is right.
I did have an agreement with her before. In the room, Ye Chen nodded as he admired Su Shui's bedroom.
Don't be silly.
Su Shui looked serious. I'll take care of this matter. I'll go to the Su group in a while and hope to meet Mr. Su. Don't worry, my eldest sister said yesterday that she would let her secretary handle the Su family's affairs.
Ye Chen smiled. Ye Chen, I'm warning you for the last time. I don't like liars. Su Shui said seriously. Knock, knock, knock. What are you doing in there, you little brat? Open the door.
Outside, Li Shangqin was pounding on the door in a near frenzy, seeing no movement in the room for a long time.
Who knows what that kid is doing in there? What if he's humping the cabbage she's raised for over 20 years?
The door opened.
Su Shui walked out.
Li Shangqin let out a sigh of relief when she saw that the two of them were properly dressed, but she still gritted her teeth at Ye Chen and said, Before you help the Su family get back their business, if you dare to set foot in my house again, you will be responsible for all the consequences.
Auntie, it's just a few businesses.
If I can't help the Su family get them back within the deadline, I'll divorce Shui immediately.
Ye Chen smiled lightly. Really?
Li Shangqin's eyes lit up at the news, and she said seriously, Kid, this is what you said.
I didn't force you.
Of course, a man of honor keeps his word.
I will do as I say. Ye Chen, don't be ridiculous. Su Shui was anxious to hear this, and quickly said to Li Shangqin, "Mom, Ye Chen is new to Ningzhou, you can't make things difficult for him." "Am I making things difficult for him? He said he would divorce you if he couldn't do it."
Li Shangqin smiled proudly.
"Yes, I said it." Ye Chen nodded. You're killing me." Su Shui was so angry that her breasts hurt. She tried every means to keep Ye Chen, but the guy didn't appreciate it at all. Li Shangqin was secretly happy to see this.
Those competitors were like wolves and tigers.
She didn't believe that Ye Chen could take back the Su family business. "Daughter-in-law, let's go to Qiao's group now." Ye Chen looked at the time.
He didn't want to wait for the secretary of the eldest sister to contact him, so he decided to go directly to the Su family group.
Su Shui was under a lot of pressure.
She never expected that Ye Chen, who seemed so smart, would be tricked by her mother.
Qiao's group.
Secretary Zhao Min respectfully handed over a list. "Xiao, these are the group's key development projects for the second half of the year, as well as the list of partners."
Xiao Anna took it and glanced at it, then put it down and said lightly, "Hasn't the group always worked with the Su family's advertising company?"
Zhao Min's face flashed with a hint of panic, but she quickly recovered and explained, "Because the person in charge of their company is sick, so Mr. Yang has changed the partners." "No need to change, continue to find the Su family to cooperate."
"This. What, is my speech not effective?"
Joanna's pretty face turned cold, and she looked at Zhao Min coldly.
"Yes, I'll make the arrangements right away." Zhao Min was startled and quickly left the president's office.
But once she was out of the office, she didn't contact the Su family, but immediately went to the office of Vice President Yang Wei.
"What did you say? That bitch Joanna doesn't agree to change partners?"
Yang Wei sat behind his desk with his legs crossed, and when he heard Zhao Min say that, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. He had received money from the other party, so how could he just change partners at will?
"Mr. Yang, what should we do now? What if we anger Ms. Joanna?" "Humph. Joanna is nothing."
Yang Wei took his legs off the desk and slammed his fist on the table. "In the past, I was afraid of her, but now that she has offended the genes, she's going to get into big trouble soon."
"Don't worry about her." "Really?" Zhao Min couldn't help but laugh. "Then when Joanna falls, won't you be the president of the group?" "Hey, you're smart."
Yang Wei got up and walked over to Zhao Min, looking at her curvy figure and smirking. "Secretary Zhao, as long as you do a good job, I guarantee you a bright future." After saying that, Yang Wei reached out and grabbed Zhao Min's butt with his dirty hand.
"Oh, Mr. Yang, you're so annoying."
Zhao Min cried out, "It's inconvenient to go to work now.
How about I invite Mr. Yang to my home for dinner after work?" "You're so sensible." "You can leave first." Zhao Min nodded slightly and then left Yang Wei's office with a small waist.
As soon as she left, Yang Wei took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Soon, a hoarse male voice came from the other end of the phone.
"Lao Yang, what's the matter?"
"Jin Xiao, as you predicted, Joanna wants to give the Su family the project."
Yang Wei said respectfully. "Yes, I know."
At this moment, Jin Yiyu was sitting in his car opposite the Qiao family office building, looking at it and laughing coldly. "How dare you offend me? I'll show you how to deal with this couple."
"Couple?" "Jin Xiao, what do you mean? Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Have you done everything I asked you to do?" "It's done."
Yang Wei hurriedly said, "I found a few homeless people and asked them to slander the quality of the group's new products. In addition, I cooperated with them from the inside and outside. This time, Joanna will be unable to clear herself even if she jumps into the Yellow River." "Very good, I want everyone to know what happens to people who offend my family." Jin Yiyu hung up the phone with a sneer.
Chapter 14, A Rabble?
At this moment, a black Maserati stopped at the entrance of the group, and Ye Chen and Su Shui got out of the car.
"Does this kid have any relationship with the Su family?"
Jin Yiyu saw Ye Chen and a chill ran down his spine. "Jin Xiao, I'll go down and kill him." A middle-aged man was sitting in the passenger seat, his piercing eyes fixed on Ye Chen.
"Don't kill him, just cripple him." "No, it's 5 limbs.
Dare to fight me for a woman, really tired of living."
Jin Yiyu snorted.
"Today he specially brought the family to block Ye Chen, but I didn't expect this kid to really come."
"Do you want to clean up Joanna as well?" the man asked.
"Not yet, let's get rid of her lover first." Jin Yiyu is not a fool. Joanna's background has always been a mystery, but she is a woman who can work hard to build such a large group. The forces behind her are definitely not to be underestimated. Zhong Peng stopped talking when he heard this. He was about to get out of the car when he was stopped by Jin Yayu.
Old Zhong, wait. What's going on? It seems that I'm not the only one who wants to deal with that kid.
Jin Yayu pointed with his finger, and Zhong Peng looked in the direction of his finger. He saw a dozen thugs, who were rushing towards Ye Chen in a threatening manner.
The leader was Ye Chen.
Su Shuai had just reached the entrance of the office building when Ye Chen behind her suddenly said,
"Daughter-in-law, you go find Mr. Chow first. I suddenly have a stomachache. There is a pharmacy across the street.
I'll go buy some medicine."
Ye Chen smiled. "Are you okay?"
"Yeah, just a stomachache."
"It's nothing serious."
"Okay, you go."
Su Shuai didn't think much of it and walked straight into the office lobby.
Ye Chen turned and left when he saw this, but he didn't go across the street.
Instead, he went back the way he came and went to the underground garage. "Kid, stop." A shout of anger came from the street.
Ye Chen turned around and gave a strange smile, then turned and continued walking towards the underground garage. Ye Chen was furious and his face turned green. How dare this kid smile at him when he was about to die? 10 minutes ago, Suja called to tell him that Su Shuai and Ye Chen had come to the Chow group. Ye Chen immediately gathered his men and rushed over without saying a word. The group rushed into the underground garage, but they didn't find Ye Chen's whereabouts.
"Bai Shao, that kid must be hiding under the car."
A smartass next to him said to Ye Chen.
"How dare you?"
Ye Chen was furious when he heard this, and said to his subordinates, "Find him one by one.
Even if you turn the garage upside down, you have to find that kid back. You idiots."
As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Chen came out from behind a pillar, less than 5 meters away from Ye Chen.
"You bastard, who are you calling an idiot?" Ye Chen saw Ye Chen and was extremely angry.
Not only did this guy steal his woman, he also made him offend Professor Yen and Dr. Sun.
"You brought so many people to find me. Do you want to fight?"
Ye Chen looked at Ye Chen with a playful look on his face and said with a smile, "I advise you not to fight, or you will get hurt."
"Fuck. Bai Shao, this guy is too arrogant.
Brothers, let's kill him. Kid, if you know what's good for you, kneel down and apologize to Bai Shao, or we will sink you to the bottom of the river." Hearing the threats from the thugs, Ye Chen disdainfully shrugged and said indifferently, "You bunch of riff-raff, if you want to fight, hurry up, I still have to accompany my wife home later."
"What?" Ye Chen's eyes widened upon hearing this, and he asked sternly, "Kid, who is your wife? Are you sick? You like to ask about other people's wives. But you also know, didn't you invite my senior sister to see my wife yesterday? In the end, you got your ass kicked, didn't you?"
Ye Chen smiled wickedly.
"Son of a bitch. I won't let you go even if you kneel down and call me dad."
"Brothers, kill him for me."
Ye Chen was so angry that he wanted to bite Ye Chen to death.
More than 10 thugs pulled out knives and steel pipes and rushed towards Ye Chen.
Ye Chen did not retreat, but advanced, like a wolf entering a pack of wolves. Soon, screams could be heard in the underground parking lot.
In less than 2 minutes, all the thugs brought by Ye Chen fell to the ground, some with broken hands and legs, all lying on the ground moaning in pain.
Seeing this, Ye Chen was dumbfounded.
He had been fantasizing about Ye Chen kneeling down and begging for mercy, but in the blink of an eye, all his men were lying on the ground. "TSK, I told you they were a bunch of cowards, and now it's your turn." Ye Chen looked at Ye Chen with a playful expression on his face, and he stepped closer to him.
"You, don't come any closer. Do you know who my father is? If you dare to harm me, my father won't let you go."
Ye Chen trembled and backed away, shouting at Ye Chen in a threatening manner. "Don't worry, soon your father won't even recognize you." Ye Chen shrugged his shoulders and clenched his fists, emitting a popping sound. Ye Chen was scared out of his wits. He saw Ye Chen's figure flash and in an instant he was in front of him.
Ye Chen, can we talk this over?"
Ye Chen swallowed hard. But before he could finish speaking, Ye Chen's lightning-fast kick landed on his knees.
Plop. Ye Chen knelt in front of Ye Chen. "Didn't you want me to kneel down and call you dad? Now who's kneeling?"
Ye Chen sneered.
"Ye Chen, don't push it too far."
Ye Chen, who was kneeling, felt humiliated. He wanted to stand up, but found that his legs couldn't move at all. "Don't worry, I won't kill you this time, I'm just giving you a little lesson. However, if you harass my wife again, I promise you will die a miserable death." Ye Chen's voice was cold, and after he finished speaking, he gently tapped Bai Yuchen's waist with 2 fingers. Bai Yuchen felt a sharp pain in his waist, but it soon returned to normal.
Xiao Bai, enjoy your life as an eunuch.
After Ye Chen finished speaking, he turned around and quietly left with his hands behind his back.
Bai Yuchen was kneeling in a daze, wondering what kind of eunuch life Ye Chen was talking about. Bai, what are you kneeling for? Get up.
At this moment, a thug lying on the ground pretending to be dead saw Ye Chen leave and quickly got up, looking at Bai Yuchen with curiosity.
You bastard. Do you think I need your bullshit to get up? Take me to the hospital right now and call my dad to tell him I got beaten up. Bai Yuchen was so angry.
Ye Chen was right in saying that these guys were idiots who didn't know how to do anything. Jin Yeyu sat in the car with a cigar in his mouth, staring at the exit of the underground garage without blinking.
Has Bai Yuchen not finished with that guy yet? Jin Yeyu frowned. Chapter 15, fell into a ditch?
Jin Xiao, Bai's men have always been ruthless.
They wouldn't have killed that kid, would they? Zhong Peng asked suspiciously. It's better to kill him, so I don't have to do it.
As soon as Jin Yayu finished speaking, he saw a familiar figure walking out of the underground garage.
Shit. How did this kid get out? Where are Bai Yuchen and the others?
Jin Yayu was stunned, his eyes almost popping out of his head. It seems that he is also a martial artist, which is interesting. Zhongping narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in his eyes.
He said coldly, Mr. Jin, shall I kill him now?
Forget it. Jin Yayu shook his head and then smiled slyly. I want to see this kid and Bai Yuchen fight each other.
Wouldn't it be nice for us to be spectators? Aren't you and Mr. Bai friends? Zhongping was suspicious. Humph. A petty hustler like him is worthy of being my friend? I understand. Let's go, the show is about to begin.
Jin Yeyu lowered the window and flicked his fingers. The cigar in his hand drew an arc in the air and then fell in the middle of the road.
The Mercedes slowly started and soon disappeared down the street.
Ye Chen came out of the parking lot and was just about to go to the office building to find Su Shui when he saw her coming out of it.
Daughter-in-law, didn't you want to meet Mr. Chiao? Did you settle it so quickly? Ye Chen asked curiously. What did you talk about? I didn't even get to see Mr. Chiao. The receptionist said that you need to make an appointment to see Mr. Chiao. Su Shui sighed softly.
She was frustrated after getting the cold shoulder so early in the morning.
Don't worry. I'll call the eldest sister. She clearly promised to help the Su family yesterday. Ye Chen didn't know that there was something fishy going on, so he immediately took out his phone and wanted to call Joanna. Forget it, you're already embarrassed enough. Su Shui grabbed Ye Chen and frowned. I'll think of something else. Ye Chen, can you not cause me any trouble? Trouble? What are you going to do, daughter-in-law? Ye Chen was speechless. If she couldn't get the business back, Li Xiangqin would keep beating the birds of love. That was unacceptable. She could only wait for the auction that night. Auction?
Yes, it is a celebrity auction held by the Ningzhou Chamber of Commerce.
It is said that President Xiao will also be there. I must seize this opportunity.
Su Shui gritted her teeth and cheered herself on.
Daughter-in-law, don't worry, it will definitely be fine. Ye Chen smiled and said that since he would be able to see the eldest sister that night, things would be easier. Su Shui was no longer in the mood to talk, and walked towards the garage with a gloomy face. Ye Chen followed behind, staring at Su Shui's slender back, and couldn't help but smile. What more could a husband ask for with such a beautiful wife?
As the two of them walked to the exit of the underground garage, they saw Bai Yuchen being helped out by a group of thugs.
Bai Yuchen? What happened to you?
Su Shui was stunned to see Bai Yuchen in such a sorry state, and the thugs around him with bruises and swollen faces. Bai Yuchen looked up and saw Su Shui, and his face turned red. His most disheveled appearance was actually seen by his beloved woman, which was simply too embarrassing.
Hey, need I ask? Master Bai must have accidentally fallen into a ditch while walking, right? Ye Chen looked at Bai Yuchen with a wicked smile on his face. You?
Bai Yuchen gritted his teeth, glared at Ye Chen fiercely, and finally left without even saying hello to Su Shui.
Be careful, Bai Xiao. There's a ditch ahead, don't fall in again. Ye Chen shouted. Hearing this, Bai Yuchen was so angry that he almost vomited blood.
This bastard hit him and still dared to say something sarcastic.
If he doesn't get revenge, how can he stand in Ningzhou in the future? Ye Chen, don't provoke by Ye Chen, his family is not easy to deal with. Su Shuai kindly reminded. Hey, thanks for your concern, wife. Don't be so cheeky. I'm going to get the car, wait for me. Su Shuai said coquettishly. This guy is getting used to calling his wife wife. People who don't know them would think they are an old married couple. Ye Chen's phone rang less than a minute after he stood at the entrance of the parking lot. Junior brother, where are you? Second senior sister? I'm downstairs at Xiao's group. Do you miss me? Ye Chen asked with a smile. I don't miss you at all.
Yan Sheng said angrily on the other end of the phone, I have a very difficult patient.
Come over and help me take a look. What kind of disease is it that you can't cure? Ye Chen was a little surprised. Although his second sister's medical skills were not as good as his, she could cure most diseases with medicine.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a reputation and status in the Chinese medicine world.
Give me the address, I'll be right there. Ye Chen thought about it and agreed. Okay, hurry. Yan Sheng is also an impatient person. After she hung up the phone, Ye Chen received a GPS location the next second. At this moment, Su Shuai also drove out. Ye Chen, my mother just called and asked me to hurry home. Get in the car. Daughter-in-law, I'm afraid I can't go home with you. I still have some things to do. Ye Chen smiled apologetically. You have business to attend to?
Su Shuai looked at Lin Yang up and down, hesitated for a moment and said, Ye Chen, why don't I invest in opening a clinic for you? Men without their own business will be looked down upon.
Thank you for your concern, wife. You can go back first. Ye Chen was unable to laugh or cry. Did his wife want to make him a soft meal? Do you want me to send you somewhere? No, I'll call you later. Okay. Su Shuai didn't insist, and after closing the car window, the Maserati roared out. This girl is quite a good driver.
Ye Chen smiled knowingly, and stopped a taxi on the street, and went directly to the Ningzhou Hospital.
Special care ward of Ningzhou Hospital. There was an old man with white hair lying in the bed, his eyes were closed, his face was black, and he looked very abnormal. Standing by the bed was a middle-aged couple in fine clothes, and their son. Professor Yan, can you tell me what my father has? Feng Jiangwo looked at Yan Qing anxiously.
Mr. Feng, the old man's illness is very complicated, I can't explain it.
Yan Qing shook her head. She had tried many methods, but still couldn't make Feng Sansong better, so she called Ye Chen. Then what kind of professor are you? Feng Jiangwo's wife heard this and angrily shouted, I've always said that Chinese medicine is all a lie.
Madam, please be careful with your words. Yan Qing's face instantly darkened upon hearing this, and she warned, you can say that my medical skills are not good, but you are not allowed to insult Chinese medicine. Husband, please go through the transfer procedures immediately, don't let the mediocre doctor delay the condition of the old man. The woman glared at Yan Qing and said angrily. Chapter 16, The Feng Family Father and Son. My junior brother will be here soon, so please wait a little longer. A doctor has a benevolent heart. Although this family has a bad attitude, Yan Sheng doesn't want to see a life disappear. Not to mention that the old hero who is lying in bed has been on the battlefield and has defended his country. Yan Sheng, don't play dumb with me. Feng Ziluan stood up from the sofa and glared at Yan Sheng. Do you know who my grandfather is? If anything happens to him, I will make you pay for it. What a big mouth. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the ward. Everyone looked and saw Ye Chen standing at the door of the ward, looking at Feng Ziluan with a furious expression. Junior brother, you're here. Yan Sheng hurriedly went up to him and introduced him to everyone. This is my junior brother Ye Chen. He is a highly skilled doctor and will definitely be able to save Master Feng's life. Professor Yan, are you serious? Feng Jiangwo looked at Ye Chen with wide eyes. This young man had just graduated from university, so how could he possibly cure the old man? Honey, what did I say? Li Kan said in a strange voice, Chinese medicine is all a lie. You didn't believe me at first, but now you have nothing to say. Let's go, sister. Ye Chen glanced at the patient and snorted, the old man on the bed won't live for more than 3 days. Why should we stick our necks out for him? After saying that, Ye Chen took Yan Qing's hand and was about to leave. Stop right there. Feng Ziluan strode over and stood in front of Ye Chen, angrily asking. Are you cursing my grandfather to death? If you don't explain yourself, don't blame me for being rude to you.
You're crazy.
Ye Chen frowned impatiently, but when he saw Feng Ziluan's face clearly, he revealed a strange smile.
Kid, what are you laughing at? Feng Ziluan was furious at the sight of this. In Ningzhou, who would dare to laugh at him, Feng Gasha? At this moment, Feng Jiangwo also walked over.
Ye Chen glanced at him and said indifferently,
"It seems that your family has offended someone. Otherwise, why would the other party want your whole family to die? Son of a bitch, what did you say?" Feng Ziluan was so angry that he wanted to get up and fight Ye Chen.
"Husband, this kid is talking nonsense.
You should teach him a lesson."
Li Ken was also adding fuel to the fire.
"Professor Yan, what does your junior brother mean? Does he really think that the Feng family dares not touch him?" Feng Jiangwo's face was gloomy.
Even if he was very elegant, he was not calm when he heard that his whole family would die.
"Junior brother, what is going on?"
Grandpa Feng was a soldier who fought for his country all his life.
He can't joke around like that.
Yan Shang was curious. Ye Chen had no grudges against the Feng family, so he shouldn't have cursed the whole family to death.
A soldier?
Ye Chen's face instantly became solemn when he heard this. He said bluntly, "For the sake of Grandpa, I'll tell you the truth.
He wasn't sick, he was poisoned." Poisoned? Impossible. Grandpa lives a simple life, who could poison him? Feng Jiangwo shook his head. "Kid, are you afraid of getting beaten, so you're making things up to scare us?" Feng Ziluan gritted his teeth and said, "You don't believe it?"
Ye Chen looked at Feng Ziluan with a playful look on his face and said, "Not only the old man, but you and your father are also poisoned. If you don't believe it, press down on the lower half of your belly button, just lightly.
Just press it, I can't be scared by you." Feng Ziluan snorted and then pressed down hard on his belly button. "Idiot."
Ye Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes at this sight.
Didn't he just say to press lightly?
Pressing down so hard, he's looking for death. Sure enough, the next second, a piercing scream came from the ward.
"Son."
No one expected that Feng Ziluan would just press down on his belly button and fall to the ground in pain, with large beads of sweat streaming down his forehead.
"Damn quack doctor, what did you do to my son?"
Li Ken was so angry that he pointed at Ye Chen's nose and asked, "You bitch, dare you point at me again, I'll give you a big slap."
Ye Chen frowned. "Dare you?"
Li Ken was furious, and Feng Jiangwo realized that something was wrong and hurriedly pulled his wife.
"Mister, what is your last name?"
Feng Jiangwo's attitude changed 180 degrees.
Any fool can tell that Ye Chen is no ordinary person. Otherwise, how could he have seen that Feng Ziluan was sick at first glance? "My name is Ye Chen."
"Ye Doctor, Professor Yan, I am truly sorry for causing you to suffer today,"
Feng Jiangwo said with a sincere face. "Brother Yi, I was blind and didn't recognize you. Please save our family."
Feng Ziluan got up from the ground with great pain, and looked at Ye Chen with awe. "Senior sister, you decide whether to stay or leave." Ye Chen didn't bother to deal with the Feng family father and son, but turned to look at Yan Shang. "Professor Yan, you can't just stand by and watch someone die, I beg you."
Feng Ziluan was really scared.
That blow almost killed him, and now he wouldn't dare to act like a fool even if he was beaten to death.
"Younger brother, let's save the person first."
Yan Sheng had a noble medical ethics, and although the Feng family had insulted her before, she didn't dwell on it.
"Okay, I'll listen to my senior." Ye Chen nodded and walked over to the bed, opened Feng Sanson's eyelids and took a look.
The old man's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, like a spider web, and looked very scary. "Paper and pen, and bring in a basin of warm water." Ye Chen didn't even turn his head, and said to himself,
"I'll arrange it right away." Feng Jiangwo quickly left the ward and returned a few minutes later with everything.
Ye Chen took the paper and pen and wrote 3 prescriptions, handing them to Feng Jiangwo and saying,
3 prescriptions must be boiled into 3 bowls of medicine." "I understand."
Feng Jiangwo was now completely subservient to Ye Chen, nodding like a chicken pecking at rice.
"Dad, let me go."
Feng Ziluan thought his father couldn't run fast enough, so he took the prescriptions and ran out of the ward. After a while, there was a commotion outside the room, and then Feng Ziluan pushed the door open, carrying a plastic bag with 3 cans of cooked medicine. But behind him were 2 men in white coats.
"President Luo, Director Lu, why are you here?" Yan Chang was surprised to see the visitors.
"Professor Yan, we heard that you prescribed a medicine for Mr. Feng, so we came to take a look."
President Luo Liang said in a low voice. Is there a problem? Cough cough, Professor Yen.
Although my medical skills are not as good as yours, there is something wrong with your prescription. The combination of drugs and dosage is like poison.
The person who spoke was an old man with gray hair. This person is Lu Shang, the director of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, and he is also quite famous in Ningzhou.
When everyone heard this, they looked at each other, not knowing what Lu Shang meant.
Chapter 17, Worm. Poison? Ye Chen was suspicious. Look for yourself.
The prescription calls for 50 grams of aconite, which is more than enough to kill a patient. I would say it's even more poisonous than pesticides.
If a patient drinks it, they'll die immediately.
Lu Shang said frankly. My junior's medical skills are better than mine, so he must have a reason for writing this prescription. Ye Chen of course knew what 50 grams of aconite meant, but she believed Ye Chen more.
Your junior? Luo Liang frowned and subconsciously looked at Ye Chen. I wrote the prescription. Ye Chen smiled faintly and said frankly, it's true that it's difficult for ordinary doctors to understand, and I won't blame you. Just study more in the future. Damn.
This kid is young, but he pretends to be a good doctor. Lu Shang was even more angry when he heard it, and his beard was all up. From what Ye Chen meant, he was just an ordinary doctor. To put it bluntly, he was just a mediocre doctor.
Nonsense. Luo Liang couldn't help but frown and say, Professor Yen, you are a visiting professor at the hospital, how can you act recklessly? Who will be responsible if something happens to Mr. Feng?
Don't worry, Dean, I will be responsible if something happens. Ye Chen said without hesitation.
You? Luo Liang was speechless.
Although he was the dean, Ye Chen had a very high status in the Chinese medicine world, and he could not afford to offend him. He had no choice but to turn to Feng Jiangmo and say, Mr. Feng, you have to think it over.
You all heard what Director Lu said, right?
Yes, we did.
Feng Jiangmo nodded and thought for a moment before saying, but the hospital still hasn't been able to confirm what my father's illness is. If we keep waiting, my father will die anyway.
Mr. Feng, don't worry. We have already gathered all the experts in the hospital to study my father's condition. I believe we will have results soon. Lu Shang said from the side.
Soon? Feng Ziluan couldn't help but sneer, Director Lu, do you think my father and I are sick?
Of course people get sick, but I see that you two have rosy cheeks, so your health must be much better than ordinary people.
Lu Shang smiled slightly and gave a small rainbow fart. Bullshit. Feng Ziluan wanted to hit someone as soon as he heard it.
Not long ago, he almost died of pain, and Lu Shang, that old bastard, actually lied to him and said that his health was better than ordinary people?
What a hammer.
Lu Shang was also dumbfounded when he heard this.
Had he shot his own ass?
Cough cough, President Luo, thank you for your kindness, but we still want to try Dr. Ye's medicine.
Feng Jiangmo cleared his throat and said. This, okay. Luo Liang saw that the other party was unconvinced and had no choice. President, why don't we stay and learn about this Dr. Ye's magical prescription? Lu Shang looked at Ye Chen and said sourly. Although Luo Liang didn't say anything, he really stayed. He also wanted to see how good the doctor that Ye Chen was praising was. Dr. Yi, what should we do now?
While it's still hot, give the first prescription to the old man to drink.
Ye Chen said indifferently. I'm afraid the old man can't drink it? Feng Jiangwo looked at his father who was unconscious in the hospital bed and subconsciously frowned. If he can't drink it, then just pour it in. The Feng family was helpless and could only carefully pour the entire bowl of medicine into the old man's mouth. Time passed by minute, but Feng Sangsong showed no signs of waking up. Feng Jiangwo was also impatient and asked. Dr. Yi, why hasn't my father woken up yet?
Don't worry, he'll wake up soon. You can take the basin over first, it will be useful later.
Ye Chen's mouth curled up.
As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Sangsong on the bed suddenly opened his eyes and sat up straight from the bed, just like a corpse coming back to life in a movie.
Dad! Grandpa! Feng Jiangwo and his family were overjoyed at the sight and hurried to the bed. I'm going to throw up.
Feng Sangsong pointed to his throat and then leaned over the edge of the bed to vomit. Li Kan, seeing this, wanted to please her father-in-law, so she hurriedly went over with a basin of water and said with a smile, Dad, if you want to throw up, just throw up.
Your daughter-in-law is here to help you. Wow!
Feng Song was not polite, and he opened his mouth and spat out a large black, slimy liquid. The room was instantly filled with a foul smell, and everyone involuntarily pinched their noses. Li Chen was unlucky, as she was holding the basin with both hands and was closest to the old man. After vomiting a few times, Feng Song let out a long sigh of relief and lay back on the bed with a satisfied look on his face. Li Chen hurriedly put down the basin and ran out of the room at a 100-meter sprint.
Dad, are you okay?
Feng Jiangwo saw his father's face gradually turning rosy, and he also let out a sigh of relief.
I feel much better. Feng Song nodded slightly, and seeing Luo Liang standing in the ward, he couldn't help but ask, Dean Luo, you saved the old man, didn't you? Grandpa, it was Dr. Yi who saved you. Feng Ziluan had long been in awe of Ye Chen, and he hurriedly told the whole story. Feng Song looked at Ye Chen and said with gratitude, since ancient times, young heroes have emerged. Dr. Lin, thank you. It's nothing. You've already vomited most of the poison in your body. You'll be fine after a few days of Chinese medicine. Ye Chen smiled. Poison? Everyone was stunned. Luo Liang exclaimed, impossible. We did a full physical examination on the old man and didn't find any poison in him. Look at that basin of water, what's in it?
Ye Chen pointed to the basin of water and said lightly. Hearing Ye Chen say this, Feng Jiangwo and his son, as well as Luo Liang, all leaned forward to take a closer look, but they were all dumbfounded. In the murky water, countless tiny white worms were wriggling frantically. Their bodies were as thin as hair, but there were an astonishing number of them. How could this be? Su Jiangwo endured the nausea and looked at Ye Chen in shock. Feng Song struggled to get up and looked into the water, also dumbfounded. I said, all three of you have been poisoned, someone wants your whole family to die, now do you believe it? In a few days, the worms will grow up and eat the old man's insides, even if the gods come to help, there will be no hope. Ye Chen said calmly. This is ridiculous. This is asking the Feng family to be wiped out. Feng Song was shaking with anger, and angrily said, Jiangwo, you immediately find out who wants to put our Feng family to death. Okay, father. Feng Jiangwo also gritted his teeth with hatred. Dr. Yi, what about me and my father? Feng Ziluan was anxious. He didn't want the worms to eat his internal organs. There are still 2 bowls of medicine, you drink it. As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, Feng Ziluan rushed over and picked up a bowl of dark-colored Chinese medicine, drinking it down in large gulps. Chapter 18, A Sea Turtle? Seeing that his son had already started drinking, Feng Jiangwo quickly picked up a bowl of medicine and gulped it down. After drinking, the father and son both let out a sigh of relief, and Feng Ziluan even smacked his lips and said, It's so delicious, I've never thought that Chinese medicine could taste so good. Luo Liang, who was standing nearby, couldn't help laughing and crying at the same time. He thought to himself, this is your life-saving medicine, how could it not taste good? At this moment, Li Chen came in after vomiting outside. He learned that the Feng family had all drunk the medicine, and he was suddenly panicked. He hurriedly said to Ye Chen, Little doctor, you better write me a prescription too, or I'm dead. Li Chen was relieved to hear that he was not poisoned. Thank you, Dr. Lin, for saving our family. I will write you a check for the consultation fee right away. Feng Jiangwo said to Ye Chen with gratitude. You can give the consultation fee to my senior sister. I have to go first. Where are you going, little brother? Yanqing asked. I'm going home. My wife is still waiting for me at home. Ye Chen smiled. You're so conceited. Don't get kicked out again. Yanqing couldn't help but roll her eyes at this. Since meeting Su Shuai, has the little brother not been tired of talking about his wife? Senior sister, I'm leaving. Are you going to dinner at the senior sister's house tonight? I've learned a new recipe for braised mushrooms. I'll make them for you tonight. No, thank you, senior sister. When Ye Chen heard that Yan Chang wanted to make braised mushrooms for him, he quickly ran out of the ward in fear. Red umbrella, white pole, after eating, lie on the board together, lie on the board, sleep in the coffin, then bury the mountain together. Ye Chen, who had run out of the ward, suddenly heard this catchy song in his head. In the ward, Feng Song said to Yanqing with gratitude, thanks to Professor Yan and Yi Xiaoyu, otherwise my Feng family would have been unlucky. Feng said with a serious expression, it is the duty of a doctor to save lives. Jiangwo, write a check to Professor Yan. You must thank him properly. Good father.
Feng Jiangwo did not hesitate. He wrote a check for 10 million yuan and handed it to Ye Chen with a smile. Professor Yen, this is a little consultation fee. Please be sure to accept it. Lu Shang accidentally glanced at the amount on the check and immediately felt bad. He had never earned so much money in his entire life. Okay, I'll take it for my junior. Yen Sheng took a look at the check and nodded. Everyone, I have to leave now. Professor Yen, wait. Luo Liang hurriedly chased after Yen Sheng as he walked out. Dean Luo, is there something else? Yen Sheng walked to the door and turned to look at Luo Liang suspiciously. I didn't expect Professor Yen's junior to be so good. I wonder which hospital he works at. Luo Liang asked with a smile. He just arrived in Ningzhou and hasn't found a job yet. That's great. Liang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, Can you ask Dr. Yi to work at our hospital? Don't worry, no matter what conditions he sets, I'll agree. To show his sincerity, Liang was willing to spend a lot of money. But if a person who can cure a disease that no expert in the hospital can cure it with a bowl of soup, it would be a shame to miss out on such a talent, wouldn't it? I'll ask him later, but it's up to him to decide whether he agrees or not. Yen Qing turned and left the room, followed by Luo Liang. The Feng family was left alone in the room. Jiangwo, how much did you just give Professor Yen? Feng Sansung asked as he and the others left. 10 million. That's too little. We must befriend someone as talented as Yi Xiaoyu. Feng Sangsong thought for a moment and said bluntly, Yi Xiaoyu has just arrived in Ningzhou and probably doesn't have a place to stay yet. Hurry up and go after him and give him Villa number 1 at the Yunding Villa. Okay, father, I'll go right now. Feng Jiangwo was stunned, and immediately got up and left the ward, quickly heading towards the hospital entrance. Feng Ziluan swallowed his saliva. The Yunding Villa is the most luxurious villa area in Ningzhou developed by the Feng family. The villa number 1 that Grandpa mentioned is even more valuable, worth hundreds of millions. Ye Chen was waiting for a taxi at the hospital entrance when suddenly Feng Jiangwo's voice came from behind him. Dr. Yi. Mr. Feng, what's wrong? Ye Chen turned around and saw Feng Jiangwo running towards him. Thanks to Dr. Yi for saving my life this time. I have a gift for you. Please don't refuse. A gift? Feng Jiangwo took out a set of keys from his pocket and smiled. These are the keys to Villa number 1 in the Hentaying Villa. Mr. Yi, you will be the owner of the villa from now on. That's too kind of you. Dr. Yi saved 3 lives in our family. What's the big deal about a villa? Okay, I'll accept it with gratitude. Ye Chen accepted the key, and Su Jiangwo let out a sigh of relief. He exchanged a few words with Ye Chen and then returned to the ward. The Feng family is quite wealthy. Ye Chen smiled as he looked at the key in his hand. Just then, a taxi drove up. He reached out and got in. Soon, Ye Chen arrived at the Su family. He rang the doorbell, and Li Xiangqin opened the door. When she saw it was Ye Chen, her face instantly turned dark, and she angrily blocked the door and said, You little brat, why are you here again? You're not allowed in. I'm here to see my wife, not you, why won't you let me in? Ye Chen was very annoyed with Li Xiangqin. If it weren't for Su Shuai, he really wanted to slap her. Who is your wife? You're just trying to get a piece of the action. To tell you the truth, I've introduced a young talent to Shuai. He'll be here later, so get out of here. After saying that, Li Xiangqin pretended to close the door. Mom, what are you doing? At that moment, Su Shuai appeared. She pulled Ye Chen in and said angrily, I and Ye Chen are already a legal couple. I'm messing around? Li Xiangqin was stunned, then she became furious. Look at this kid, what part of him is worthy of you? Mom introduced you to a returnee, he has money and knowledge, isn't he better than this kid? Turtle? Ye Chen smiled and said, Daughter-in-law, it turns out your mother likes seafood. I'll treat you to a meal someday, we can eat as much as we want. Poof. When she heard Ye Chen say this, Su Shuai, who was still angry, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Li Xiangqin was so angry that her face turned green. This kid is doing it on purpose, what sea turtles and crabs, as if this is a seafood market. Wife, since the daughter has already received the marriage certificate, why don't you just let it go? Su Wanda also came out and earnestly persuaded, otherwise, if the neighbors know about this, how embarrassing for our family. Su Wanda, you still know how to save face? Li Xiangqin suddenly exploded, pointing at Su Wanda's nose and lecturing him. The most useless man in the Su family is you. Which one is not better than you?
Only our family is still living in this old house.
If you want to save face, go to Hentang Resort and buy a big villa. Chapter 19, Flowers on Cow Dung? This. Su Wanda smiled bitterly. He only had a 10% stake in the family company.
Although his life was more comfortable than the average person, it was impossible for him to buy a villa in Hentang Resort because not only did you have to be rich, but you also had to have status to live there.
Humph. I don't know if I was blind when I married you.
Li Xiangqin was aggressive and didn't spare her husband any face.
Mom, how can you say that? As long as the family is safe and healthy, why do we have to live in a big villa? I don't care.
Su Shuai spoke up for her father.
Ah. Ye Chen scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Daughter-in-law, you don't like living in a big villa?
Then I'll give your mother the villa in Hentang Resort that I have in my hands. Li Xiangqin laughed at the sound of it, and she looked at Ye Chen with disdain, snorting.
Kid, you're quite a bragger. If you have a house in Hentang Resort, I will let Shuai marry you right away.
You will be the boss of the family, and I will call you uncle.
Ye Chen, don't talk nonsense. Su Shuai frowned slightly. If you lie again, I won't talk to you. Daughter-in-law, I really have it.
Ye Chen had no choice but to take out the key and explain, I just saved the Feng family's old man.
They gave it to me personally, and they said it was the key to villa number 1.
Young man, you should know when to stop joking. You can't keep making the same mistake over and over again.
Su Wanda couldn't bear to listen any longer. I'm not joking. Okay. Kid, you're the one who said it.
Li Xiangqin rolled her eyes and looked at Su Shuai seriously and said, Daughter, tomorrow we'll go to Hentang Resort.
If this kid is lying, you should divorce him right away. Mom. I will not give in this time.
The Su family has strict family values and will never tolerate a liar.
Li Xiangqin was resolute. Well, daughter, I support your mother this time. Su Wanda looked serious. Ye Chen, you come with me.
Su Shuai bit her lips lightly and took Ye Chen's hand and walked straight back to her room. This time, Li Xiangqin did not stop her, because she would never believe that Ye Chen could own a villa in Hentang Resort. In the room, Su Shuai's almond-shaped eyes were wide open, glaring at Ye Chen angrily.
Daughter-in-law, why are you looking at me like that?
Ye Chen smiled wryly, wondering how he had offended this girl.
Ye Chen, why can't you stop telling lies?
Su Shuai said in a somewhat disappointed tone, Now that my mother has caught you in this lie, I'll see what you do tomorrow.
So that's what this is about.
Ye Chen smiled faintly.
You can still smile? Even my father is angry this time. Forget it.
At tonight's auction, I can get the Su family's business back, and then maybe my mother will forgive you.
Su Shuai sighed lightly. Strictly speaking, Ye Chen is a quality man. He is highly skilled in medicine and handsome, but why does he like to lie? He is also unrepentant, which is really a headache.
Ye Chen shrugged and said nothing.
Su Shuai looked at him and said, Let's go. I'll take you to buy a decent outfit first. Are my clothes not good enough? Ye Chen was taken aback.
Everyone attending the auction tonight is a celebrity in Ningzhou, and your clothes are too rustic.
Let's go, I'll buy them for you, you don't have to spend any money.
Su Shuai thought that Ye Chen was shy and offered to pay for them herself. Ye Chen was speechless when he heard this.
It seems that he is really going further and further down the path of eating soft food.
When the two left the room, Li Xiangqin heard that her daughter was taking Ye Chen to buy clothes and couldn't help but snort.
She even has a villa at the Hentang Resort, but she doesn't even have a decent piece of clothing. How can she be so shameless? Ye Chen, don't mind her.
My mother is just a sharp-tongued but kind-hearted person. Su Shuai quickly tried to smooth things over and quickly led Ye Chen away from home.
Humph. You don't have to say anything nice.
I'll show him up tomorrow. Li Xiangqin gritted her teeth and said.
Wife, you should forgive people when you can. Forget it, shut up. Su Wanda shrunk her neck. The tigress was going to eat her. She had better shut up. Emerald Lake Shopping Center.
Ye Chen got out of the car and followed Su Shuai into the mall, finding a brand store that specialized in men's clothing.
Miss, what would you like to buy? The waitress came up with a smile. Please help him choose a suitable suit. Su Shuai nodded and pointed to Ye Chen standing behind her. Oh, this gentleman.
The waitress took a look at Ye Chen and immediately showed a look of disdain on her face.
Have you had enough?
If you look again, I'll charge you,
Ye Chen said indifferently. Please follow me.
The waitress pouted her lips and deliberately led Ye Chen to the most expensive men's clothing area of the counter, sneering, "Sir, you can try on the clothes here, but they are very expensive."
It's expensive, but my wife will pay for it anyway. Ye Chen shrugged.
After that, he casually picked out a suit and walked into the fitting room.
Shameless. This guy is a freeloader, but he's so arrogant. The waitress couldn't help but take another look at Su Shui. How could such a beautiful girl like Ye Chen, a country bumpkin? It's really a flower stuck on cow dung.
After a while, Ye Chen came out of the fitting room.
Honey, what do you think? Ye Chen frowned slightly.
He felt that wearing a suit was no better than wearing a t-shirt, and he was not at all comfortable.
Su Shui looked back and couldn't help but be stunned.
She saw Ye Chen wearing a black suit and a black bow tie, which made him look more mature. The collar of his white shirt was slightly open, revealing his tan skin. His eyes were deep and bright, his nose was high and straight, and his lips were sexy. When they were combined, his handsome face looked even more handsome.
So handsome.
The waitresses in the shop were about to burst into stars in their eyes.
Daughter-in-law, is it okay? Say something. What's the matter with you always looking at me?
Ye Chen's face turned red. Sure enough, he was not suited to wearing a suit.
No, it's nothing. You look great in this outfit. Su Shui was a little distracted.
She had to admit that she had been tempted for a moment, and even some images that shouldn't have appeared in her mind.
But I always feel awkward. Why don't you change into a t-shirt?
Ye Chen stretched out his arms and looked a bit constrained.
No, just this one. Don't take it off.
Waitress, please check out. Su Shui was very satisfied with Ye Chen's outfit and smiled as she prepared to go to the front desk to check out.
Hey, isn't this Su Shui?
At this moment, a strange voice came over.
Chapter 20, A Bumpkin?
Su Shui turned around and saw a young woman with a seductive look on her face, walking towards them with a middle-aged man on her arm.
Song Lele, you're here to buy clothes too?
Yes. This mall isn't your family business, so just because you can come here to shop doesn't mean I can't.
Song Lele's words were sharp. She and Su Shui were high school classmates.
Both of them were beautiful girls, but Su Shui was better than Song Lele in every way, so she felt very unhappy.
Lele, is this your friend?
The middle-aged man had a Mediterranean hairstyle.
When he saw Su Shui, he instantly brightened up. What a beautiful woman. If I could make her happy under me.
Yes, she is my high school classmate, Su Shui.
Hello, Miss Su, I am Huang Ji, the manager of the Jade Lake Shopping Mall.
After saying that, Huang Ji extended his big pig's paw, but Su Shui chose to ignore it.
Huang Ji smiled embarrassedly, but he was not angry.
He likes women with character, because conquering them is more fulfilling.
Song Lele was jealous. She glanced at Ye Chen and deliberately raised her voice. Shui, you have a new boyfriend?
He looks so young, he must be doing badly.
Humph, Ye Chen is a doctor, he's not as bad as you say. Su Shui frowned slightly and retorted. A doctor?
Song Lele's face immediately darkened at the sound, and her expression was even more uncomfortable than eating a fly.
Why is Su Shui able to find a handsome and young doctor boyfriend, while she can only find an oily uncle?
Even if he is a doctor, he is just a working man who treats people.
Song Lele snorted, hugging the middle-aged man's arm and pretending to be intimate. My husband Huang is a successful man.
He manages such a large shopping mall, which is much better than a little doctor.
You.
Su Shui was so angry that she didn't want to talk.
Daughter-in-law, let's not talk to idiots, otherwise she will lower your IQ and then use experience to defeat you.
Ye Chen shrugged and said indifferently, anyway, I've already bought my clothes, let's go.
You bastard, what did you say?
Song Lele, who was already unhappy, instantly exploded at Ye Chen's words, pointing at Ye Chen and scolding him. How dare you scold me? I'll fix you if you don't believe me.
You better take care of yourself first. You're not going to the hospital for a gynecological problem. What are you doing here? Ye Chen looked at Song Lele with disdain. You, what nonsense are you talking about?
Song Lele's face changed dramatically upon hearing this, and she hurriedly turned to Huang Ji and said, Old Huang, this kid is cursing me, don't you help me teach him a lesson.
Huang Ji glanced at Su Shui and said coldly, Kid, for for the sake of this beautiful lady, you can just apologize to my girlfriend, otherwise you will be kicked out of this mall immediately. The mall is yours? Ye Chen frowned. It turns out to be a bumpkin. Song Lele immediately mocked. Don't you know that the Jade Lake is owned by the Qiao Group? Shuei, your eyesight is really getting worse. Su Shuei's face turned red.
The Jade Lake is a landmark shopping mall in Ningzhou, and it is indeed well known to everyone. Oh, it turns out to be the property of the eldest sister. Ye Chen suddenly realized. He glanced at Huang Ji and said suspiciously, then aren't you also a worker? I thought the mall was yours. You really don't know how to take a hint. Huang Ji was furious and immediately took out his phone and made a call. Soon, several security guards rushed into the clothing store. The lead security guard walked up to Huang Ji with a flattering smile and said, Mr. Huang, which ignorant guy made you angry? I'll help you throw him out. It's him. Song Lele pointed at Ye Chen and yelled, and the suit on him. How can this bumpkin wear a suit? Take it off him. The security guard saw that Song Lele was holding Huang Ji's arm, so he didn't say much. He walked to Ye Chen with a dark face and sneered. Buddy, if you know what's good for you, follow me to the security office, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. What do you want? This is a society ruled by law. Su Shuei saw the situation was not good and hurriedly stepped forward and said, Hey, you're too naive, beautiful girl. Here I am the law, I say so. Huang Ji looked at Su Shuei with a lecherous look on his face and smirked, You think the kid won't get beaten? How about having dinner with me tonight? Bah! You're dreaming. Su Shuei spat. Brother Huang, you see, she doesn't give you face, why are you still so nice to her? Song Lele was jealous when she saw this. Then don't blame me. Captain Zhang, this kid doesn't know how to appreciate, teach him a lesson. Huang Ji gritted his teeth. If you dare to mess around, I'll call the police. Su Shuei was anxious and angry, and she directly blocked Ye Chen. Daughter-in-law, don't be so nervous, I'll make a call too. Ye Chen smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, this little girl is trying to protect me, but she's still quite protective and a good woman. Pretending to be a big shot, a bumpkin trying to call for help? Song Lele sneered coldly. Kid, I'll follow you for a minute and see who you can call. Trying to scare me, forget it. Huang Ji also looked disdainful. I hope you can still say that later. Ye Chen's mouth curled up in a sly smile, and he immediately took out his phone and dialed Joanna's number. Little brother, I was just about to call you. Joanna's soft voice came through the phone. Calling me? Ye Chen was stunned. Well, there's an auction tonight. Why don't you accompany your senior sister? Senior sister, I'm going to accompany my wife tonight. She's going to the auction too. You little brat, you don't want your senior sister when you have a wife? Joanna's voice was a little resentful. Ye Chen was at a loss for words. How did he feel that the senior sister was jealous? Say it, what is the matter with me? Senior sister, I was buying clothes at the Jade Lake Shopping Center, and a guy named Huang Ji said he wanted to fix me. Ye Chen smiled with a relaxed look on his face. How dare he? If Huang Ji doesn't want to work anymore, give him your phone. Okay. After Ye Chen finished speaking, he handed the phone to Huang Ji, and smiled playfully, Bright top, Ms. Qiao wants you to answer the phone. Ms. Qiao? Huang Ji frowned at once when he heard this. He didn't think Ye Chen was joking, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Could it be that this kid really knows General Manager Qiao? When Huang Ji took the call, he just put the phone to his ear and said hello, and then he heard Joanna's angry scolding from the other end of the phone. Huang Ji, do you want to quit? How dare you make things difficult for my junior? General Manager Qiao, I. Cut the crap. Apologize to my junior right now, or you'll be out of a job. Tomorrow. Pop. Joanna was already angry, and she hung up the phone angrily. Now it was Huang Ji's turn to be dumbfounded. Listening to the beeps in the receiver, he swallowed hard and turned to Ye Chen, revealing a smile that was even uglier than crying. Chapter 21, Money doesn't just blow in the wind. Can I have my phone back? Ye Chen looked at Huang Ji with a teasing look on his face. Mr. Yi, your phone. Huang Ji hurriedly handed the phone to Ye Chen with both hands, his attitude very respectful. The security guard had good eyesight and saw Huang Ji's attitude change drastically, so he quickly put away the rubber roller in his hand and at the same time revealed a spring-like smile.
Reading people's expressions is a necessary skill for security guards. Brother Huang, you're being too kind to this kid.
Song Lele, however, did not notice anything unusual and pointed at Ye Chen and said angrily, "This bumpkin still dared to call and scare you, so quickly get rid of him."
Pop. As soon as the words fell, there was a loud slap on the scene. Get your sister.
Huang Ji was furious, and slapped Song Lele in the face, angrily saying, "If you dare to be rude to Mr. Yi again, I'll beat you to death."
Brother Huang, why did you hit me? Song Lele covered her face and looked at Huang Ji in horror. Shut up. Song Lele dared not speak again.
Huang Ji saw this and said to Ye Chen with a smile on his face, "Mr. Yi, this bitch dared to scold you.
I have already taught him a lesson for you. Do you still want me to go to the security office?" Ye Chen sneered. No, no, no.
Huang Ji was scared when he heard this and hurriedly waved his hands and begged, "I was blind and didn't know who you were.
Please forgive me, Mr. Yi. Just forget about me and let me off this time."
Everyone was shocked when they heard Huang Ji say this. Especially Su Shui, she looked at Ye Chen with a confused look on her face.
Could it be that his senior sister is really General Qiao? Impossible.
Su Shui quickly denied her own thoughts. After all, the difference between Ye Chen and Joanna was too great.
That's easy for you to say. Ye Chen's face was gloomy. Mr. Yi, what do you want in order to forgive me?
Huang Ji wanted to cry but had no tears.
If he doesn't get Ye Chen's forgiveness, he will lose his job tomorrow. Thinking about his mortgage and car loan, Huang Ji wanted to die. Ye Chen, let's just forget about it.
Su Shui was a woman after all, and when she saw Huang Ji begging for forgiveness, she was moved and persuaded Ye Chen.
Okay, I'll listen to you. Ye Chen smiled and said, "I'll listen to you, my wife."
He then took Su Shui's small, white hand and played with it in his palm.
It was soft and smooth. Su Shui's face turned red and she glared at Ye Chen. This guy actually took advantage of the situation? Huang Ji was relieved to hear this and quickly smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Su." Ye Chen, I'll go pay first. Let's go home.
Su Shui said. "I'll pay for the clothes, as a small compensation for offending Mr. Yi." Huang Ji is not stupid to become a manager of a shopping mall. If he can use this opportunity to make friends with Ye Chen, it's a great deal.
No need. Daughter-in-law, let him pay the bill. I just asked for 20,000 yuan for this suit.
Our money is not blown in the wind, so we should save as much as possible,
Ye Chen said very seriously.
Huang Ji heard this and his mouth twitched. His money wasn't made from the wind, either.
After buying the clothes, Ye Chen led Su Shui out of the store. Huang Ji personally escorted them to the door.
Ye Chen stopped before leaving, looked back at Huang Ji, and said with a smile, "Manager Huang, I suggest you go to the hospital for a checkup, or you'll regret it."
Hospital?
Huang Ji then remembered that Ye Chen was a doctor, and he had also said that Song Lele was sick. After sending Ye Chen away, Song Lele came over with a pained look on her face and said pitifully, "Brother Huang, don't listen to that guy's nonsense.
I'm very clean. Get out."
Huang Ji, who was furious, pushed Song Lele away and said with gritted teeth, "I'm going to the hospital right now.
If it's really like Mr. Yi said, I'll see how I can fix you."
Song Lele was dumbfounded when she heard this, because she really was sick, and it was left to her by her last boyfriend. After leaving the mall, Ye Chen just got into the car, but Su Shui was staring at him.
"Daughter-in-law, what do you mean by looking at me like that?"
Ye Chen smiled wickedly.
Had he become handsome again?
"Behave yourself." Su Shui frowned slightly and asked, "Tell me the truth.
Why do you know President Qiao?"
"She is my senior sister."
"Didn't I say that several times already?" Ye Chen shrugged his shoulders and looked innocent. "Really?"
"Absolutely. I'll take you to see her tonight if you don't believe me."
"Let's talk about it later."
Su Shui started the car.
She was a little convinced, but not completely.
After returning home, Li Shangqin surprisingly let Ye Chen into the house for the first time.
"Kid, remember to go to Hentaying Resort tomorrow morning. If you lie to us, the next stop will be the Civil Affairs Bureau."
Li Shangqin snorted.
"Mom.
Great. I have nothing to do tomorrow anyway, so I can go whenever you want." Ye Chen replied quite cheerfully. You're such a grown man and you don't even have a job, and you have the nerve to say that." Li Shangqin snorted in disdain.
Ye Chen smiled and didn't refute.
What he did was like a summer insect talking about ice to Li Shangqin.
After dinner that night, Su Shui dressed up a little and took Ye Chen to the auction.
The auction venue was at the Huayu Club, the top club in Ningzhou, and the owner behind the scenes was the Feng family.
Soon, Su Shui drove to the club.
After parking the car, she and Ye Chen walked toward the club, but Ye Chen was stopped by security at the door.
"Sir, I'm sorry, please show me your invitation." "He's with me, I have an invitation."
Su Shui frowned slightly and handed over her invitation. The security guard took a look at the invitation and smiled. "Miss, yours is a normal invitation, you can't bring anyone in."
"So, what should I do?"
Su Shui was stunned. "I'm really sorry, miss, you can go in, but this gentleman can only wait outside," the security guard said bluntly. This was a difficult situation for Su Shui.
She felt a little guilty about leaving Ye Chen alone at the auction. "Hey, isn't that Miss Su? Why can't you get in?"
At this moment, a teasing voice came from behind her. Su Shui turned around and saw Jin Yayu walking over with a middle-aged man.
"Hello, Jin."
The Jin family is a large family in Ningzhou, and Su Shui was a little nervous when she saw Jin Yayu.
"Miss Su, is this guy your friend?"
Jin Yayu walked over and looked at Ye Chen coldly, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes.
He is I am her husband."
Ye Chen frowned and impatiently said, "Jin, don't hang around in front of me if you're not busy.
Don't think that I won't dare to beat you just because you've changed your bodyguard." Chapter 22, Bullying My Wife? Are you Su Shui's husband? When Ye Chen said he was Su Shui's husband, Jin Yayu's eyes lit up. "Do you have an opinion?" Ye Chen frowned. "Kid, the last time we met wasn't over yet, you'd better not be so arrogant."
Jin Yayu gritted his teeth and sneered, "You're married and still dare to flirt with Anna. Today I must teach you a good lesson for being such a scumbag."
"Mr. Jin, don't."
Su Shui saw the two men fighting and quickly stepped in to stop them.
"Get out of the way.
How dare you interfere in my business?" Jin Yayu reached out and pushed Su Shui to the ground.
"Daughter-in-law, are you okay?"
Ye Chen was heartbroken when he saw this. His daughter-in-law's little but is so tender.
If she gets a scar from the fall, isn't that a loss for him? "I'm fine."
Ye Chen, don't get excited, don't fight," Su Shui said with pain.
"Don't worry, I won't kill him." Ye Chen comforted.
Su Shui was stunned.
Did she not express herself clearly?
But Ye Chen, who was furious, could no longer hold back. He helped Su Shui up from the ground and pointed at Jin Yayu, saying, "You kneel down and apologize to my wife right now."
"What did you say?"
Jin Yayu was stunned at first, then pointed at Su Shui and said with a sneer,
"Yi, you've had too much to drink, haven't you? Do you want me to apologize to the Su family? Ask her, is she worthy? Daughter-in-law, this guy is too arrogant, we must fix him."
Ye Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense, and a cold light flashed in his eyes.
"Kid, if you don't want to die, stand still, otherwise you will die a horrible death."
The man next to Jin Yayu saw this and stepped forward, looking at Ye Chen with a sinister expression.
"Get out of here."
Ye Chen punched straight at the man's face. The man was shocked. He didn't expect this kid to really dare to attack. In a hurry, he also punched out and came face to face with Ye Chen's fist.
"Ah, Yi, you're dead today."
Jin Yayu snickered. The man next to him was the Jin family's enshrined, and Ye Chen could never be his opponent.
Boom!
The two fists collided in the air with a muffled sound. Ye Chen stood still, while the man took 2 steps back.
With just one move, the outcome was already decided. "You are not my match. If you don't want to die, get out of my way," Ye Chen shouted. Again.
The man was unconvinced and gritted his teeth. This time, he took the initiative to attack Ye Chen and used a dazzling set of boxing techniques.
The fierce fist wind made Su Shui, an outsider, unable to help but sweat for Ye Chen. "You want to die."
Ye Chen was impatient and kicked him with a simple and rude kick.
Ow!
The man was kicked in the lower abdomen by Ye Chen, and he let out a series of husky barks, and then the whole person flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Jin Yayu's eyes nearly popped out of his head.
Old Wei was actually kicked away by Ye Chen? If you're going to fight, why do you have to use those fancy moves?
Ye Chen looked at Old Wei with contempt.
Pop!
Old Wei couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood when he heard that.
It's your turn. Ye Chen turned around and walked towards Jin Yeyu step by step. You, don't mess around.
I am the young master of the Jin family.
If you dare to harm me, the Jin family will not let you go. Jin Yayu swallowed his saliva and his calves trembled as he backed away. No matter what, the Jin family or the Yin family, apologize to my wife right now.
Ye Chen's voice was cold.
I'm sorry.
Jin Yayu's teeth were itching with hatred. Ye Chen's sense of oppression was too strong, so he could only grit his teeth and apologize.
You haven't even knelt down and kowtowed yet. You don't have any sincerity. Looks like you're going to have to suffer a little.
Ye Chen smiled, but before he could teach Jin Yayu a lesson, he was stopped by Su Shui.
Ye Chen, forget it.
Su Shui shook her head gently. She didn't want to offend the Jin family, and she didn't dare to.
Daughter-in-law, this kind of person won't learn a lesson without a beating. Jin Yayu almost vomited blood when he heard this.
He thought to himself, who in Ningzhou would dare say such things to him, the young master Jin?
Dr. Yi, please be merciful.
At this moment, a hurried voice came from the direction of the club.
Ye Chen turned his head and saw Feng Ziluan running out of the club in a hurry. Feng Ziluan, you've come just in time.
Jin Yayu saw Feng Ziluan coming and immediately pointed at Ye Chen and angrily asked.
This guy beat up my people. The auction. Is your family's auction? You won't just ignore it, will you?
This.
Dr. Yi, what's going on? Feng Ziluan was very curious. How did Ye Chen get into a fight with Jin Yayu?
Nothing, he bullied my wife, I want to fix him.
Ye Chen said indifferently.
Son of a bitch.
I said I was sorry, Yi, you ask Feng Ziluan, who in Ningzhou deserves my apology. Jin Yayu roared. You're calling for shit. After Feng Ziluan figured out the reason for the incident, he said directly, Jin Yayu, you are not welcome at the auction. Get out of here. Ziluan, are you going to help this kid?
Jin Yayu was dumbfounded.
Feng Ziluan usually gets along well with him, but today he actually told him to get out of here? Don't be ungrateful. Otherwise, I'll have someone throw you out. Feng Ziluan was not afraid of Jin Yayu, but he did not want Ye Chen to offend Jin Yayu to death. After all, the Jin family was still very influential in Ningzhou.
Jin Yayu was not stupid. After understanding Feng Ziluan's good intentions, he glared at Ye Chen angrily and said with gritted teeth.
Yi, you wait for me. We will meet again. Did I let you go? Ye Chen frowned. Ye Chen.
Su Shui was also anxious to see Ye Chen not giving in, and took the initiative to grab Ye Chen's hand and looked at him with a face full of pleading. Ye Chen saw Su Shui's poor little look and sighed helplessly.
Sure enough, heroes are saddened by beautiful women. He waved his hand like a fly and impatiently said. You're lucky.
But next time you dare to mess around, be careful, I'll break all 4 of your pig's feet.
Damn.
Jin Yayu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. You are the pig's trotters, and your whole family has pig's trotters.
Dr. Yi. Call me by my name. Brother Chen, why don't you and your wife go up and sit for a while? The auction is about to start. Feng Ziluan came out to smooth things over.
When Su Shui heard the word wife, her pretty face flushed.
However, Ye Chen liked it very much and said to Feng Ziluan with a smile, you are quite good at talking, but the security guard at the door wouldn't let me go up, saying that I didn't have an invitation. The security guard at the door almost peed his pants when he heard this. How dare you? Feng Ziluan walked up to the security guard and shouted angrily, are you blind? Dare to stop Brother Chen, do you still want to work for the Feng family? Feng Xiao, I didn't know he was Brother Chen. The security guard wanted to cry but had no tears. If I had known that Ye Chen was so awesome, I would have never dared to stop him. Chapter 23, The Foolish by Ye Chen. Forget it, why bother a security guard? I really don't have an invitation. Ye Chen smiled lightly. Humph. This time, Brother Chen was generous, but next time, you better watch out. Feng Ziluan glared at the security guard. If he offended Dr. Yi because of such a trivial matter, his grandfather would definitely beat him if he knew about it. Daughter-in-law, let's go. After Ye Chen finished speaking, he took Su Shui's hand and walked into the club. Ye Chen, are you very familiar with Feng Xiao? Su Shui asked in a low voice. No, this is only the second time we've met. Su Shui couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this. Feng Ziluan had just been so attentive, and Ye Chen thought he was blind? But she didn't ask any more questions. She was still thinking about what she should say when she met Joanna.
Soon, Ye Chen and the others arrived at the auction venue.
Many celebrities from Ningzhou had already arrived.
They were gathered in groups of 3 or 5, happily chatting about something.
"Brother Chen, you guys sit down first, I'll go entertain the guests." Feng Ziluan smiled. "Well, don't worry about me, just go do what you need to do."
Ye Chen didn't mind. There were many pastries and delicacies at the auction venue, and he hadn't eaten enough that night, so he would fill his stomach first. "I'm going to find President Xiao, Ye Chen, wait for me for a moment."
MMM.
Ye Chen stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth and nodded vaguely.
"I'm really hungry."
The food at Li Shangqin's house was so bad that if it were a picky old man, he would have thrown the table over. At the same time, Jin Yeyu returned to his car, his face muscles shaking violently with anger.
"Jin Xiao, don't be angry. Tomorrow I will ask the eldest brother to come over and help you get rid of him."
The man gritted his teeth.
"Humph.
This is really hard to swallow." Jin Yeyu slammed his fist into the leather seat, and if the incident tonight got out, he would lose face.
Jin, why don't you call home and ask your grandfather what to do?"
"No, if I ask my grandfather about such a trivial matter, it will show how incompetent I am." Jin Yeyu gritted his teeth, thought for a moment, and then took out his phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected, and Jin Yeyu forced a smile to suppress his anger.
"Lao Bai, are you coming to the auction tonight?"
"Yes. I heard there is a nice piece of porcelain. I am going to bid for it and give it to my dad. His birthday is coming up in a few days." The voice of Bai Yuchen came from the other end of the phone.
"Do you want to take revenge?" "Revenge? Ye Chen is also there tonight. I heard you have a grudge against him?"
Jin Yeyu's mouth curled up. He likes to use a knife to kill, especially a fool like Bai Yuchen, an absolute good knife.
Sure enough, hearing that Ye Chen was also at the auction, Bai Yuchen instantly became furious. "Son of a bitch, I'm looking for him."
"Lao Bai, the auction is hosted by the Feng family, so don't go too far."
Jin Yeyu reminded him.
"If something goes wrong and the Feng family comes looking for trouble, it won't be good."
"Don't worry, Mr. Jin, I know what to do."
"Well, I'm not feeling well tonight and I'll have to leave early, so I won't be able to see you, Mr. Bai, unleash your wrath."
After that, Jin Yeyu hung up the phone.
After less than a cigarette's worth of time, 2 bullet-shaped business cars squeaked to a stop at the entrance to the club, and Bai Yuchen jumped out of the car with murderous intent.
"Wait at the door.
If that kid dares to run, you just beat him to a sieve." Bai Yuchen's face was grim, and he made a gesture of shooting.
"Understood, Mr. Bai." The maids shouted in unison. "With me here, why do you have to do these little tricks? You are simply embarrassing the Bai family."
A gray-clad old man by Bai Yuchen's side said in a deep voice.
"Uncle, that kid is very powerful."
"Humph, no matter how powerful a kid is, would he dare to go against the martial arts alliance?" The old man scolded. "Uncle is right, I just can't swallow this insult, being beaten by a country bumpkin." Bai Yuchen's face turned red. "Take me to see him, I want to see how good this kid is."
"Okay."
Bai Yuchen's heart secretly rejoiced. The reason why the Bai family could gain a foothold in Ningzhou was because of the support of this martial arts alliance uncle. His old man was willing to step forward.
Ye Chen was dead.
At this time, Ye Chen was still feasting in the food court.
His behavior quickly attracted the attention of everyone. Those who came to the auction were all well-known people in Ningzhou. How could they eat so much when they first came? Who is this person?
His eating manners are too ugly. It seems that he came with the Su family.
I guess he is a driver? This is nonsense. How can this kind of servant come in? This is a high-end auction.
These self-proclaimed elites of the upper class all cast disdainful glances at Ye Chen.
But Ye Chen didn't care at all.
He picked up a cherry tomato and threw it into his mouth. After eating, he frowned and said to himself, "The fruits from the mountains are still the best. They are fresh and natural."
"Ye Chen, why are you still eating?" At this moment, Su Shuai walked back and saw Ye Chen eating happily and couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you eat dinner tonight?"
My dear, to be honest, your cooking doesn't really suit my taste."
Ye Chen was a little embarrassed.
He thought that the cooking of his second senior sister was already dark enough, but he never imagined that Li Shangqin was the queen of darkness in the culinary world.
"Stop eating, so many people are watching you." Su Shui's pretty face turned red. Ye Chen looked around, put down the cake in his hand and smiled. Okay, I'm full anyway. Have you seen my senior sister?
No, Mr. Chiao may not have arrived yet, and
Su Shui hesitated. What's wrong?
I saw several strong competitors. I'm afraid this time I came for nothing.
Su Shui sighed lightly.
I thought it was a big deal. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can take away the Su family's business.
Ye Chen smiled slightly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Well, let's talk about it later. Su Shui was a bit down because the competitors were indeed much stronger than the Su family. At that moment, a shout of anger suddenly came from the hall. Yi, where are you? Get out here. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Who would dare to be so arrogant at an auction hosted by the Feng family?
However, when people saw Bai Yuchen, they were relieved. The Bai family is a well-known family of the black society in Ningzhou, and Bai Yuchen, as the prince, is arrogant and domineering, which is understandable.
Feng Ziluan, who was entertaining guests, walked over angrily and glared at Bai Yuchen. White, don't you know that my family is hosting the auction? Why are you yelling so loudly?
I only came in with my uncle because I wanted to give your family face.
Otherwise, do you think I have no one around me?
Bai Yuchen, relying on his uncle's presence, completely ignored Feng Ziluan.
Your uncle? Feng Ziluan then noticed the old man in green next to Bai Yuchen and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Chapter 24 Uncle Yi? This person is named Bai Yuan, nicknamed White Ape, and is the leader of the martial arts alliance in Ningzhou. Even my father, Feng Jiangwo, would be afraid of him. Has Brother Chen offended Bai Yuan? Feng Ziluan's brows were furrowed, and his mind was racing. Should he call home to report this matter?
Seeing this, the crowd of onlookers were even more discussing it.
I never thought that Master Bai would also come. There's going to be a good show today. Who is Ye Chen?
He dared to provoke the Bai family.
Isn't he a fool?
I can guarantee that there will be bloodshed at tonight's auction. The audience whispered. Many of them were curious about who Ye Chen was, someone who could provoke Bai Yuan.
Is there such a person in Ningzhou? Why is this idiot here?
Ye Chen frowned slightly and then walked over to Bai Yuchen.
Ye Chen, don't be impulsive.
Su Shui was worried that Ye Chen would start a fight again, so she quickly followed him.
I'm here. What do you want with me?
Ye Chen walked to Bai Yuchen and said with a mocking look on his face.
Shui, why are you with this guy?
Bai Yuchen was furious when he saw Su Shui standing next to Ye Chen.
He even had the illusion that he was being cheated on. Nonsense, she's my wife. Who else would she be with if not with me?
Ye Chen looked at Bai Yuchen like he was looking at a village idiot.
Good, very good. Hearing Ye Chen say this, Bai Yuchen was so angry that his teeth ached. He pointed at Ye Chen and roared. Yi, I'll give you 2 choices. Either you crawl through my crotch in front of everyone, or you'll be lying on the ground today. Bai Yuchen, you dare. Feng Ziluan immediately shouted in anger, this is my Feng family's territory, and it's not up to you to show off here. Humph. What a big mouth.
Bai Yuan stepped forward and said coldly, others may fear your Feng family, but I don't care.
Today my nephew wants to seek justice, so whoever dares to meddle in our business will be sorry. Feng Ziluan bit his teeth at the news and took out his phone to call his father. The audience also gasped in surprise. They didn't expect the Bai family to be so tough and even to offend the Feng family. Ha ha ha. Yi, you know the strength of my Bai family, so if you know what's good for you, you'd better kneel down and crawl under my pants.
Bai Yuchen laughed proudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a cry suddenly came from the clubhouse.
Who dares to bully my junior brother?
Everyone was shocked and looked back, only to see Joanna wearing a red cheongsam, with her black hair tied up in a high bun. Her delicate face had the proud look of a plum blossom, and she had the full aura of a queen. Bai Yuchen's eyes lit up, but soon he sneered. Miss Chiao, I was just teaching a bumpkin a lesson, why did you get involved?
Because Ye Chen is my junior.
Joanna walked over and glared at Bai Yuan, saying coldly, Bai Yuan, you have a lot of nerve, bullying my junior brother.
Everyone was stunned. How did a Xiaoying appear? Don't scare me, Joanna. Even if Ye Chen is your junior brother, I'm going to move him today.
Bai Yuchen was full of confidence because he had his uncle's support. But he didn't notice that Bai Yuan's face had changed drastically at this moment, especially when he learned that Ye Chen was Joanna's younger brother, and he was stunned.
Bai Yuan, it seems that you can't control your family anymore? Joanna said coldly. No, no, no.
Bai Yuan hurriedly waved his hand when he heard this, and said in a panic, Joanna, it was me who disciplined my family, I was wrong. After saying this, before Bai Chen could react, the old man directly knelt down to Ye Chen with a thump, and said respectfully.
Your subordinate Bai Yuan greets Mr. Yi. This kneeling was so shocking that everyone was stunned. Bai Yuan, the head of the martial arts alliance in Ningzhou, actually knelt to Ye Chen?
Old man, don't even think about touching the porcelain, I didn't touch you.
Ye Chen was shocked. This old man must be lacking calcium, because he just knelt down. Mr. Yi was joking.
The leader of the martial arts alliance said that seeing you is like seeing the leader of the alliance.
If you are offended, you will be severely punished. Please forgive my subordinate, Mr. Yi.
Bai Yuan said that he was completely trembling, just like a pet dog that was afraid of being beaten by its master. Only the people in the martial arts alliance knew how ruthless Shang Guaning was. Bai Yuan knew clearly that whether he lived or died depended entirely on a word from Ye Chen. Younger brother, he is the subordinate of the third sister and is in charge of the martial arts alliance in Ningzhou.
Now that he has offended you, what do you want to do with him? Joanna said. Mr. Yi, spare my life.
Bai Yuan was terrified, and even ignored the shocked looks of the crowd, repeatedly bowing to beg for mercy.
Bai Chen was completely dumbfounded when he saw this. In his heart, his uncle had always been a tough guy, but he didn't dare to raise his head in front of Ye Chen.
It turned out to be the person of the third sister.
Since that's the case, I won't make things difficult for you. Get up. Ye Chen shrugged and said indifferently. Thank you, Mr. Yi.
Bai Yuan was relieved and stood up from the ground with a trembling body.
Uncle, you. Shut up. You worthless animal, apologize to Uncle Yi now.
Bai Yuan slapped Bai Chen's face and shouted angrily.
Apologize? Uncle Yi?
Bai Chen was stunned, covering his face and staring at Bai Yuan with his eyes wide open.
Uncle let me apologize, but he also called this kid Ye Chen uncle? You hear me, you bastard.
After saying that, Bai Yuan raised his hand and made a gesture to hit him again.
I'm sorry. Yi, Uncle Yi.
Bai Chen was about to cry, but he couldn't help but ask, what's going on?
Is it okay to call him that?
Ye Chen tried to suppress his laughter and said, it's only natural. You are the younger brother of the leader of the alliance, and you definitely deserve to be this little brat's uncle.
Bai Yuan's face was full of sincerity.
Forget it, I can pretend that this never happened. Ye Chen didn't bother to argue with Bai Chen, but he still warned him, Bai Chen, if you dare to harass my wife again in the future, don't blame me. Bai Chen gritted his teeth, but he was slapped on the back of his head by Bai Yuan again. Mr. Yi, please rest assured. If this unworthy guy dares to offend Miss Su again, I will definitely break his limbs, no, 5 limbs.
Bai Yuan vowed. Damn. Can we still be relatives?
Bai Chen wanted to spit blood.
It wasn't enough to break his limbs, but did he have to break that thing as well? Okay, I still have to attend the auction. Are you guys okay? Ye Chen asked. Mr. Yi, we'll leave right away.
Bai Yuan was very sensible.
After hearing Ye Chen say that, he hurriedly took Bai Chen away from the auction. As soon as they left, everyone's attention once again focused on Ye Chen. From that day on, a name began to circulate in the upper class of Ningzhou, Ye Chen. Chapter 25, The Mystery of Identity. After leaving the Flower Language Club, Bai Chen was filled with anger. When he got back to the car, he couldn't help but turn to Bai Yuan and ask. Uncle, isn't Ye Chen the kid the junior brother of Miss Shangguan? Why are you so afraid of him? You know nothing. Bai Yuan was furious when he heard this, and directly gave Bai Chen a chestnut on the head, angrily saying. Do you know why the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, Shangguan, established the Martial Arts Alliance? What? It's for Mr. Yi. In the future, he will escort him when he needs it. Bai Chen was stunned after hearing this. Who is this Ye Chen kid? How does he have such great power? I'm warning you, if you dare to provoke Mr. Yi again, I'll break your legs. Bai Yuan snapped. So, when I see Ye Chen in the future, do I really have to call him Uncle Yi? You can call me anything you want. Bai Yuan said with deep meaning, as long as you can be friends with Mr. Lin, the Bai family will be able to reach a higher level in the future. I understand. Ye Chen nodded vigorously. He never expected that in the blink of an eye he would have an uncle. The lobby of the Huayu Club.
Ye Chen took Su Xue's hand and said to Joanna with a smile, "Senior sister, let me introduce you.
She is my wife, Su Xue." Joanna extended her slender hand and shook hands with Su Xue lightly. She smiled and said, "Miss Su is indeed very beautiful. No wonder she can charm my junior brother. You are too kind, Miss Su. In fact, you are the one who is beautiful."
Su Xue's pretty face turned red, and her shy appearance was endearing.
"Oh, yes, sister, Xue came here especially to see you."
Ye Chen was worried that Su Xue would be embarrassed to speak up, so he took the initiative to mention the Su family.
"Didn't I ask Secretary Zhao to contact the Su family?"
Joanna frowned slightly and said after thinking about it, "Maybe Secretary Zhao forgot because there were so many things today. Sister-in-law, come to my company tomorrow and I will personally receive you."
"Thank you, Miss Qiao." Su Xue was overjoyed to hear this.
She never expected that the business would be taken back so smoothly.
"Xue, don't be so formal. Call me Anna." "Okay, Anna." The relationship between the two women was instantly closer. They talked and laughed, leaving Ye Chen on the sidelines.
The auction started soon, but Ye Chen wasn't very interested.
After saying goodbye to Anna, he was ready to take Su Xue home. "Brother, come to my house for lunch tomorrow.
There is a mysterious person who wants to meet you," Joanna said with a strange smile on her lips.
"Mysterious person? You will know when you come. Remember to be on time."
"Okay, I'll go first, sister."
Ye Chen didn't think much about it.
He would find out who it was when he met him at noon tomorrow.
Feng Ziluan saw Ye Chen leaving and hurriedly asked, "Dr. Yi, there are still some good things at the auction. Don't you want to take a look?" "No, I'm not interested in auctions." Ye Chen shook his head.
Feng Ziluan didn't insist, personally seeing Ye Chen out of the club, watching him leave in Su Xue's car, then taking out his phone and calling his father.
Feng Jiangwo was at home playing Go with his father. "Jiangwo, this is Ziluan's first time hosting an auction. Will there be any problems?"
Feng Xingsong asked, holding a black stone in his hand and staring at the board.
"I think it should be fine. Ziluan can handle this small matter."
As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Jiangwo's phone rang.
He looked at the caller ID and then smiled as he answered the call. "Son, the auction is about to start. Is everything going well?" "Dad, something happened." Feng Ziluan told his father in detail what had happened in the club. "What? The Bai family suffered such a big loss?"
Feng Jiangwo was shocked and his mouth opened wide, his face full of shock.
Feng Xingsong couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw this. After Feng Jiangwo hung up the phone, he asked, "Jiangwo, what did you mean by the Bai family?"
"Dad, you may not believe it, but Bai Yuan actually knelt down to Lin Xingji."
Feng Jiangwo smiled wryly. "Impossible?"
Feng Xingsong was also shocked to hear this. He knew very well who Bai Yuan was.
Who in the whole of Ningzhou could force him to kneel?
"Dad, it seems that this Yi doctor is not simple.
Who is he that Bai Yuan is so afraid of him? Could it be?"
Feng Jiangwo said this and gasped, looking at Su Xingsong in shock.
"Impossible."
Feng Xingsong said with a grave expression, 20 years ago, the Yi family was wiped out, and Ye Chen could never be a member of the Yi family.
"Dad, what if? I mean, what if Ye Chen really is a member of the Yi family?" Su Jiangwo asked.
"If that were the case, Ningzhou would be in for a lot of trouble." Feng Xingsong sighed heavily, and his thoughts seemed to have returned to 20 years ago, to that bloody night.
Jiayuan, South City. Ye Chen followed Su Xue home. Li Shangqin and her husband were watching TV.
When they saw that Su Xue had brought Ye Chen back, Li Shangqin flew into a rage and shouted,
"You little brat, why did you bring him back at night? Mom, Ye Chen is your son-in-law, not he."
When she learned that Ye Chen's senior sister was really Joanna, Su Xue's affection for this man grew rapidly. Because this proves that Ye Chen has not lied from beginning to end.
"How dare you talk back? Mom and Dad, I'm tired. Good night."
After saying that, Su Xue simply pulled Ye Chen into her room and slammed the door shut, leaving Li Shangqin outside cursing angrily.
But no matter how she cursed, Su Xue just ignored her. "Fine. You little brat, you've got some nerve, right?
Tomorrow that guy won't be able to get into the Hentang resort, so I'll see how you can protect him." Li Shangqin was tired of scolding and sat back on the sofa panting.
Wife, you must be thirsty.
Have a sip of water first. Su Wanda thoughtfully handed her a cup and said with a smile.
What are you laughing at?
Li Shangqin seemed to have found a scapegoat and scolded Su Wanda. You don't care if your daughter brings a man home. If something happens, our daughter won't be a virgin anymore.
Cough cough, don't worry, your daughter knows what she's doing. Besides, they're a legal couple now, how can I control them? Su Wanda felt aggrieved, they're married, protected by the state. You two are killing me.
Li Shangqin slammed the teacup down, stormed back into the bedroom, and glared at Su Wanda as she walked to the door. Su Wanda was scared and shrunk his neck, thinking that this woman would not torture herself to vent her anger at night.
In the room, Su Shuai also became inexplicably nervous.
Daughter-in-law, your bed is a bit small, but we can still sleep together if we squeeze in.
Ye Chen revealed a pig-faced smile and said happily. Chapter 26 Foster Parents? What are you talking about?
Su Shui's face flushed, and she said coquettishly, I'll sleep on the bed, and you sleep on the ground.
Daughter-in-law, how can a wife let her husband sleep on the floor?
Ye Chen was about to cry when he heard this. He thought he would be able to say goodbye to his virginity tonight.
Sorry, Ye Chen, I'm not ready yet.
Su Shui looked at Ye Chen apologetically, but her heart was pounding like a deer.
What if this guy couldn't control himself and forced himself on her? Fine, I'll sleep on the floor.
Ye Chen looked disappointed and smiled bitterly, but I believe it won't be long before you agree to let me sleep in bed with you.
Hearing Ye Chen say this, Su Shui became even more nervous. She quickly turned her back to Ye Chen and quickly climbed into the quilt. The night was as cold as water. At first, Su Shui was worried that Ye Chen might do something to her while she was asleep. But after a while, she heard a slight snore coming from his side. Su Shui was relieved, but then she thought, a man and a woman are alone in the same room, and Ye Chen is already asleep. With mixed feelings, Su Shui tossed and turned until the middle of the night before she finally fell asleep. The next morning, the golden sunlight shone through the white gauze window and lit up Su Shui's rosy cheeks, giving them a faint glow. Ye Chen had already woken up. He was lying on the bedside looking at the sleeping Su Shui, with a smile on his face. Such a beautiful daughter-in-law, just looking at her every day makes me feel good. Suddenly, Su Shui's long eyelashes blinked a few times, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Ah! Su Shui was startled. She opened her eyes and saw a man standing by her bed. She was scared. Daughter-in-law, what's wrong with you? Ye Chen was dumbfounded. What on earth had happened to this girl so early in the morning? Ye Chen? Su Shui rubbed her sleepy eyes and thought carefully before remembering that Ye Chen had slept in her room last night. Daughter-in-law, did you have a nightmare? Ye Chen asked tenderly. No, I didn't. Su Shui's pretty face turned red, and she thought to herself, I didn't have a nightmare, I was clearly scared by you. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by Li Shangqin's roar, You little brat, what did you do to my daughter? Open the door. Bang bang bang. As soon as the words fell, there were 3 loud knocks on the door. Mom, I'm fine. Open the door quickly, and let's go to Hentang Highlands after dinner. Li Shangqin said angrily, Today I'll show this kid who's boss. He can't fool me. After a while, Su Shui and Ye Chen came out of the room. At this time, Li Shangqin and her husband were having breakfast in the dining room. Ye Chen walked over and saw that there was only one piece of milk bread left on the table, so it was obviously not for him. Mom, why isn't there any breakfast for Ye Chen? Su Shui frowned and said. My family is not doing charity. Why should I feed you? Li Shangqin glared at Ye Chen and said unceremoniously. Ye Chen, you eat. I'll go to the kitchen and make another one. My daughter-in-law is still good to me. Ye Chen smiled and immediately sat down and drank the milk, not considering himself an outsider at all. Stupid girl, you're killing me. Li Shangqin heard this and put down the bread in her hand, glared at Su Shui and said. Sit down, I'll make you breakfast. Thanks mom. Su Shui smiled, she knew Li Shangqin very well, she was really a sharp tongue but a soft heart, her mother really spoiled her. Ye Chen, before things get out of hand, you better apologize to Auntie. Su Wanda whispered to Ye Chen. Apologize? Why should I apologize? Ye Chen was stunned. This kid is so stubborn. If you have a house in the Hentang resort, I'll call you brother from now on. Su Wanda was a little angry. He had wanted to give Ye Chen a way out, but who knew the kid wouldn't take it? Uncle, you're Xiaoshua's father, I can't accept being called brother. Ye Chen replied very seriously. Su Wanda almost sprayed the milk in his mouth on Ye Chen's face when he heard this. Does this kid have a problem with comprehension? Ye Chen, why don't you listen to my dad? Su Shui also persuaded Ye Chen, even if Joanna is Ye Chen's senior sister, she doesn't even live in the henteing resort herself. Daughter-in-law, do you believe me? Okay, I know you don't believe me, so after dinner, let's go to the henteing resort first, and then go to the Chow group. Ye Chen thought for a moment and said, Humph. As soon as the words fell, Li Shangqin walked out of the kitchen with a plate of bread and a glass of milk in her hand, and said coldly, Daughter, remember to get the household registration book after dinner. You still have to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. Mom told you yesterday that the young man is not bad, he's in finance. Li Shangqin went on and on about the marriage she had arranged for Su Shui. Mom, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and eat, and then hurry to the henteing resort after dinner. Li Shangqin didn't care. After all, she was already prepared to let her daughter get remarried. After dinner, Li Shangqin couldn't wait to rush to the henteing resort. But at that moment, Ye Chen's phone rang. He frowned slightly when he saw the caller ID, and walked over to answer the call. Shadow, speak. Dragon King, I did find out something, but... Speak up, don't hold back. Yes. Shadow hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, in fact, the people who were killed were not your biological parents. They were just entrusted to raise you. What? Ye Chen was shocked by this news. If it weren't for the Shadow's words, he would never have believed that the parents who had raised him in his childhood were not his biological parents. What about his biological parents? Dragon King, I have used all channels to find your biological parents, but I have been unable to find any information about them. They are very mysterious. The Shadow seemed to know what Ye Chen was thinking, and continued, however, your adoptive father has a young niece who survived by chance. A niece? Her name is Yi Wanner, she is 20 years old and is a sophomore at Ningzhou University. I see. Have you found out who killed my parents? Ye Chen's brows were knitted tightly. Although his adoptive parents were killed 20 years ago, in Ye Chen's heart, they were no different from his biological parents. We've already got a lead. The Jin family in Ningzhou is the most suspicious. Okay, keep investigating. Yes, Dragon King. Ye Chen hung up the phone and couldn't calm down for a long time. The scene of his parents' tragic death 20 years ago appeared in his mind again. You little brat, are you done with your phone call? Get in the car. Li Shangqin's roar of a lioness broke Ye Chen's thoughts. He turned around and saw that Su Shui and her family were all waiting for him in the car. Chapter 27 Villa Number 1. Ye Chen put away his phone, calmed down a bit, and then walked back, opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat. You little brat, are you trying to run away? Li Shangqin said angrily with a displeased look on her face. If that's the case, then let's not go to the henteing villa, let's go straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Ye Chen, are you okay? Su Shui asked softly when she saw Ye Chen's unpleasant expression. It's fine, let's go. Ye Chen smiled weakly. He didn't want to burden Su Shui with his troubles and make her worry about him. Are we really going to the henteing villa? Su Shui was taken aback. Yes, trust me. Well, okay. Su Shui sighed lightly. She had actually thought about it last night. Ye Chen definitely didn't have a house in the henteing villa. Fortunately, she was able to win the business of the Qiao group today, so it could be considered a wash. Henteing Villa. The only villa area developed on the hillside in the entire Ningzhou, it has beautiful scenery, pleasant air, and complete facilities. Whoever can live in Henteing Villa is already among the upper class of Ningzhou. Su Shui had just driven to the villa entrance when she was stopped by security. Madam, you are not a resident here, please leave immediately. Security said with a blank expression. We are here to see the house. Li Shangqin was a little panicked when she saw the villa area in front of her, and her voice trembled a little. I'm sorry, I didn't receive any notification. You can't go in. Ye Chen, what should we do? Su Shui asked. Buddy, I'm the owner of Villa Number 1. Can't I go see the house? Ye Chen said indifferently. What?
The security guard was stunned, and then sneered, "Villa number 1 is our boss's house. You're just a pig snout sticking in a big onion." Hearing the security guard's ruthless taunts, Li Xiangqin felt ashamed. She turned red and shouted angrily, "Daughter, let's go. This Lin guy is a liar. You must divorce him immediately." "Mom! Don't defend him. Aren't you ashamed enough?" Li Xiangqin was furious. As soon as she finished speaking, Ye Chen took out a key from his pocket and waved it in front of the security guard. "This is the key to Villa number 1. I'm not lying to you." "A key? Let me see." Security guard looked at the key with disdain.
"The key to Villa number 1 has a 1 on it, and the entire number is inlaid with diamonds. This secret is only known to insiders.
This kid thinks he can get a key and fool himself, but he's dreaming." But the next second, security guard was stunned. The diamonds on the key glistened in the sunlight.
It was really the key to Villa number 1. "Buddy, can I have it back?" Ye Chen frowned impatiently and asked, "Can we get in or not? If not, I'll call Feng Ziluan." "What's your last name, sir?"
The security guard was even more certain that the key was real.
Otherwise, how would the other party know Feng Ziluan's full name? "Yi. Mr. Yi, you can enter the villa area at any time."
The security guard's face showed a warm smile, and he handed the key back to Ye Chen with both hands.
Su Shuai and her family were dumbfounded. Could the security guards at the Hentaying villa be so easily fooled, just handing out keys to anyone? "Daughter-in-law, let's go."
Ye Chen smiled lightly. Su Shuai finally reacted, stepping on the clutch and slowly driving into the villa area. As soon as Ye Chen and the others left, the security guard hurried back to the duty room and reported the matter to the manager. Upon hearing this, the manager hurriedly contacted Feng Jiangwo. "Mr. Feng, a young man named Ji has come to see the villa with the key to Villa number 1.
Did he steal your key and do you need to call the police to arrest him?"
The manager is quite vigilant.
"Don't mess around."
Feng Jiangwo knew it was Ye Chen as soon as he heard it, and angrily said, "From now on, Mr. Yi will be the owner of Villa number 1. You serve him well, do you hear me?"
"Yes, I heard you."
The manager swallowed his saliva. Mr. Su actually used the word serve, so it seems that this young man is no small potato. After hanging up the phone, the manager thought about it, took out a box of tea leaves from the safe that he himself would not drink, and quickly rushed to Villa number 1. At this time, Su Shuai and her family had all gotten out of the car and were standing in front of a villa.
The entire villa was European style, looking grand and luxurious.
At the entrance were a pair of majestic purple and gold lions, and the parking lot, covered in green grass, was the size of 2 or 3 basketball courts.
Gee! It's no wonder that this is the top villa in Ningzhou, it really is different. Su Wanda couldn't help but nod in praise. "If I could live in a place like this, my life would be worth it."
Li Xiangqin gave Su Wanda a fierce glare after she finished speaking. She felt that she could not live in the villa, and it was all because her man was useless.
"Auntie, if you like it, you can come and stay here often."
Ye Chen smiled.
"Shut up."
Li Xiangqin was furious when she heard this, and she scolded angrily.
"The security guard is stupid for being fooled by you. He really thinks he is the owner."
"Daughter, hurry up and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to go through the formalities, so that no one will find out and think we are thieves."
Ye Chen was speechless.
Since Li Xiangqin would never believe him, he had no choice but to take the key and open the door. Li Xiangqin was shocked and shouted, "Kid, stop.
You've ruined the door. You can't even pay for it if you sell it." Ka-chuck. As soon as the words fell, Ye Chen had already opened the door successfully. The Su family was stunned. Could it be that Ye Chen was really the owner of Villa number 1? "Auntie, don't you want to see the house? Come in."
Ye Chen smiled faintly and waved at Li Xiangqin. Although Li Xiangqin didn't believe that the villa was Ye Chen's, she couldn't help but walk into the villa, as if she were possessed. As soon as the group walked into the villa, Li Xiangqin was instantly conquered by the scene before her. The imported leather sofa is too ordinary, and the crystal chandelier in the living room alone is worth millions. The wooden furniture in the villa is all made of golden Nanmu wood, which is extremely luxurious.
"Oh my god. This is too rich, isn't it?"
Li Xiangqin said with a sour tone, "How much money does it take to buy such an expensive house?"
"Well, I didn't expect the Feng family to be so generous."
Ye Chen also nodded, thinking that the Feng family was giving a small villa, but it turned out to be such a generous gift. After the group had feasted their eyes, Li Xiangqin suddenly thought of something. She suddenly turned around and glared at Ye Chen, asking sternly,
Ye Chen, you honestly confess, have you ever committed anything in the past? What did you do? Ye Chen was confused. Otherwise, how could you unlock the door so skillfully? Say, have you ever been a thief before? Li Xiangqin stared at Ye Chen, hoping to find a clue on his face. Chapter 28, A Golden Son-in-Law? Ye Chen was embarrassed when he heard this. He thought to himself, I'm a palace master after all, do I need to be a thief? Mom, don't talk nonsense. Ye Chen is a doctor. Su Shui couldn't bear to listen anymore, and glared at Li Xiangqin angrily.
At this moment, there was a burst of footsteps outside, and two figures quickly walked into the villa. Manager, it's them. Everyone turned their heads and saw the security guard and a man in a suit. Li Xiangqin thought that the security guard was there to arrest them, and immediately pointed at Ye Chen with a trembling voice. You, if you want to arrest him, arrest him. It was Ye Chen who opened the door, it has nothing to do with us. Mr. Yi broke the door? The manager, who was holding a box of tea leaves in his hand, was stunned. He thought to himself, rich people have so many strange habits, but what can you do if they like to break doors? The manager didn't bother to care about these things. He walked up to Ye Chen and introduced himself with a smile. Mr. Yi, I am the manager of the Hentang Resort, Zhang Zhongping. Hello, Manager Zhang. Ye Chen smiled lightly. He would be living here in the future, so it was necessary to get along well with the manager. I'm really sorry, I didn't know Mr. Yi was coming, and I didn't bring a gift for our first meeting. Zhang Zhongping smiled and handed Ye Chen the tea leaves in his hand, saying, This is a little tea, not a gift, but I hope Mr. Yi will accept it. Okay, thank you, Manager Zhang. Ye Chen didn't refuse, and judging from the manager's attitude, it was obvious that the Feng family had already said hello to him. Wait. Li Xiangqin was confused by what was going on. She asked suspiciously, Manager Zhang, aren't you here to arrest someone? Who are we arresting? This is Mr. Ye's house. I came here to visit him. Zhang Zhongping was stunned. He looked at Li Xiangqin suspiciously and asked, Madam, who are you? Don't worry about who I am. I'm asking you, is Villa Number 1 really Mr. Ye's house? Yes, Mr. Yi is indeed the owner of Villa Number 1. A real catch. Li Xiangqin was overjoyed, and the father and daughter next to her were also stunned. Ye Chen was really the owner of Villa Number 1? My name is Li Xiangqin, you can call me Li Dajie. No wonder I felt so at ease when I first saw you, it turns out you are Mr. Ye's relative. Zhang Zhongping is also a smart person, and his ability to flatter is absolutely top-notch. Actually, Ye Chen is my son-in-law. He brought me here today because he knows I like living in a small house. Li Xiangqin was even happier than the laughing Buddha, and she even bragged a little. I see. Tell me if there is anything you think we can improve on in the villa. Zhang Zhongping smiled. It's great. I really like it here. Li Xiangqin said with a smile. Mom, this is Ye Chen's house. Don't get it wrong. Su Shui couldn't stand it anymore. How could she hear her mother's tone, that she was going to move in? How can you talk like that? Li Xiangqin pretended to be angry and said, Ye Chen is also my half-son now. We are a family. Do we need to be so clear about it? Auntie, I think Shui is right. Ye Chen smiled lightly and said, If you like it, you can come here often, but I plan to use the house as the wedding house for me and Shui. I really don't plan to give it to you. You? Ye Chen, let's not be so formal as a family. Why don't you live in my house? Li Xiangqin blushed. Let's talk about this later. Daughter-in-law, we still have to go to my sister's company, so why don't we leave first? Ye Chen said. Okay. Su Shui couldn't wait to leave early. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid that her mother would refuse to leave and that would be a real shame. Mr. Yi, I'll see you off. Zhang Zhongping quickly stepped forward and accompanied Ye Chen out of the living room. Humph. What's so great about it? It's just a broken villa. Li Xiangqin looked at the back of Ye Chen and his friends as they walked away, and said angrily, They don't even have a car, so they'll have to take my daughter's car back. Wife, are you angry and confused? Su Wanda smiled bitterly and said, Can Ye Chen afford not to have a car when he can live in the Hentang Resort? You're so smart.
Li Shangqing blared at Su Wanda, can't you be a little more motivated? Ye Chen bought a house in the Hentaying villa when he was still young, but what about you? Su Wanda swallowed his saliva and decisively chose to shut up. He didn't want to go home and kneel on the washing board.
The few people had just come out of the villa and hadn't gone far when suddenly a roar of the engine came from far away.
Soon, an Audi RS RQ8 appeared in the sight of everyone. Gee, this car is really beautiful. Su Wanda likes cars and couldn't help but praise the Audi when he saw it.
As soon as he finished speaking, the Audi drove directly over and stopped a few meters away from Ye Chen. A man in a suit got out of the car and walked quickly to Ye Chen, offering him the car keys with a respectful attitude.
Hello, Mr. Yi. This is the new car that Mr. Feng asked me to deliver to you. Are you satisfied with it? Mr. Feng?
Yes, Mr. Feng heard from Manager Zhang that you don't have a car, so he asked me to bring you a car to drive around for now.
If you don't like it, you can change it. This is not good. I can buy a car myself. Ye Chen frowned slightly.
Hearing this, the man in the suit said with a bitter look on his face, Mr. Yi, if you don't accept the car, I'll be fired when I go back.
Shit. Ye Chen was speechless. Are Feng's family members so domineering when it comes to giving gifts? Mr. Yi, since this is Feng's good intention, you should accept it.
Zhang Zhongping said with a smile.
Okay, I'll accept it.
Seeing the man in the suit begging so hard, Ye Chen felt sorry for him. It's too mean to make someone lose his job for no reason.
Thank you, Mr. Yi. On behalf of my whole family, I thank you. Does this sound like a curse?
Su Shuai and her family had witnessed the whole thing and were stunned. Li Xiangqin rubbed her eyes hard. Although Ye Chen had changed back into the street stall goods clothes, he looked much more handsome today.
The street stall goods looked like a big brand on him. Daughter-in-law, it's getting late, let's go.
Ye Chen walked to the Audi and turned to Su Shuai and shouted.
Oh, then, let's go.
Su Shuai finally came to her senses, but she was full of questions. No, I must find a chance to ask her clearly.
Cough cough, Xiaoye, I want to discuss something with you.
Just as Ye Chen was about to get into the car, Su Wanda came over with a red face and asked, You are going to do business in Shuai's car.
Can I borrow this car to drive back? Chapter 29, Singing a Different Tune? Uncle, you can take it if you like.
Ye Chen smiled and handed the car keys to Su Wanda.
Thank you. Su Wanda was very happy.
He had wanted to drive this Audi R8 for a long time, and today he finally got his wish.
Ye Chen left Hentaying Resort in Su Shuai's car and headed for the Chow Group.
On the way, Su Shuai hesitated for a long time, but in the end she couldn't help but ask.
Ye Chen, who are you?
Su Shuai glanced at Ye Chen after she had finished asking.
She found that
this man was becoming more and more mysterious, and he could always bring her unexpected surprises.
Daughter-in-law, I am your husband. Ye Chen teased. Nonsense, I am talking seriously with you.
Su Shuai pouted and frowned. You have a senior like President Xiao, and the Feng family is so kind to you.
I feel that I can't see through you anymore. Oh, you're just imagining things.
Ye Chen shrugged and explained, Actually, I cured the old Master Feng's illness, and that's why they're so nice to me. My grandfather said that the old Master Feng was about to die, but then he was saved by a great doctor.
Congratulations. Ye Chen smiled.
Su Shuai suddenly realized that the Feng family was repaying Ye Chen for saving their lives. While they were talking, the Chow Group arrived.
Su Shuai parked the car and walked into the office lobby with Ye Chen. Ye Chen, should we call Xiaozong first? Su Shuai was a little nervous. No need.
Ye Chen smiled lightly. We made an appointment yesterday, so let's just go straight to her office.
After saying this, Ye Chen took Su Shuai's small, white hand and walked into the elevator happily. After a while, the two knocked on the door of Joanna's office. Coincidentally, Secretary Zhao Min was also there. When she saw Su Shuai, she thought to herself, this is bad. Sure enough, after Joanna and Ye Chen had said hello, she looked at Zhao Min with a gloomy expression. Secretary Zhao, didn't you forget that I asked you to find the Su family to sign the contract yesterday morning? Zhao Min bit her lips lightly, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Ye Chen immediately understood what was going on, and he said with a cold smile, Senior sister, I'm afraid she didn't forget, but deliberately didn't find Xiaoxue to sign the contract. Secretary Zhao, is that right? Joanna's voice was cold. Zhao Min gritted her teeth and went all out, actually singing a counterpoint with Joanna. Yes, I deliberately did not notify the Su family. Because the Su family is not strong enough, they are not worthy of cooperating with the Qiao group.
Zhao Min was indignant, as if she was thinking about the group.
Not strong enough?
Ye Chen heard this and disdainfully shrugged. I think you have received benefits from others.
This is called accepting bribes. You can go to jail at any time. Do you understand?
Sister, this kind of worm will cause trouble sooner or later if it is left by your side.
Who are you to say anything here? Zhao Min glared at Ye Chen angrily. Zhao Min, from now on, you are fired from the company. Joanna said calmly. What?
Zhao Min was stunned at first, then she yelled hysterically, I have worked hard for the company for 5 years.
Why are you firing me? I don't accept it. You don't accept it? Joanna looked at Zhao Min coldly and said, in that case, I will call the police. What do you have to say to them?
Zhao Min was speechless. She believed that with Joanna's methods, she could definitely do what she said.
If you don't leave, do I really have to call the police? Joanna, don't be too happy too soon. We'll see.
After that, Zhao Min stormed out of the office.
Senior sister, you have to be careful. This woman is probably hiding something bad. Ye Chen frowned slightly. He had an instinct that this woman was definitely problematic.
Miss Qiao, I didn't expect things to turn out like this.
I'm really sorry. Su Shui looked at Joanna with a face full of apologies. Let's not beat around the bush. Let's sign the contract first. Joanna waved her hand and quickly signed her name on the Su family's contracts. After everything was settled, Joanna looked at the time and said, it's getting late.
You should come home with me, or she'll be worried.
Who is she, sister? You'll find out soon enough. Come with me, Snow. Anna, why don't you let Ye Chen go? I want to show the contract to Grandpa as soon as possible.
Then next time, Ye Chen, you come with me.
Anna was very efficient and clean in her work.
After finishing up, she packed her briefcase and left the office.
Meanwhile, in the office of the group's vice president,
Zhao Min was crying to Yang Wei, complaining about being fired.
Mr. Yang, you can't just ignore this.
Zhao Min cried with tears in her eyes, looking pitiful.
Baby, don't cry.
After tomorrow, I'm going to make Joanna lose her reputation, and then I'll have my revenge. Yang Wei hugged Zhao Min into his arms and comforted her with a smile.
Well, Mr. Yang, thank you, you're so nice.
Zhao Min curled up obediently in Yang Wei's arms and rubbed her soft breasts against his chest.
Then you should thank me properly, shouldn't you?
Yang Wei swallowed his saliva, staring at the snow-white area on Zhao Min's chest, and smiled lewdly.
Nasty.
Zhao Min pretended to be coquettish and took off her thin clothes. After leaving the group, Ye Chen rode away in Joanna's car.
Oh, little brother, third sister called me last night. Joanna said as she drove. Is the third sister back? Not yet, but she knows you found a wife and seems very angry.
Ye Chen shrunk his neck, and he remembered the scene of the third sister beating him when he was a child.
Are you afraid? Seeing that Ye Chen didn't respond, Joanna couldn't help but sneer and say, don't worry, the third sister is still on a mission abroad and won't be back for a while. On a mission abroad?
Yes, she is not only the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, but also has a position in the military. TSK, third sister is truly a woman of courage. As the two spoke, the villa arrived. Ye Chen noticed a police car parked at the entrance and couldn't help but ask curiously. Third sister, why is there a police car at your house? Junior brother, you are so afraid of the police, did you do something bad? Joanna teased. No, I wanted to do something bad last night, but Xiao Shui made me sleep on the floor, so I didn't do anything bad. Ye Chen laughed at himself. Really? Joanna smiled and leaned over Ye Chen's ear, breathing in like a lotus. Why don't you sleep here tonight, and I'll call the second sister-in-law, and I promise not to let you sleep on the floor. Chapter 30, First Meeting with the Fourth Sister. Sister, I'm afraid I can't handle it. Ye Chen knew that Joanna was teasing him, and he laughed and said, I don't have any experience either, and I'm afraid I won't be able to serve you and the second sister well. Who asked you to serve? You're annoying. Joanna's pretty face turned red, and she gave Ye Chen a look of annoyance. Who is it that wants to see me, big sister? Ye Chen asked suspiciously. Let's go in and find out. After saying that, Joanna got out of the car, walked to the front door of the villa, took out the key, opened the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, Ye Chen heard the giggles of two women. Ruoshi, you bathed Ye Chen when he was a child, so you've seen his whole body by now. The voice of the second sister. Ye Chen was stunned, and before he could react, the voice of another woman reached his ears. Second sister, you also bathed the little brother. Stinky brother is covered in sweat every day, and he insists on sleeping with us. Can he not bathe? Stinky brother? Ye Chen swallowed hard, only fourth sister called him that. Could it be that today's mystery person was fourth sister? When he walked into the living room, he saw second sister and a woman with her back to him laughing and talking. Hey, Ye Chen, you're here. Yan Shang saw Ye Chen and smiled strangely. Stinky brother. Before Ye Chen could say anything, the woman turned around and revealed a beautiful face. Fourth sister? Ye Chen was delighted to see this woman, but he was also a little stunned. She had short, neat shoulder-length hair, clear and bright pupils, long eyelashes that trembled slightly, wheat-colored skin that exuded a healthy glow, and thin lips that were as delicate as rose petals. With a black police uniform, Lu Ruoshi looked heroic and different from ordinary women. You finally came down the mountain. Lu Ruoshi's beautiful eyes misted over, and she got up and threw herself into Ye Chen's arms. Stinky brother, do you know how much I've missed you all these years? Cough cough, can we change the name? Stinky brother sounds weird. People who don't know me will think I'm not hygienic. Ye Chen smiled wryly. You're going to die, you dare to molest your senior. Lu Ruoshi's face flushed with shame at the sound, and she punched Ye Chen lightly in the chest. Okay, who's going to help me cook in the kitchen? Joanna put down her bag and smiled. I'll go, let Ruoshi and little brother chat for a while. Second senior sister, how about? I'll go? Ye Chen heard that Yin Shang was going to the kitchen, and his whole body was not good. Humph. You're lucky to have food to eat, and you're still picky. Sit and chat with your sister Ruoshi. Yen Xing pouted, then twisted her waist and walked into the kitchen with Joanna, chatting and laughing. Only Ye Chen and Lu Ruoshi were left in the living room. Lu Ruoshi sat across from Ye Chen, stretched out her hand and pinched Ye Chen's arm and chest, then said with satisfaction. Gee, my little brother has really grown up, he's got muscles now. Ye Chen was embarrassed, he hadn't seen his fourth sister for many years, and now she had become a female driver. I heard you got a wife, is she pretty? Yes, the old man arranged the marriage for me. Ye Chen nodded. So do you think I'm pretty, or your wife is pretty? Lu Ruoshi asked Ye Chen with her beautiful eyes, staring at him lovingly. I think they're both pretty, each has their own beauty. Ye Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. He would rather let his fourth senior sister take advantage of him than answer such a rhetorical question. It was simply a headache. Humph, you little brat. Lu Ruoshi said with a pout, but it's okay. I'll wear something sexy for you to see in a few days. Have you heard of a leopard print bikini? Oh my god. Ye Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Are these words from the fourth sister considered to be tempting a good family boy? Let's eat. At this moment, Joanna walked into the living room with a plate of vegetables in her hand and shouted at Lin Yang and the others. Sister, let's go eat first. Ye Chen hurriedly got up. He was worried that if he continued to chat, he would be eaten alive by the fourth sister. Everyone quickly took their seats in the dining room. Yen Xing suggested that everyone drink more at noon today. I still have to work in the afternoon, so maybe in the evening. Lu Ruoshi suggested. Then it's settled, we won't go home until we're drunk. Ye Chen, you have to come too, and drink a few with your senior sisters. Joanna said to Ye Chen in an orderly tone. Big sister is right. If we all get drunk, you'll make a fortune, little brother. Lu Ruoshi smiled. If the three of us get drunk at the same time, who will you help us into the room to rest? Yen Sheng asked with interest. I should take all three of you to the room to rest. Ye Chen thought for a moment, and he couldn't offend any of the sisters, so this answer should be relatively safe. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words fell, Joanna looked at him with a playful smile and said, Little brother, I didn't expect you to be so bad. You want all three sisters, aren't you afraid that your body can't handle it? Shit. It's a trap. Ye Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. The three sisters begged for mercy. The pit you dug was too difficult to defend against. This mapo tofu is really delicious. Who made it? Ye Chen quickly changed the subject, although he knew it definitely wasn't made by the second sister. Eat more if you like it.
Joanna smiled and picked up a spoonful of tofu and put it in Ye Chen's bowl. She asked casually, Ye Chen, you haven't found a job in Ningzhou, why don't you come to my company? I don't know anything about business, so forget it. Ye Chen shook his head, he hates bargaining the most. Senior sister, I also think that Ye Chen is not suitable for business. Yan Xing thought for a while and said, Master passed on his ancient martial arts to him, I think he should either open a clinic to promote my martial arts. Second sister, you are exactly the same as my wife. She also told me to open a clinic and said she would invest in it. Ye Chen smiled. A clinic is nothing. I and the eldest sister can also invest in it. Yan Sheng said coquettishly. The sisters are competing to invest? Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. This is forcing him to be a kept man. Second sister, just now you said you wanted me to go to your group. I think you should pay attention to that Zhao secretary. Ye Chen said seriously. She was fired. It's not that serious, is it? Joanna frowned. No. Ye Chen said with a serious face, I can see that this person has a rebellious look. If you offend him, he will definitely retaliate against you. When everyone heard Ye Chen say this, they all fell silent. Because in addition to ancient martial arts medicine, the dragon sect also has a secret art that is not passed down, the Ziwei fortune-telling art. Chapter 31 Yi Waner. Zhang Hu saying, Ziwei can tell fortunes with one glance, see the future with two glances, and determine life and death with three glances, so you can see her status in the Jianghu. Unfortunately, this mysterious art is passed down to men, not women, so only Ye Chen has truly inherited the old man's teachings. Okay, I'll pay attention. Stinky brother, what exactly is the appearance of a traitor? Lu Ruoshi was very curious and couldn't help but ask. The so-called hooked nose and prominent cheeks are not to be trusted. Prominent cheeks are a sign of treachery. To put it simply, they are prominent cheekbones that protrude to the sides of the face. The other type is too narrow, commonly known as all face. Some female celebrities have all faces. In ancient times, they were also called fox spirit faces. It is best not to provoke such people. Ye Chen explained. Big sister, does Secretary Zhao have very prominent cheekbones? Yan Xing asked. Yes, that's true. After Ye Chen finished speaking, Joanna's face also became solemn. The group's new product launch will be held the day after tomorrow. Secretary Zhao has always handled the launch, so. At this moment, Lu Ruoshi's phone suddenly rang. She quickly answered the call, said a few words, and then hung up. She hurriedly got up, apologized, and said, Something happened at the station. I have to rush back right away. Ruoshi, drive carefully. Joanna said. I know. Lu Ruoshi ran to the door as if she had remembered something, and turned back to Ye Chen and said, Stinky brother, don't forget to drink with me tonight. Ye Chen couldn't help laughing and crying. Did the fourth sister really want to get drunk? After dinner, Joanna and Yan Chang were a little sleepy and were ready to take a nap. But Ye Chen wasn't sleepy. He looked at the time and said, Two sisters, I have to go to Ningzhou University to take care of some business. I'll be back later. Wait. Yan Xing stopped Ye Chen and took out the car keys from her body. You don't have a car yet, so take my car. Thank you, sister. Ye Chen didn't think much about it and took the keys and left the villa. Sister, do you think that this time, the younger brother really just came down to the mountain to get married? Yan Sheng looked at Ye Chen's departing back and said with some concern. Master said that the younger brother has a blood feud that has not been settled. Joanna said in a deep voice. A blood feud? Don't worry about it. We'll support him in any way we can. Sister Yan Sheng nodded vigorously. Ningzhou University. The young students on campus chatted and laughed, playing and chasing, enjoying the freedom of youth under the scorching sun. Ye Chen parked the car at the school entrance and took out his cell phone to send a text message. 2 minutes later, a man wearing a cap and a pair of horn-rimmed glasses appeared in front of the car. A shadow. Ye Chen got out of the car and walked up to the man, greeting him. Master, Yi Waner is at the snack street behind the school. Shadow was tall and had a hoarse voice, but his hat was pulled down too low and he wore goggles, so it was hard for people to see what he looked like. Let's go, show me. Ye Chen nodded and the two of them walked together towards the snack street. On the way, Shadow dictated the situation of Yi Waner. It turned out that Yi Waner was adopted.
Her parents died in a strange car accident when Ye was less than a year old.
Who adopted her?
It was said to be a pair of sanitation workers who had no children. Ye Chen frowned slightly when he heard this. Strictly speaking, Ye was even worse off than him, as he had lost his parents when he was only 5 years old. The two of them chatted as they walked, and soon arrived at the snack street. This was a small street less than 5 meters wide, with small shops on both sides of the street, and many stalls on the street. Roasted lamb skewers, 2 yuan a skewer. Good news, customers and friends, our store is now selling all clothing at a loss, a big sale. There is cockroach poison, rat poison, I'm not afraid of you having many rats, I'm afraid you don't have any. All kinds of magic advertising calls for sale, one after another in the snack street, it's so lively. Although the snack street is not high-end, it is full of excitement, with a huge flow of people, and most of the people who come here to spend money are college students with no financial strength. Dragon King, look at that girl with the ponytail, she's Ye. The shadow pointed at her. Ye Chen looked in the direction the shadow was pointing, and saw a small spicy hot pot stall in the corner of the street. A girl with a pretty face, slightly dark skin, and wearing a floral dress was enthusiastically greeting customers. From her skillful movements, it was clear that she had been selling food for more than a day.
Thank you for your patronage. That's 20 yuan.
Ye counted the hot and spicy soup tickets on the table and said to a young man and woman with a smile.
Gee, Ye, we were classmates after all. Can't you give me a discount?
The boy looked at Ye with a teasing look on his face and said.
This. Classmate Zhou, I'm running a small business, I'm really sorry.
Ye face turned red.
Old Zhou, give it to her. A girl next to her, dressed in fashionable clothes, said to Ye with disdain, it's only 20 yuan.
Ye you're too stingy.
I won't come here again. The poorer you are, the more stingy you are.
I'm sorry, Why don't you give me 18 yuan, and I'll treat you to popsicles?
Ye said with a slight embarrassment. Forget it. If people find out, they'll think I, Zhou, need the 20 yuan.
After the boy finished speaking, he swept his WeChat and walked away with the girl, but before he left, he deliberately stepped on the stool, leaving a big black footprint. Ye didn't say anything when she saw this, but after the boy left, she picked up a rag, knelt down and wiped it clean.
Dragon King, do you want me to teach that kid a lesson? Shadow can't stand it anymore. Is this still a classmate? It's obvious that he's bullying people. No need. Ye Chen waved his hand and asked, Shadow, are you hungry? I'm hungry, starving. Dragon King, shall we go and support Ye? Shadow smiled and showed 2 rows of white teeth. Yes, let's go. Ye Chen walked towards Ye spicy hot pot stall.
Ye had just finished wiping the stool and saw Ye Chen and the others walking towards her.
She immediately smiled and asked, Brother, would you like to try my spicy hot pot? It's delicious. Little sister, do you have any ice-cold beer? Shadow smiled. Yes, we do. Ye was overjoyed at hearing this and quickly turned around and took out 2 snowflake beers from the large phone box in the back. Big brother, if that's not enough, I have more in my refrigerator.
Ye smile was very beautiful and bright, but Ye Chen saw a trace of residual tears in the corner of her eyes.
Chapter 32, The Tortoise. Eat more, Shadow. Ye Chen said. I understand. Shadow ate heartily.
In fact, he had just finished eating, but in order to support Ye he was willing to risk it.
Boss, I see that you are not very old. Are you a student? Ye Chen seemed to be chatting with Ye casually. Yes. Then why aren't you in class? Today is a school holiday, and I came out to work and study. Big brother, is the spicy hot pot good? Yes, it's good, very good.
Ye spicy hot pot was indeed delicious, and Ye Chen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity the moment he saw her. Through communication, Ye learned that she could earn about 3,000 yuan a month from her stall. Ye was constantly improving the taste of her products, and her business was gradually improving. However, Ye Chen was a little worried. Although Ye made money, it all came at a cost of time. If she stuck to it, wouldn't her studies suffer? But just then, a few burly, tattooed thugs came over. The most ridiculous thing was that these people were obviously loafers, but they happened to be wearing a red armband on their arms, which said Market Management in big letters. When Ye saw these people walking towards her stall, a look of panic immediately appeared on her pretty face.
None of this escaped Ye Chen's sharp eyes. Beauty, it's time to pay the cleaning fee.
The leader of the gangsters was wearing a black vest with a shoulder-length dragon exposed on his chest and shoulders.
Turtle, didn't I just pay 1,000 yuan the other day? It's not even a month yet.
Ye Chen said timidly, biting her lip.
Who told you to collect this month's fees? Can't I collect next month's fees in advance? That's right.
Turtle said to collect, so you better pay. Beauty, I advise you to be sensible, or you won't be able to set up your stall. The other gangsters all started to make a fuss, showing their fangs and claws. Some of the vendors nearby, who couldn't stand to see this, dared not speak out.
Brother Turtle, I really don't have any money.
I only have 2,000 in my pocket, but that's for my mother's medicine.
Ye Chen was desperate and could only beg the other party. Hey, if you don't want to pay, that's fine.
The turtle swallowed
a mouthful of saliva and sneered, how about having a drink with me tonight and getting next month's cleaning fee waived?
This.
Ye Chen's face flushed at the mention of this.
She was a college student after all, so how could she not hear the hidden meaning in the turtle's words? But she was just a weak woman, so how could she resist these bullies?
Shadow, are you done eating? I'm done. If you're done, let's move around a bit.
Ye Chen put down his wineglass, looked up at the few thugs in front of him, and said lightly, "These scumbags are disturbing my hot and spicy food, and I'm not happy about it."
Fuck.
Who are you, kid, to dare to meddle in my business? The grass turtle was furious when he heard this. I didn't want to get involved, but I don't like the way you look, so I'm going to get involved in this.
Ye Chen smiled coldly.
Everyone was stunned by this remark, especially the small vendors, who were sweating for Ye Chen.
Who doesn't know that Chao Gui is the local snake here, and if you offend him, you will die or lose a layer of skin?
Sir, don't worry about it. Ye Chen hurriedly stood up and said to Chao Gui, Brother Turtle, I will pay you right away, is that okay?
Xiao Yi, you don't have to worry about me, a few punks are not to be feared.
Ye Chen smiled. Ye Chen was stunned when she heard Ye Chen call her by her name.
Who is this person?
Oh, you still dare to pretend to be cool. Brothers, kill him for me.
The grass turtle was furious. He waved his hand and the several thugs behind him yelled and pounced on Ye Chen. Alas, this guy is really stubborn. Even if he wants to save the beauty, he should consider his own strength.
Last time someone contradicted the grass turtle a few words, and as a result, his hands and feet were all broken. The onlookers were talking about it, and everyone thought Ye Chen was dead. But just then, a figure rushed towards the group of thugs. Before anyone could see clearly, the thugs all fell to the ground, each emitting a painful wail.
Who are you? The grass turtle looked at the shadow in horror, his shins trembling as he moved backwards, shouting in a threatening manner, I'm warning you, I'm one of Big Brother Bai's men. Do you know what will happen if you move?
Hearing the words Big Brother Bai, many people at the scene
gasped in shock. Who doesn't know that Big Brother Bai is the big boss of the underworld in Ningzhou? There is even a local warning saying, it's better to offend the king of hell than Big Brother Bai, unless you want to live longer. Black or white, you're dead.
Shadow lived up to his name, his figure flashing so fast that it was like a shadow, and in an instant he grabbed the grass turtle's throat, and with a slight tug he sent the grass turtle flying.
A member of the Bai family? Ye Chen couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard this.
He glanced at the grass turtle, and the grass turtle was already starting to roll its eyes.
Shadow, let him go. Ye Chen said.
Shadow let go of his hand, and the grass turtle fell to the ground with a thud, breathing in large gulps of fresh air.
Grass turtle, you call the Bai family and tell them that I, Ye Chen, am waiting for them here. If they don't show up in 10 minutes, they will be responsible for the consequences.
Ye Chen's voice was cold, and after he finished speaking, he picked up a string of quail eggs and put them in his mouth, because Ye Chen's spicy and hot soup was really delicious.
You, who are you?
The tortoise finally managed to get up from the ground and was dumbfounded when he heard Ye Chen say that.
What a big mouth, actually asking the Bai family to come in 10 minutes, and if they can't come, they will be responsible for the consequences. Just let you fight, where is there so much nonsense?
The shadow's eyes widened, scaring the tortoise half to death, and he quickly took out his phone and dialed Bai Ye Chen's phone.
The Bai family courtyard.
Although the Bai family is mixed with the underworld, they live in a courtyard, which is definitely an alternative to the underworld.
Bai Ye Chen and his father, as well as Bai Yuan, were chatting in the ancestral hall.
The second son remembered, don't offend Lin Yang, we Bai family can't afford him.
Bai Yuan said with a serious face. Brother, why don't I invite Mr. Lin to dinner?
Wearing a tang suit, Bai Yong had a determined face, a strong build, and a twinkle in his eyes, making it clear that he was a martial artist. It would be best if he could come, but I'm afraid he won't. Bai Yuan turned and looked at Bai Yuchen. You're lucky this time, but if you dare to provoke Lin Yang again, tell your father to prepare a coffin.
Bai Yuchen was scared and shrank his neck. He just wanted to speak, but his phone rang. Chao Gue, is there something wrong? Bai Yuchen asked.
Brother, there is a guy who says he wants to meet the Bai family. He also says that if the Bai family does not arrive within 10 minutes, they will be responsible for all the consequences.
Damn! Which bastard dares to be so arrogant? Bai Yuchen was furious when he heard this. Recently, it has really been a ghost. Does everyone dare to provoke the Bai family? Chapter 33, Refund. He said his name was Ye Chen. Chao Gue glanced at Ye Chen and said in a low voice. What? Hearing this name, Bai Yuchen jumped up from his seat in fright. Yuchen, what's wrong with you? You're so jumpy even when you're answering the phone. Bai Yongzheng scolded. Dad, something big happened. Bai Yuchen said with a long face, Mr. Yi is in the snack street. I don't know how that bastard Chao Gue offended him. Mr. Lin said that we have 10 minutes to go over there, or else the consequences will be our own responsibility. Damn it! Damn that bastard Chao Gue, is he tired of living? Bai Yongzheng was so angry that he smashed the purple clay pot worth 100,000 yuan on the ground, and it broke into pieces. Yuchen, don't waste time, go over there right now to apologize to Mr. Yi. Bai Yuan thought for a moment and said, okay. Okay. Bai Yuchen hung up the phone in a panic. Before leaving, Bai Yuan stopped her. Tell Mr. Yi that we want to invite him to dinner to apologize. Also, there is something we want to give him. Uncle, what should we give him? Don't worry about it, just go. Bai Yuan frowned. Bai Yuchen hurriedly turned around and rushed out of the courtyard to drive to the snack street. Ningzhou University, Snack Street. The electric arc-catching tortoise felt that the end of the world was approaching. Because he had heard the conversation between the Bai family members, he knew that the young man in front of him was called Mr. by the Bai family, so he knew that the other party was definitely no ordinary person. Big brother, did Mr. Bai bring someone with him? One of the younger brothers got up from the ground, glared at Ye Chen angrily, and said with gritted teeth, Kid, you're going to die. Die, my ass. Chao Gue was so scared that he turned around and kicked the younger brother in the stomach, yelling, How dare you talk to Mr. Yi like that? Big brother, I. The younger brother was dumbfounded. What was Brother Turtle thinking, helping that kid beat up one of his own? The onlookers were also dumbfounded. The plot was wrong. Could it be that this young man was a dragon crossing the river, and even the Bai family dared not provoke him? Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. Grass Turtle couldn't help but scold his younger brother, and hurriedly took out a box of huazi, but was rejected by Ye Chen. When will the Bai family arrive? Ye Chen smiled coldly. Don't worry, Mr. Bai will be here soon. Grass Turtle smiled, afraid of offending Ye Chen again. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a burst of hurried footsteps, and then saw Bai Yuchen running over with 2 bodyguards, sweating profusely. Mr. Bai, you finally arrived. Pop. Bai Yuchen saw that the grass turtle didn't say a word and slapped him directly in the face, angrily saying, How dare you offend Mr. Yi? I didn't know he was Mr. Yi. The grass turtle covered his face and said with a face full of grievances, I'll deal with you later. After saying that, Bai Yuchen pushed the grass turtle aside and bowed in front of Ye Chen. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry, my people have offended you without knowing it. As long as you say a word, I'll make this kid disappear today. Ah? No, Mr. Bai, Mr. Yi, please spare my life. Upon hearing this, Chao Gue fell to his knees in fright, and bowed his head like a clucking chicken. He knew very well what Bai Yuchen's words meant. The Bai family wanted someone dead, and that was no joke. Everyone was shocked to see this scene, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Ye Chen glanced at Bai Yuchen and said indifferently, Is the Bai family short of money? Short of money? Bai Yuchen was stunned at first, but quickly recovered and said hurriedly, Mr. Yi, please forgive me. I promise that no one will collect cleaning fees on this street in the future. That's great. I don't have to pay cleaning fees anymore. I'm afraid to set up a stall in the snack street. Not only do the grass turtles eat without paying, they also charge money every month. You are a living Buddha, old man. Thank you.
When the vendors and shop owners in the snack street learned that they would not have to pay cleaning fees, everyone was overjoyed. An old man selling sweet potatoes, trembling, took out the two biggest sweet potatoes from the stove and said that Ye Chen must take them, and he wouldn't let him pay. He said that if he paid, he would look down on him. By Ye Chen, look at the evil that the Bai family has done. Ye Chen frowned and said angrily, I don't care how much you have collected. Return all the money to the merchants here. If you dare to return 1 penny less, don't go home and lie in the hospital. Mr. Yi, don't worry, I'll arrange for someone to return the money right away. Bai Ye Chen was about to cry, but he had been collecting protection money from this street for several years, and he would have to return millions of dollars.
Soon, the Bai family sent someone to bring the money over. Return my sister's money first. Ye Chen said. Your sister? Xiao Yi, come here. Ye Chen smiled and looked kindly at Yi Waner.
Yi Waner was stunned for a long time.
When did she get such a strong brother?
She walked up to Ye Chen, and the whole person was dumbfounded. Xiao Yi, don't be afraid, I really am your brother.
I'll explain it to you later.
Ye Chen saw Yi Waner's hard work and kindness, and he had already decided to recognize this sister. Not far away, Gui Gu saw this and was so scared that he couldn't even stand up.
This beautiful woman selling spicy soup was actually Mr. Ye's sister? It's over. I'm definitely going to be sunk to the bottom of the river. Thinking of this, Turtle Brother couldn't help but cry. What the hell are you crying about?
Bai Ye Chen turned around and glared at Turtle Brother, then took out a checkbook and wrote a check for 1 million yuan.
He handed it to Yi Waner and said, Beauty, this is the protection fee that Turtle Brother is collecting from you. Please be sure to accept it. Yi Waner took it and was shocked. She quickly handed the check back.
Sir, there's not that much.
Did you write it wrong? The extra is for emotional distress. Beauty, please accept it. Can you do me a favor? Bai Ye Chen smiled awkwardly. Xiao Yi, just take it. Ye Chen nodded. The child is still too kind. The grass turtle must have molested Yi Waner a lot.
This $1 million emotional distress fee is a bargain. Yi Waner had no choice but to accept the check for the time being. Okay, Bai Ye Chen, take your people and disappear from my sight.
Ye Chen waved his hand impatiently and said, Mr. Yi, I want to discuss something with you. Bai Ye Chen smiled and said, Do you have time tonight? My father and uncle want to invite you to dinner.
When he said this, the scene was in an uproar. Everyone was guessing who Ye Chen was, and the Bai family had to invite him to dinner after paying compensation.
Who in the entire Ningzhou had such a big face? Dinner? I think I'd better not. Ye Chen shook his head. He had to accompany his senior sister to drink at night, and the Bai family was a bunch of big men who drank like a hammer. Chapter 34, You're lucky.
Mr. Yi, my uncle said he has something important to give you.
Something important? Yes, Mr. Yi, would you have some time? Bai Ye Chen asked cheekily.
Dragon King, the Bai family has deep roots in Ningzhou, and perhaps they know a little about what happened back then. The shadow lowered his voice and reminded him.
That makes sense. Ye Chen nodded and said, Then tomorrow at noon. By the way, you Bai family still have to help me with one more thing. Mr. Yi, you say? Bai Ye Chen leaned in. Help me find someone.
Ye Chen whispered a few words in Bai Ye Chen's ear, and finally said, Give me the information tomorrow at noon.
Is there a problem? No problem, Mr. Yi, please rest assured.
You can go, I'll talk to my sister for a few words. Bai Ye Chen was relieved to hear this, and quickly left the snack street with his men. After the gangsters left, the snack street also resumed normal business.
Mr. Yi, what exactly are you? Yi Waner looked at Ye Chen with suspicion.
She had thought for a long time and couldn't remember having a brother.
Your name is Ye Waner, you are 20 years old, and you are studying in the Business Administration Department of Ningzhou University. Ye Chen told Ye Waner all her information in one breath, even her biological parents' occupations and where they currently live. You, who are you, and how do you know so much about my life?
Ye Waner was stunned, and some of the information was the first time she had heard of it.
It's not time to tell you yet, but remember that I'm your brother. If you have any problems in the future, remember to call me. Ye Chen finished and gently patted Ye Waner's shoulder, then got up and left. Looking at Ye Chen's back, Ye Waner was a little dazed. Could it be that she really had a brother? No, I have to ask my parents when I get home. Maybe they can give me an answer.
Time passed quickly, and it was already evening. Shadow was used to being alone, and Ye Chen asked him to go to his sister's house for a drink, but he was rejected.
As soon as he entered the door, Ye Chen heard his second sister's exaggerated voice. Sister, why don't you call Ye Chen? He's not back yet.
Where did he go?
Go? Ye Chen was speechless. He just had a spicy hot pot. Is that called going? Shit.
Speaking of spicy hot pot, Ye Chen slapped his forehead.
He left in a hurry today and forgot to give you honor money. Does this count as a free meal? Hey, Ye Chen, you're back. Joanna had just finished yoga in the living room, wearing a tight and sexy yoga outfit.
Her devilish figure was instantly revealed to Ye Chen.
Qinglong.
He swallowed hard and thought to himself that the big sister's figure was so good.
You little brat, have you had enough? Joanna's face turned red with anger.
Cough, sister, your clothes are really beautiful.
Ye Chen smiled and made a lame excuse. Younger brother, do you think it's sister's figure or her clothes that are beautiful?
Ye Chen came out of the kitchen with a spatula in her hand, looking at Ye Chen with a mischievous smile.
Okay, I'll go change my clothes.
When Ruwashi comes, we can start eating.
Joanna puffed out her chest and walked upstairs with a sweet smell. Ye Chen sniffed and swallowed his saliva.
This scene was just seen by Ye Chen, who couldn't help but tease.
Little brother, didn't you marry Miss Sue? You're still thinking about the pot while eating the rice?
Second sister, I slept on the floor tiles all night yesterday.
Can you stop provoking me?
Ye Chen wanted to cry but had no tears.
Gee, so pitiful.
Ye Chen came over with a mysterious smile on her face and said, "Don't worry, tonight I'll help you get drunk with Ruwashi, and then you'll have your way with her."
Cheat me? Is there a misunderstanding between you and your sister?
After a while, Joanna came down from upstairs after changing her clothes, and Lu Ruwashi also arrived, carrying a box of Maotai. We're not going home until we're drunk. Lu Ruwashi smiled and placed 4 bottles of Maotai on the table, but Ye Chen saw a hint of fatigue on her face, as if she was forcing a smile.
Sister, is your police station very busy? Ye Chen couldn't help but ask. Which police station isn't busy?
Lu Ruwashi smiled reluctantly and sighed. Today, there was another robbery at a gold shop in Yicheng.
The higher-ups have given us 2 weeks to solve the case.
The pressure is so great. Ruwashi, if you're too tired, just quit and work with me.
Joanna softly advised. Senior sister, I just love being a cop. There's no way around it. Lu Ruwashi smiled and opened the bottle of Maotai.
The restaurant was immediately filled with a strong aroma of alcohol.
To celebrate the younger brother's descent from the mountain, let's drink.
Lu Ruwashi directly raised the bottle and said.
Drink so much? Ye Chen was shocked.
He didn't expect the fourth sister to drink so freely. If this were in the past, she would definitely be the Husan Yang of the Liangshan.
Fourth sister, do you really want to get me and the eldest sister drunk, and then take advantage of the younger brother?
Ye Chen smiled and teased.
Humph.
You little brother has the heart of a thief, but not the guts.
We're not afraid. That makes sense. Let's drink.
The women drank heartily, and from time to time they would tease Ye Chen.
In the blink of an eye, a whole box of Maotai was gone.
Ye Chen never expected that after the sisters went down the mountain, they all became wine jars.
Sister, is there no more wine?
Ye Chen looked at Lu Ruwashi with a drunken haze in her eyes and mumbled. Don't worry, I'll go get some red wine.
Let's continue. Joanna's face turned red, and she stood up unsteadily, staggering towards the kitchen.
Oh, my senior sisters, let's forget about it.
Can we drink some other day? Ye Chen's head was spinning, and he quickly went over to help Joanna.
Second senior sister, fourth senior sister, wait a moment, I'll help you rest.
Rest? Little brother, are you going to eat me in Yicheng?
Lu Ruwashi was also drunk, looking at Ye Chen with a silly smile on her face.
Eat a hammer.
I can't bear to eat you even if you're drunk like this. Ye Chen helped the 3 of them lie down in their rooms one by one. Fortunately, the eldest sister's villa had many houses, otherwise it would really be a hassle.
Little brother, I'm thirsty, I want to drink water. Ye Chen, I want a hug. Stinky little brother, don't.
Shit. Ye Chen felt like going crazy, especially after putting Lu Ruoshi on the bed. This girl was twisting and turning like a snake spirit while hugging the pillow, saying things like don't. Did fourth sister have a wet dream? As the saying goes, 3 women make a show. Ye Chen had to take care of 3 drunk women, serving tea, handing water, and covering the quilt, and he never stopped for a moment. Finally, when Joanna and the others fell asleep, Ye Chen was exhausted. He looked at the time and slapped his head, almost forgetting that he had a daughter-in-law at home to take care of. Chapter 35, A Good Mother-in-Law. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Chao Shui calling to ask Ye Chen when he was going to go home. Daughter-in-law, I'll be right back. If you are busy at Mrs. Chiao's house, you don't have to come back tonight. I will talk to my mother about it. Su Shui said softly. No, I will be right back. Ye Chen's face turned red. His wife is too open-minded, isn't she? Who would believe that a newlywed wife would ask her husband not to come home at night? It was 11 o'clock at night. Ye Chen took a taxi back to Su Shui's house. To his surprise, Li Shangqin and her husband were still awake, as if they were waiting for him. Uncle, Auntie, you're still awake? Ye Chen smiled. Xiao Yi is back. Sit down. Old Su, don't just sit there. Xiao Yi has had a drink, quickly pour him a cup of tea, it's hard for him to come back so late. Li Shangqin seemed like a different person, she was sleepy when she saw Ye Chen, but she was suddenly full of energy. Faced with Li Shangqin's excessive enthusiasm, Ye Chen was a little unaccustomed to it. He smiled awkwardly and asked. Auntie, is there something you want to talk to me about? Why do you call me Auntie? You're already married to my daughter, you can call me Mom. Li Shangqin smiled even more brightly than a flower, and said, to be honest, I do have something I want to talk to you about. What is it? Actually, it's nothing, but when I told the Su family that you have a villa in the Hentang resort, they didn't believe me. Can you give me the key so that I can take the Su family there tomorrow to see for themselves? Li Shangqin asked with a smile. No problem. Ye Chen nodded and immediately took out the key and handed it to Li Shangqin. Mom! Shut up! Li Shangqin took the key and glared at Su Shui, then turned to Ye Chen and smiled, Good son-in-law, our family will rely on you from now on. What do you want for breakfast tomorrow? I'll go prepare it for you. It doesn't matter what I eat in the morning, but it's a bit cold to sleep on the floor at night. What? You sleep on the floor? Yes, Snow said she would sleep in the bed, but I have to sleep on the floor. Ye Chen's mouth curled up, and he smiled with a look of a pig. How can this be? Li Shangqin was furious when she heard this, and immediately scolded Su Shui, Daughter, Ye Chen is your husband, how can you let him sleep on the floor? Do you see me letting your father sleep on the floor? No, he must sleep in the bed tonight. Wife, you let me sleep on the sofa. Su Wanda said carefully. Shut up. Mom, don't listen to him. Su Shui's pretty face instantly turned red, and she glared at Ye Chen. This bastard actually learned to complain? Auntie, you're so nice. Ye Chen was overjoyed when he heard this. Silly child. You're only half a son-in-law, why are you thanking me for this? Do you want me to add a bed and quilt for you? Li Shangqin seemed to be over-enthusiastic, and even Ye Chen was a little surprised. This old woman must have taken the wrong medicine, suddenly being so nice to me? Could this be the legendary good Chinese mother-in-law? Mom, I'm not talking to you anymore. Su Shui couldn't bear to listen anymore, and hurriedly ran back to her room with a red face, slamming the door shut. Ye Chen was embarrassed, and at this time Su Wanda brought the tea over. Xiao Yi, don't drink the tea either, go in and see Shui quickly. Li Shangqin smiled. That's fine, everyone get an early night. After saying that, Ye Chen quickly got up. He was really afraid that Su Shui would lock herself out, and then he would have to sleep in the living room. Fortunately, Su Shui did not lock the door. Ye Chen opened the door and slipped in. It's a shame not to drink this tea. Manager Zhang sent the best Monkey King tea. Su Wanda saw this and simply picked up the teacup and sipped it. Look at how little you've accomplished. You're only worthy of drinking some tea. Li Shangqin was very disdainful. Honey, do you know how expensive this tea is? How expensive? 10,000 yuan for a pound. What? Then why don't you make me a bowl so I can try it too? Li Shangqin couldn't help but glare at Su Wanda when she heard that it was 10,000 yuan for a pound of tea. At this moment, Su Shui was sitting on the edge of the bed, her heart pounding like a deer. When Ye Chen came in and locked the door, she felt her heart was about to jump out.
This guy wouldn't really eat himself with his mother's encouragement, would he? Shui, it's getting late, let's go to bed, shall we? Ye Chen walked over to Su Shui and said with a smile. You go to bed first, I'm not sleepy. After Su Shui finished speaking, she couldn't help but yawn. Don't worry, if you don't let me go to bed, I'll just sleep on the floor, okay? Really? Why would I lie to you? Ye Chen said, and then expertly made a bed on the floor and fell asleep. Su Shui couldn't help but freeze in place. This guy didn't even go to bed. Doesn't he want to have something happen with her? Every girl has a crush. Ye Chen's actions made Su Shui very touched. At least he respected her. Should she give him a chance? For some reason, Su Shui was not only nervous, but also a little bit excited. But just as she was struggling, she heard a slight snoring sound. When she looked back, Ye Chen was actually asleep. Pig head. Su Shui let out a long sigh, and while she was relaxing, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. If this guy slept a little later, maybe she would have let him into bed. The next morning, Ye Chen got up and found that Su Shui was awake too. Shui, didn't you sleep well last night? Ye Chen asked, seeing Su Shui's dark circles under her eyes. Yeah, I couldn't sleep. Su Shui looked at Ye Chen with a hint of resentment. Since there was a man in the room, she hadn't slept well for the past 2 days. Don't worry, I'll give you a massage to relax you. I promise you won't have insomnia again. I hope so. The two got up and went to the dining room. Su Shui saw a table full of breakfast, including milk bread, fried dough sticks with soy milk, and even steamed buns. Mom, why did you make so much breakfast? Su Shui exclaimed. Usually, when she wanted to eat fried dough sticks, her mother would ignore her. What day is it today that my mother is so diligent? Is it too much? The more the better, so that Xiao Ye has more choices. Only when you are full will you have the strength. Li Shangqin said with a smile. Ye Chen was embarrassed to hear this. Since going to Villa number 1, Li Shangqin had completely changed. The four were eating breakfast at the table when Su Shui suddenly said, Oh, Ye Chen, my grandmother has returned from vacation abroad and says she wants to meet you. Your grandmother? Humph. Li Shangqin immediately snorted, what's there to see? The old woman must have bad intentions. Chapter 36, Crazy Man? Stupid husband? Wife, how can you say that? Su Wanda's face turned red. Isn't that true? Li Shangqin simply put down the bread in her hand and said angrily. What was her attitude when she went to the Su family yesterday? It was obviously my daughter who brought the business back, but she picked at it left and right. Isn't she just trying to hand over the Su family business to that stinking boy Suja? Su Wanda was speechless. He knew that although the old man liked Su Shui, the old lady only had eyes for her grandson, Suja. Is that so? Ye Chen frowned and asked, Shui, is your grandmother going to pass the Su family business to Suja? Yes, my grandmother said that the Su family business would only be passed down to a male heir, and there was nothing I could do. Su Shui sighed when she said this. The old man didn't say anything? No, but Grandpa has always respected Grandma's decisions. Ye Chen asked in detail and learned that Su Shui's grandmother's family was very powerful, and the Su family also benefited from her grandmother's influence, so the old lady had more say in the family than the old man. Okay, I'll go with you to see Grandma tonight. Ye Chen thought about it and nodded. After breakfast, Ye Chen drove Su Shui to the company to see what the Su family president looked like. Ye Chen, have you thought about what I told you last time? On the way, Su Shui suddenly asked. What did you tell me? Open a clinic, otherwise you'll be bored if you're idle every day, even if you have money. I'm considering it, so wait a few more days. Ye Chen said. Well, let me know when you've made up your mind. Soon, under Su Shui's guidance, Ye Chen parked the car in front of a high-end office building called Guamao. Shui, is this the Su family office building? Ye Chen looked up and saw that the office building was very grand, not inferior to the Chow building where the eldest sister worked. No, the Su family only rents 2 floors here. I see. The Su family mainly runs urban advertising business, and also takes on small infrastructure and greening projects. The two got out of the car and walked into the office building. They took the elevator and quickly arrived at the company. Mr. Su. Mr. Su, good morning. As they walked into the office, the employees greeted Su Shui and looked curiously at Ye Chen by her side. Have you heard? Mr. Su is getting married. Yes, it said that he's a country bumpkin. I don't know what Mr. Su was thinking. You don't know shit.
This is called a fool rides a fine horse, while a clever wife sleeps with a clumsy husband.
Could it be this kid? He's quite handsome. The employees chattered and gossiped, but Su Shui didn't hear them. Ye Chen, who had excellent hearing, heard everything. Idiot? Stupid husband? You're kidding. Ye Chen almost wanted to hit someone. He was clearly a handsome guy, so what was wrong with these people's eyes? At that moment, a beautiful woman in an OL uniform came walking towards him. She looked a little anxious and said to Su Shui, Mr. Su is here, in your office. What is he doing here? Su Shui couldn't help but frown slightly when she heard this. I know, go do your work. Shui, what's wrong? Su Jie is here, he doesn't usually come to the company. He came as soon as Grandma came back, I don't know what he wants. Su Shui sighed. Ye Chen immediately understood when he heard this kid is probably here to use up power. Let's go. What does he want? Just ask him and you'll know. Ye Chen smiled lightly. Su Shui nodded and walked to the president's office and pushed open the door. As soon as she entered the door, the scene in front of her almost made Su Shui spit blood. She saw Suja sitting in the president's office chair, his feet on the desk, and a cigar in his hand, smoking happily, unaware that the entire office was filled with the pungent smell of cigars. Suja, put your legs down. Su Shui was furious and couldn't help but scold him loudly. Oh, you're finally here. Suja turned his head and said with disdain, Su Shui, you're the president of the company, is it reasonable to come so late every day? I told you to put your feet down and put out the cigarette, did you hear me? Why are you so fierce, just put it down. Suja then lazily put his feet down, but he continued to smoke his cigar. This is my office, so leave if you're done. Why should I leave? Don't forget that I also have a stake in the company. Suja pouted, pointing at Ye Chen behind Su Shui and sneering, this country bumpkin can come to your office, so why should I leave? You. Ye Chen is my husband, so you don't get to say anything. Su Shui was very angry. Suja had always coveted the position of CEO, but it was the first time he had so blatantly provoked her like this. Don't be angry, my dear. I think he's just here to stir up trouble. Let him say whatever he wants. Ye Chen said coldly. Country bumpkin, you have no say here. Before Suja could finish his sentence, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then a large hand slapped him in the face. Pop! A loud crack echoed through the office, and Suja was slapped hard by Ye Chen, causing him to see stars. You son of a bitch! How dare you hit me? Suja, who had just come to his senses after a long time, covered his beaten face and stared at Ye Chen in disbelief, roaring. Su Shui was also stunned. She didn't expect Ye Chen to hit Suja. Although it was very satisfying, he had caused himself trouble. So what if I hit you? Ye Chen looked at Suja with a playful expression on his face and said lightly, I warned you in the Su family to be careful with your words. Su Shui, you saw it all. Ye Zhe hit me. Don't you care? Suja yelled hysterically. Ye Chen was wrong to hit him, but you kept calling him a bumpkin, so you asked for it. Su Shui spoke up for Ye Chen instead. When Suja heard that he had brought it on himself, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He slammed the cigar in his hand onto the ground, pointing at Su Shui and angrily said, I'm going to tell Grandma right now that you hit me, and see how you can continue to be the CEO. And you, Ye Chen. Suja glared at Ye Chen with clenched teeth and said hatefully, you let me get away last time in the underground garage, and Bai Shao will get you sooner or later. I ran away? Ye Chen was stunned. That kid Bai Yu Chen is really something. He actually said that he ran away for his own face? No, when I see this kid again, I have to beat him up a bit, otherwise he will have a reputation for running away, and it won't sound good if it gets out. We'll see. Suja left the office angrily after he finished speaking. Ye Chen, you shouldn't have hit him. Su Shui sighed lightly and said, Grandma likes Suja the most. When she finds out that he was beaten by you, she definitely won't let it go. Chapter 37, Dinner. That brat Suja deserved to be beaten. Ye Chen shrugged. If it weren't for Su Shui, he would have beaten him long ago.
I guess Suja has already told his grandmother about this.
Su Shui looked worried. Don't worry, I'm here.
As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, Su Shui's phone rang. She picked it up and looked at the caller ID. Her face suddenly changed.
Daughter-in-law, what's wrong? It's grandma calling.
It must be because Suja told her.
Su Shui's face was full of worry. Let's answer it first. Put it on speaker so I can hear what she's saying. Ye Chen smiled. Okay. Su Shui calmed down a bit and then answered the phone. Grandma, you're looking for me? You little brat, you still know I'm your grandma.
A hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Suja told me everything. Your husband hit him, didn't he?
Yes, but grandma, please listen to my explanation. Don't explain, I don't want to hear it. I don't think you're fit to be the president of the Su family anymore.
Bring the guy who hit him over tonight.
I want to hold a family meeting. The other party was extremely forceful. I know.
Su Shui bit her lips lightly.
Sure enough, grandma was using this as an excuse to force her to step down. This is outrageous.
After that, the other party hung up the phone. Listening to the beeps on the phone, Su Shui was stunned, and her mind was in a complete mess.
Daughter-in-law, don't think too much. I'll accompany you to the Su family tonight.
Ye Chen comforted her.
Ye Chen, you shouldn't have hit Suja.
Now that they have caught you in the act, Grandma will definitely make things difficult for you.
I'm afraid I'll have to give up my position as president. Su Shui frowned slightly. If the old woman is unreasonable, don't blame me.
Ye Chen sneered.
Don't do anything rash.
Su Shui was startled and hurriedly said, Grandma is the one who says yes or no in the family, and no one dares to challenge her authority.
Don't worry, I won't provoke her on my own. Su Shui sighed lightly and looked at Ye Chen deeply, hoping that he and Grandma wouldn't have a conflict that night. Time flew by and it was already noon. Ye Chen was in Su Shui's office.
Sat there all morning until he received a call from Bai Yuchen.
Mr. Yi, where are you? What's the matter? You forgot, my dad invited you to lunch today, right?
Bai Yuchen smiled.
I almost forgot. Send me the address. Ye Chen didn't waste any time. After hanging up, he said to Su Shui, daughter-in-law, do you want to have lunch together at noon? With whom?
Su Shui asked.
Bai Yuchen.
Forget it, I'll just order takeout. Su Shui shook her head as soon as she heard it was Bai Yuchen.
Okay, I'll go then.
It's better if Su Shui doesn't go, so that Bai Yuchen won't get any ideas.
Jin Manlu, seafood restaurant.
The Bai family was waiting at the door, which scared the restaurant manager.
Who in Ningzhou doesn't know the Bai family? Who could possibly be so awesome that they would make this family wait so respectfully?
Mr. Bai, the dishes are ready.
Do you want to serve them?
The manager asked Bai Yongzheng carefully.
Are you blind?
Can't you see that the guest hasn't arrived yet? Bai Yongzheng glared at him, and the manager shrank back, afraid to speak again. Yongzheng, when Mr. Yi arrives, you have to be careful with your tone of voice. Bai Yuan reminded him.
Don't worry, brother. I know what to do.
Bai Yongzheng nodded. Just as he was saying this, an Audi RSK8 sped up and stopped in front of the Bai family. Bai Yuchen was about to swear, but when he saw Ye Chen in the car, he quickly swallowed his words. Ye Chen parked the car, and Bai Yuan hurriedly went up to him, smiling and saying,
Mr. Yi, it is an honor for the Bai family that you are willing to come to dinner. You are too kind, Mr. Bai Yuan. You can call me Lao Bai.
Bai Yuan shook his hand and introduced Bai Yongzheng to Ye Chen.
Hello, Mr. Yi, I have heard a lot about you.
My son offended you before, so today I, Bai, have specially set up a banquet to apologize to you. Bai Yongzheng was very low-key. The manager on the side was dumbfounded.
When did Ningzhou have such a young boss? I'm a little hungry, can we go in and talk? Ye Chen said lightly. Okay. Mr. Yi. Please come inside.
Bai Yuan hurriedly made an invitation gesture, and the group quickly arrived at the private room. After everyone was seated, Bai Yongzheng told the manager to serve the food. After the manager left, Bai Yuan took out a red brocade box from under the table. Mr. Yi, I heard that you are very skilled in medicine. I happen to have a 100-year-old wild ginseng on hand, so I would like to give it to you as a gift.
Bai Yuan said with a smile. This is not the first time we have met, is it? Ye Chen's mouth curled up. It was a misunderstanding last time. Please don't take it to heart. Ye Chen didn't say much, but took the box and opened it. Inside was a high-quality 100-year-old wild ginseng worth over $1 million. Did you find the information I asked you to look up? Ye Chen turned to Bai Chen. Okay, Mr. Yi, here is all the information on Zhao Min and Yan Wei. I've checked out their family for 3 generations. Bai Chen hurriedly took out a brown paper bag. You're pretty efficient. Ye Chen opened the file in the paper bag and nodded, very good. Since you helped me, I won't let you work for nothing. In the last 2 days, have you been feeling weak and unable to have sex? Yes. Bai Chen blurted out, and then blushed and asked, Mr. Yi, how did you know? He didn't tell anyone about this personal matter, so how did Ye Chen know? Oh, I forgot. The day before yesterday in the underground garage, what did I tell you? Ye Chen smiled faintly. Bai Chen slapped his forehead, and he remembered that Ye Chen had said he wanted to make him a grandpa. Bai Yuan, who was standing next to them, heard the conversation between the two and quickly grabbed Bai Chen's wrist. After feeling his pulse, he raised his hand and slapped Bai Chen's face hard, angrily saying, You little brat, how did you offend Mr. Yi? It was that brat Suzhi who tricked me into attacking Mr. Yi. Bai Chen was beaten and dared not be angry, covering his face and saying with a grievance. Brother, what's wrong with Ye Chen's body? Bai Yongzheng frowned when he heard this. This brat's vital energy channels have been sealed, and he will be a cripple from now on. Bai Yuan was anxious and angry, and after he finished speaking, he raised his hand and wanted to hit someone again, but was dodged by Bai Chen. Uncle, are you crazy? You're obviously the victim, and you're still adding insult to injury? What? Brother, then you must help Ye Chen. Bai Yongzheng was dumbfounded. The Bai family had only one heir, and if Bai Chen was eunuchized, wouldn't the Bai family be left with no descendants? I just tried, but I couldn't solve it. Bai Yuan sighed and looked at Ye Chen with a wry smile. Mr. Yi, your technique for sealing the acupuncture points is too brilliant. Bai has limited abilities, so I can only trouble you to help. Chapter 38, Foundation Stage Cultivator. Mr. Yi, please let Ye Chen go. From now on, the Bai family is willing to respect and obey you. Bai Yongzheng also hurriedly expressed his position, and at the same time glared at Bai Chen. Plop. Bai Chen knelt directly in front of Ye Chen, with a bitter face and begging, I'm sorry, I will never dare to harass Su Shui again. Remember, stay away from my wife in the future. After Ye Chen finished speaking, he snapped his fingers and a burst of energy shot into Bai Chen's waist. Internal energy released externally? Bai Yuan couldn't help but open his mouth wide in surprise. Bai Chen felt a numbness in his waist, but he didn't feel any other pain. Bai Yuan quickly grabbed his nephew's hand again. Brother, how is Ye Chen? The meridians are unblocked. Bai Yuan was shocked and immediately got up and clasped his fists and said to Ye Chen, Mr. Yi, I admire your high cultivation level. You can see that you have internal strength, so you must be a cultivator. Ye Chen looked at Bai Yuan with a playful expression. I'm ashamed to say. Bai Yuan blushed and said, I've been practicing for decades, but I'm still in the Qi stage. Compared to Mr. Yi's foundation stage, I'm still far behind. Let's sit down and eat. I have something to ask you. Ye Chen raised his hand and pressed down. He had just deliberately used his inner strength to show off, just to show it to the Bai family, so that they would know his strength and not dare to deceive him. What is it, Mr. Yi? At this time, Bai Yuan was even more respectful to Ye Chen, knowing the terror of the young man in front of him. A cultivator in the foundation stage can kill people with a single leaf. With Ye Chen's strength alone, it would be a matter of minutes to destroy the Bai family. 20 years ago, a major incident occurred in Ningzhou. Have you heard of it? Ye Chen glanced at a few people and asked. 20 years ago? The Bai family members frowned when they heard this. Bai Chen naturally didn't need to be mentioned. He was also a little kid at the time, but Bai Yuan and his brothers were also confused. Mr. Yi, can you be more specific? Bai Yuan asked suspiciously. Then I'll just say it. 20 years ago, the Yi family in Ningzhou was tragically wiped out. Do you know about this? Yi family, Yi family. Bai Yongzheng muttered a few words, and suddenly his face changed. He stared at Ye Chen with his eyes wide open and muttered. Could it be that you are a descendant of the Yi family? Rumor has it that the Ye family ran away with a child. Could it be that you are Mr. Ye? Bai Yuan was also shocked, his face full of surprise. You even know who ran away from the Ye family. Did the Bai family also participate in this matter? Ye Chen's voice was cold, and after he finished speaking, an invisible murderous aura was released from his body. The Bai family members immediately felt the pressure, and Bai Yuchen couldn't help but tremble all over. No, no, no. Bai Yuan shook his head repeatedly as soon as he heard this, and quickly explained, this matter was well known in Ningzhou at the time. The strangest thing is that the police didn't investigate it deeply. My Bai family doesn't have that much power. Do you know who did it? Ye Chen then suppressed his murderous intent, and Bai Yongzhang and the others breathed a sigh of relief, and all of them let out a long sigh of relief. This. Bai Yongzhang, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, became nervous again when he heard Ye Chen ask this question. Seeing this, Bai Yuan gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Mr. Yi, let me answer this question. We don't know who the murderer is, but that night the Jeans came to me and asked me to do something for them. Continue. Lin Yang's face turned pale, and the closer he got to the truth, the more his blood boiled. I remember it was raining heavily that day, and Jinshan found us brothers and gave us 1 million to dispose of a few bodies. At the time, we didn't think much about it, so we agreed. Later, we learned that it was the Yi family. After Bai Yuan finished speaking, he glanced at Ye Chen, and his heart was in his throat. If he angered Ye Chen, the Bai family would be finished. Mr. Yi, we really didn't know it was your relative at the time, otherwise we wouldn't have dared to borrow us 100 guts. Seeing Ye Chen's gradually cold eyes, Bai Yongzhang was terrified, and beads of sweat were streaming down his forehead. As an old gangster, he naturally could see that Ye Chen was about to kill. Ye Chen didn't say anything, just coldly looking at the family. The temperature suddenly dropped, and although it was a hot summer day, the Bai family members were all cold and goosebumps were rising all over their bodies. Where did you bury the people? Ye Chen said coldly. Qinglong Mountain. Bai Yongzhang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said. Take me there now. Okay, we'll listen to Mr. Yi. Bai Yongzhang and Bai Yuan glanced at each other, and the two of them nervously got up and followed Ye Chen. Dad, what happened 20 years ago? Bai Yuchen was also panicked. Qinglong Mountain is a barren mountain in Ningzhou. If Ye Chen suddenly has a sudden urge to kill, won't the Bai family be finished? Shut up. Bai Yongzhang glared at his son fiercely, and then walked out of the private room with a helpless look on his face. After leaving the restaurant, Ye Chen quickly arrived at the Qinglong Mountain under the guidance of the Bai family. After getting out of the car, Ye Chen looked around and remembered the place. Compared to 20 years ago, there were many more small shops around the Qinglong Mountain. Because young people often came to the mountain for a picnic, small vendors could also buy some fruit and pastries to make a little money. Bai Yuan led the way, and Ye Chen and the others followed closely behind. Finally, they stopped at a weed-covered depression halfway up the mountain. Mr. Yi, we buried the people here at that time. Bai Yuan swallowed his saliva and pointed to the hollow. Are you sure? Yes. Ye Chen looked at the rather desolate scene in front of him, and Yang Tianlu and then suddenly pushed out with a palm. Boom! A pine tree a few meters away with a bull-sized trunk was snapped by his palm in midair. Bai Yongzhang and his son were stunned by the scene. They had never imagined that they would witness such a scene, which only appeared in martial arts TV dramas. Bai Yuchen swallowed hard and secretly thanked himself for not killing him in the underground garage that day. I want to pay my respects to my loved ones. Ye Chen stood still, staring at the hollow ground with bloodshot eyes, and said in a low voice. Ye Chen, quickly, go buy Mr. Yi some offerings. Bai Yongzhang hurriedly said. Dad, what do you need for the memorial service? You little brat, you're useless. You'll know what you need when I'm dead. Yongzhang, don't talk nonsense. Ye Chen, go buy it quickly. Ask if you don't understand. After saying this, Bai Yuan gave Bai Yuchen a wink, and the meaning was obvious. Okay, I'm going. Bai Yuchen said nothing and turned around and ran down the mountain. Bai Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He had just signaled Bai Yuchen to run because Ye Chen would definitely use blood to take revenge, and the Bai family would bear the brunt. Bai Yuchen, who had just run down the mountain, suddenly stopped. He scratched his head and thought about what his uncle had signaled to him. Chapter 39, Dead Taoist, Not Dead Taoist. Bai Yuan, I'll give you one more chance. Ye Chen turned around and looked at the Bai brothers with a gloomy face and murderous eyes. Who is the mastermind behind this? Tell me and the Bai family will be spared. Mr. Yi, we really just took the money and did the job. We don't know anything else.
Bai Yong was about to cry, but he couldn't. He pointed his 3 fingers together at the sky and vowed. I swear that if I tell a lie, I will be struck by thunder and lightning and die a horrible death.
Boom!
As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud clap of thunder and it really started to rain.
Shit! God, are you trying to kill me?
Seeing this, Bai Yuan quickly grabbed Bai Yongjing's shoulders and the two of them knelt down together and bowed 3 times directly at the pit. Brother Yi, sister-in-law Yi, we really had nothing to do with this. Please believe us. Bai Yongjing was still in a daze, but his head had already been knocked 3 times by his brother, and his forehead had just hit the rock, causing blood to flow from his forehead.
Get up. I'll believe you for now. Ye Chen glanced at the two of them and said indifferently. Thank you, Mr. Yi.
Bai Yuan was overjoyed at hearing this and hurriedly helped Bai Yongjing to stand up from the ground.
That was a close call. I almost lost my life.
Just as the Bai brothers were rejoicing, the voice of Bai Yuchen came from not far away.
Dad, uncle, I've bought everything.
Bai Yongjing turned his head and saw Bai Yuchen carrying a large number of bags and climbing up the mountain path with a sweaty face.
Shit! Can't this kid read my eyes?
Bai Yuan was furious. Usually, Bai Yuchen seemed quite smart, but today he realized that this guy was a fool. Hey, Dad, how did you get a head injury? Bai Yuchen walked over, put the bags on the ground, and looked at Bai Yongjing, who was panting.
Shut up!
Bai Yongjing blushed. He was too embarrassed to say that he had hit a rock.
Bai Yuchen was stunned, wondering what his father was doing, blaming me for hitting the tree. Mr. Yi, everything is ready. Bai Yuan opened the bag and took a look, then said to Ye Chen. You go down the mountain and wait for me.
Ye Chen's voice was cold.
Okay.
The Bai family was eager to leave here as soon as possible, and when they heard Ye Chen say so, they quickly went down the mountain and waited obediently in the car.
Big brother, shall we leave?
Bai Yongjing got into the car, lowered his head, lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, then looked up and said with clenched teeth.
Let's leave Ningzhou, the farther the better.
Leave? Bai Yuan snorted and said, Second brother, this matter has nothing to do with the Bai family.
If you leave, you'll be guilty of something. Our martial arts alliance has branches in every major city in China. Where can you hide? But what if Ye Chen is indiscriminate and wants to take it out on us?
Bai Yongjing said with concern.
Don't worry, Ye Chen is not stupid. Dad, I have a band-aid here. Do you want it? Bai Yuchen kindly asked. Get out.
Bai Yongjing glared at his son angrily. He was so angry that blood began to gush from his head.
On the Qinglong Mountain.
Ye Chen knelt in front of the pit. In front of him was a pile of burning paper money. Mom and Dad, I swear I will find the murderer who killed you two and make them kneel in front of the grave to repent. I don't care who he is, blood debt must be paid in blood. Ye Chen's face was solemn, and the strong murderous intent emanating from his body scared the birds in the jungle flying in all directions. After a long time, he came down from the mountain, and Bai Yongjing and the others hurriedly got out of the car and went up to meet him.
Mr. Yi, is there anything else you need? Bai Yongjing asked in a flattering manner. Boss Bai, I do have something I want to ask you. Ye Chen nodded. Oh, you can just call me Lao Bai. I hope you can help my parents build a tomb. Is there a problem? No problem, of course not. It was my family that buried the two of them here, so it is only right to build a tomb for them. Bai Yongjing swallowed his saliva and quickly agreed. In addition, you can help me secretly investigate who, in addition to the Jin family, was involved in the killing of my parents. Mr. Yi, in fact, the Martial Arts Alliance has many disciples. Why not let the Martial Arts Alliance get involved? Bai Yuan kindly reminded him, as long as you say the word, the entire Martial Arts Alliance will be at your service. Too much noise will easily alert the enemy, and I don't want them to get wind of it beforehand. Understood. Remember, this matter must be kept absolutely confidential. If it leaks out, don't blame me for being rude. Ye Chen warned in a deep voice. The Bai family members shrunk their necks and watched Ye Chen get into his car and leave. Big brother, I'm afraid this matter will have far-reaching implications. Do we really want to get involved in this mess? Bai Yongjing frowned. That's right. Bai Yuan said decisively, only by helping Ye Chen find the real culprit will the dead be someone else. Otherwise, it is likely that our Bai family will have to take the blame. Do you want to die? Of course not. Then don't waste any more words. Investigate this matter secretly with all your might. Dad, I think what my uncle said makes sense. Ye Chen said seriously, as the saying goes, if you don't die, you won't be rich. Let the genes die, and when they die, the Bai family will get a share. You make a little sense. Bai Yongjing nodded approvingly and immediately decided to mobilize all the forces of the Bai family to investigate the matter. Ye Chen drove back to the city quickly and received a call from Su Shui in the car. Daughter-in-law, you miss me already? Ye Chen smiled lightly. Nonsense. Su Shui blushed and said coquettishly, I'm about to finish work. Come pick me up and take me home. After we eat, let's go to Grandpa's house together. Okay, I'm already downstairs at your company. Come down. Ye Chen hung up the phone, parked the car in front of the office building, and looked out the window at the people coming and going.
In the hot summer, the streets were full of beautiful women wearing short shorts, with long, slender legs, which made Ye Chen salivate.
Gee, summer is really great.
Ye Chen felt a sense of emotion, and suddenly, a person not far away caught his attention. This person was wearing long-sleeved clothes and trousers, a cap on his head, sunglasses, and a mask on his face, and he was almost fully armed, except for wrapping himself up like a rice dumpling.
He's not afraid of getting heat rash in the hot weather?
And that person was walking back and forth on the street, looking up and around from time to time. Ye Chen looked in the direction of his gaze and found that this guy was looking for the location of the surveillance camera, and the place where he stopped the longest each time was the entrance to a gold shop.
Holy cow! This guy doesn't want to rob a gold shop, does he? A bold idea popped into his mind.
Yesterday, Fourth Sister said that Ye Chen gold shop was robbed.
Could it be that the robbers have come to Ningzhou? Chapter 40, Family Meeting. Ye Chen, what are you looking at?
At this moment, Su Shui came over and found Ye Chen staring out the window without blinking his eyes.
The daughter-in-law is here. Ye Chen smiled embarrassedly, and Su Shui looked curiously in the direction of Lin Yang.
As a result, two tall, sexy women in revealing clothes just happened to pass by. You're such a rascal, peeping at girls? Su Shui glared at Ye Chen, and a strange feeling of jealousy welled up in her heart. You bastard! Does he think he's not good-looking, and he has to look at other women?
Cough cough, did you misunderstand? I didn't look at the girls. Ye Chen swallowed his saliva and said with a lack of confidence.
Humph. The book is right, you men are all big pig's feet.
Big pig's feet?
Ye Chen was speechless, thinking to himself, who would be so bored as to write about men in a cookbook?
Do you want to eat pig's feet, braised or stewed?
Eat your big head, drive. Su Shui sat in the car and glared at Ye Chen angrily. This guy has been dishonest for only a few days after getting married, so it seems that she needs to strictly discipline him.
Ye Chen shrugged.
He had long heard that women's hearts were like needles in a haystack, and his own daughter-in-law was no exception. Soon, Ye Chen drove back to the villa. Su Shui seemed to still be sulking, and got out of the car and went into the villa alone.
Daughter, you're back?
Where's Ye Chen? Li Shangqin smiled and asked when she saw her daughter come back.
He's in the back.
Su Shui said, then rushed into her room and slammed the door shut. Li Shangqin and her husband looked at each other, wondering who had upset their daughter. At this point, Ye Chen also walked in.
Li Shangqin hurried over and frowned. Son-in-law, did you and Xiuxue have a fight? A fight? No.
Ye Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Maybe she's just hungry after a long day.
She just told me she wanted to eat big pig's feet. Big pig's trotters?
Li Shangqin was stunned. Her daughter had never liked greasy dishes, but now she had changed her appetite after getting married? The wife quickly told the children to eat, and then they had to go to the old man's side after dinner.
Su Wanda put down the newspaper in her hand and said,
Humph.
I don't want to go. But it doesn't matter, I have a good son-in-law.
Li Shangqin suddenly smiled and said proudly, if the old lady bullies my daughter tonight, I promise I will make them regret it. Su Wanda sighed, and he hoped that the tiger in the family would stop fighting.
Auntie, didn't you take the Su family to the villa today? Ye Chen asked.
No, this is my trump card.
I'll tell you after tonight.
Li Shangqin looked mysterious, as if she already had a master plan. In the dining room, Li Shangqin made a big table of dishes, and Ye Chen was stunned when he saw it. It has to be said that although Li Shangqin is a shrewd person, she is still somewhat capable. After all, not every woman can make a big table of dishes.
Daughter, hurry up and eat.
Li Shangqin shouted in the dining room.
Coming.
There was finally a response in the room, and soon Su Shuai changed her clothes and came to the dining room. Ye Chen turned his head and his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but swallow. Su Shuai had changed into a black strapless dress. Her slender and graceful figure, her soft and supple arms, her beautiful and smooth legs, and her delicate, smooth, and delicate skin were truly radiant.
Daughter, why did you change like this? Li Shangqin frowned. I'm going to my grandpa's house, so I'm just changing my clothes. What's so strange about that?
Su Shuai glanced at Ye Chen after she finished speaking, and noticed that the guy was staring at her with his eyes wide open. Wild flowers don't have the fragrance of home flowers. She changed into this outfit to let Ye Chen understand this truth. If you dress like this, be careful of the old woman taking advantage of the situation again.
Li Shangqin wasn't worried about anything else.
Auntie, I think Su Shuai's outfit is very good.
It's dignified, beautiful, and sexy.
Ye Chen smiled.
Since Ye Chen said so, then wear it.
After the family finished eating, Ye Chen drove the Su family in his car directly to the Su family villa. At this time, in the Su family hall, Su Tsong and his wife Zhang Xiu were sitting in the first place, and there were two other couples sitting to the left and right, namely Su's father Su Zhenghai and his wife, and Su Yimei and her husband.
What is Su Wanda doing?
We agreed to have a family meeting tonight, but he's not here yet, Su Zhenghai said in a bad mood. As the second son of the Su family, he is only the vice president of the company, and he has to work under his niece. To be honest, Su Zhenghai has been unhappy for a long time.
Who can hold the reins of power?
Su Yame, who was dressed up in a sexy way, said in a strange tone, I would say that my brother has long since taken this family lightly.
Humph.
She thinks she can do whatever she wants. Zhang Xiu slammed her cane on the ground, obviously very angry.
Grandma, today Su Shuai let that bumpkin beat me up. You have to do something about it.
Suja took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, saying, if he dares to beat me up today, he might dare to do the same to you and Grandpa tomorrow.
Shut up. Xiao Shuai would never let Ye Chen hit you.
You must have said something to anger him.
Su Tsong knew Suja's character very well and naturally would not tolerate him slandering him.
Old man, don't add to the chaos.
I believe in Zhe.
Zhang Xiu snorted and thought for a moment before saying, since the business of the Qiao group has been returned, I think I'll let you replace that brat.
How can this be?
Suja doesn't understand management at all, and sooner or later something will happen in the company under his control.
Su Tsong objected. So what if he doesn't understand? It's just a good exercise for my grandson.
Besides, the Su family only has one male descendant, and the company must be handed over to him.
Do you want to give it to someone of a different surname?
After Zhang Xiu finished speaking, she glanced at her granddaughter Suna. She knew that this girl was also eyeing the company, and she said this to deliberately give her a slap. Sure enough, Suna's pretty face turned white and she was extremely embarrassed.
Grandma, you're so nice. Suju was overjoyed because he had been waiting for this day for too long.
At that moment, Su Shuai's family walked in, and as soon as she entered the door, she called out, hello, Grandma and Grandpa.
Humph. You're still the eldest daughter of my Su family, but look at how you're dressed, it's an insult to the family.
Zhang Xiu scolded Su Shuai as soon as she saw her. Su Shuai did not refute, and immediately sat down with her parents to prepare for the meeting.
Wait.
Suja suddenly pointed at Ye Chen in an exaggerated tone, as if he had discovered a new continent. Su Shuai, we are having a family meeting.
Who let you bring this outsider in? Get him out of here.